jury's still out. This kid's got to show me something.
But he does have raw talent.
That's got to count for something.
There will be questions.
Hold on.
Issues.
There may be a trade.
Differences of opinion.
If we don't get this guy, the next team will.
Media distractions.
Why isn't that next quarterback Jamarcus Russell?
As the pressure builds, the stakes get higher. The calls pour in.
Stand by, transfer.
No. Call me back when you got something good.
Fatigue sets in.
Hit it.
If you slip, you're beat. If you're beat, you're done. That's how it works in the NFL. You need to look at yourself in the mirror. Know you've left it on the field and done all you can. Finally, it comes down to your turn.
We've got one shot to get him.
Is it integrity? Heart? Courage? Leadership? Dedication? Here's your shot.
Listen up. We're on the clock.
Now, make the call.
Welcome to the 2007 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Welcome to our coverage of the draft, now on ESPN2, continuing coverage. Gavel to gavel. We pick up midway through the second round. We'll take you all the way to the conclusion tonight of round number 3, the longest first round in the history of the draft, and we were proud to say that we were here to see it here in the 72nd National Football League Annual Selection Meeting. Hi, once again, everybody. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? I'm Chris Berman, and along with Steve. You were a lefty.
I'm relieving a Hall of Famer.
Wait a minute, you're over there with Monday Night. Oh, you've come.
I ran them out of the place.
Whoa. Ron Jaworski's with us. Oh, wait a minute now. Oh, you got the taste of the big booth. You come back to slum it with us.
Good.
I see.
Come back to my friends.
Slum it with the studio guys. I get it. Ron Jaworski's with us. Keyshawn Johnson. You ready to keep going?
Jaws will, Jaws will energize you. Jaws will energize you.
It's time to rock and roll.
Can we eat on the set right here in front of everybody?
Yeah,
I'm starving. Being around Jaws is like having a cup of espresso, Keyshawn. You're gonna get jolted.
No more. You know what we do about now? We do this, right? Fourth quarter. Let's go.
All right. So Keyshawn Johnson still with us here, the number 1 pick overall back in 1996, back with the New York Jets, entering 11 years of football, Carolina. Chris Mortensen, Mel Kiper, he's gone nowhere. Not even the bathroom.
He went once.
What? Sorry, thank you for that. Let's write it down. What was his time going to the bathroom? 4.28. At any rate, if you tune in late, here's what happened that doesn't at the top of the draft, which seemed to go kind of to form. We started with Jamarcus Russell, quarterback, LSU, going to Oakland. Then Detroit did pick another wide receiver, Calvin Johnson, but this is a different one. Cleveland did not pick Brady Quinn. More on that shortly. They picked Joe Thomas out fishing with his dad in Lake Michigan, the big tackle from Wisconsin. Gaines Adams, the first defensive player. No Gaines Adams. Tampa Bay is hoping he goes with the Bucs. Then Arizona goes to Levi Brown, the tackle from Penn State. LaRon Landry, again, Landry going to Washington with the 6th pick with the safety from LSU. Minnesota held their breath and got Mercurial running back Adrian Peterson running inside all those games. Then Jamal Anderson, defensive end Arkansas, the first pick for Bobby Petrino's era in Atlanta. Miami was the first real huge curveball in this draft, and that's Ted Ginn, the very ultra-fast punt return, kick return receiver from Ohio State, but he went all the way at 9 to Miami. Houston took Amobi Okoye, the 19-year-old defensive tackle, lived his first 12 years in Nigeria. What a great story that is. Defensive tackle Louisville goes to Houston. San Francisco picked the very productive inside linebacker from Mississippi, Patrick Willis. And then the Buffalo Bills, circling one wagon at a time, drafted Marshawn Lynch, the running back from Cal. Remember, they lost Willis McGahee. Later on, of course, the story was Brady Quinn. The wait, and the waiting is the hardest part, which Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers once sang, but then eventually he went not to Cleveland at 3, but to Cleveland at 22 in a trade they made with the Dallas Cowboys. So now we've had some quarterbacks go in the second round, Cobb, Beck, Stanton. We still have more time in the second round for Trent Edwards. 6 hours and 8 minutes was the first round. We've seen 11 trades thus far, which is amazing because the first one we had was the 14th pick. So once they turned on the faucet, no one could stop the water. There were more trades. So now we're back to the second round where the 49th pick overall and the Cincinnati Bengals have gone running back. Bengals earlier in the day going defensive back Leon Hall. Now they pick Kenny Irons, running back Auburn.
Rudy Johnson, Auburn. You go back to that War Eagle program with Kenny Irons to be a complimentary back. You know, there could be that 1-2 punch. This is a guy that had some nicks. Minor injuries this year. Productivity was down. But you go back to 2005, he was outstanding. Showed Cadillac Williams type ability. You see him here catching the football, the elusiveness and the ability to make people miss in the open field. Runs hard. He's a willing blocker. The kid has an awful lot of ability. If he'd have been healthy all year, you'd have probably been looking at a guy who would have drawn some late first-round consideration. Tough football player. You can work him in the mix with Rudy Johnson. Gives Marvin Lewis offense in terms of that running attack a little bit more security, knowing that Kenny Irons can do a job for
It might surprise some of those following the Bengals because Kenny Irons is value right here. But a lot of people said they go defense, defense, defense on day one. Maybe slip in an offensive lineman. Nobody talked about running back, but he is a guy, as Mel mentioned, could have been a first-round pick had he come out a year ago.
And now we start with another running back. Tennessee, remember, one Henry for another, right? Travis Henry out, Chris Henry in.
This is not the Bengals, Chris Henry.
No, it's not. He comes in ready to go, ready for action, sir. And he's the running back from Arizona, and he goes to Tennessee.
Thing with this kid is physically gifted. 5'11 and a quarter, 230 pounds. Ran a 4.39 to 4.43 at the combine. Vertical 36 inches. Did 26 reps. You expected him to be just one of these guys that could just stampede defenders and would put up 140, 160 yards in every game. That was not the case. There were games where he was averaging 3.5 or less, 3.2 or less a carry. Was not a big factor in a number of games. Did have the Oregon game where he ran wild, so you saw glimpses and flashes of dynamite ability, but he didn't really translate all that physical prowess into consistent productivity running with the football, or he'd have gone higher than this. Some thought maybe somebody would reach in the late first, early second. He still becomes a second-round pick here at pick 50, so probably goes a little higher than his productivity indicated.
Well, here's speed, and Chris Henry and Kenny Irons, who we just saw at the combine. Understand it's not the fastest clocking of all, but still they were running on the same track. Cincinnati made Chris Henry to Tennessee pretty fast.
And when you need a running back, you don't always have to reach and go up and get a guy. You can always find a quality running back with value in the second and third rounds, like a Curtis Martin, or even a guy like a Julius Jones that I've played with.
Well, it tells you that Lendell White, they have concerns about him. They got him in the second round last year. They let Travis Henry go. They talked to San Diego about Michael Turner. But, you know, this is a guy, I kept hearing, he wasn't productive. The one thing about running backs, you do like to see productivity in college, and this guy was not. He was a workout guy. So, you know, there was kind of an iffy proposition on him.
No, but more, when you look at Tennessee last year, it was Travis Henry who really resurrected their offense. People want to talk about Vince Young and the great job he did. Yes, he was terrific, but it was the running game that really got him going. So clearly, losing Henry, now they need a guy to come and replace him. I think they have the guy.
But just to talk about Lendell White for a minute, they haven't completely given up on Lendell White. What they like to do is get him into shape. They like him, or else they wouldn't have drafted him. They have some character issues there, obviously, and that's why he went in the second round last year. But if he gets his act together, Norm Child is going to stick with him at the running back position, at least in the beginning of the season.
If he gets his act together.
In shape. Football. Come on here. Smoking.
Well, the New York Giants are on the clock. There's fans certainly that have waited this pick out. Giants, St. Louis, Dallas coming up bottom half of the second round begins.
We've got one shot to get him.
I'm Jamarcus Russell. I'm Alan Branch.
I'm Paul Posluszny.
I'm Brady Quinn. I'm Troy Smith.
We're on the clock. That's good. That's good.
You're watching NFL Draft on ESPN. ESPN.
Not really giving details right now. We've made our decision, and that's what we're sticking to.
First choice NFL draft. They did not finish well last couple of years. They did get the playoffs.
Alex is my man, but he does not show up all the time.
Well, and the thing about Eli, when he lost Amani Toomer last year to injury, he lost a guy he knew would always be in the right place at the right time. And then you get Plexico Burress who's all over the map. And Shockey, is he hurt? Isn't he hurt? So, yes, they needed to get Eli some help, Ron.
There's no question about it. When you select a franchise quarterback, you got to surround him with quality personnel. I still believe they got to move toward the offensive line and protect him. He took a beating last year.
All right, so here's the depth chart. Yeah, Plexico is, at times, he's an interesting trade coming up, which we're going to have to get to. But I mean, they have talent, there's no question, but Steve Smith's slot, obviously completely different type of receiver than Plexico, and Amani Toomer.
And he can play inside. He can do some of the same things that Keenan McCardell did, like I mentioned before. They have a big receiver in Plexico Barris right there with him. And Plex is not the best mentor for him, but Tom Coughlin is right there, and he'll put the whip to him.
I hate to jump over here to leave the New York Giants here, but let's keep talking about another Southern Cal receiver. We've been talking about Mike Williams, the former #1 pick of the Lions, getting traded to somebody. He's a former Southern Cal receiver. He just got traded. The Oakland Raiders, with Lane Kiffin, his former receivers coach at Southern Cal, now the head coach at Oakland, just traded for Mike Williams from Detroit, and to get Josh McCown, backup quarterback. So the Raiders now have a veteran quarterback. They get another receiver, and Mike Williams, who Lane Kiffin obviously still believes in. And I say, still watch out for Randy Moss moving this weekend, possibly.
You know, it's more interesting, and you mentioned Mike Williams. Just late last season, he started coming on. You know, he had some big catches against Dallas late in the season. Mike Martz was starting to believe that he could become a receiver you can count on. He got better as the season wore on and became productive.
And the thing about it we all have to remember is now he's going back into a system that he's familiar with that was at Southern Cal. Lane Kiffin, now he can do some things, maybe get into shape, not show up late for meets, trust the guy.
What a novel idea.
Hey,
what a novel idea.
It's kind of the way it goes.
Show up to the meetings.
Because when you're disgruntled, Jaws, and you don't like being somewhere, you'll always give your best.
So this is a new leaf on life for him.
Hey, that's just the way it is. Hopefully it all works out for him, because if it doesn't work out for him, he'll be like everybody else when it doesn't work out. He'll be at home somewhere working for UPS.
He needed a change of scenery, but like Jaws said, Martz said that he didn't really like Williams coming out of college. Obviously, it didn't go well last year when Martz first came in there. But the more he worked, they got him working pretty hard in practice in November. They thought, hey, he might have some time. In fact, Martz says even when he's heavy, he goes, he's got more ability than I thought. The only problem is he came in and dropped a couple passes in games, and surely I think that kind of set him back right there. He had to move on, change of scenery, especially now with Calvin Johnson on board.
I want to ask Keith, the year of inactivity, Mort, that he had prior to coming out. I mean, he didn't play any football. He goes into the NFL. That's got to be a factor that hurt Mike Williams initially. He played for two different coaches, two different offenses. To me, this change of scenery better get him going.
Well, when you're young, you can't do that. Veteran players may be able to sit several games, even a year, to come back and produce and play well. When you're young, you're 19, 20 years old, you don't really know what to expect going into the NFL.
One of the complaints I heard about him from Lions coaching staff is that this guy walked into the league with a sense of entitlement. In other words, give me the job. I mean, I'm your first round pick. Give me the job. I don't have to practice hard. I'm the guy. I'll show up on game days. It doesn't work in this league.
But also, we always talk about fit when we talk about players. Mike Williams was a bad fit for the Detroit style of offense. When you look at Mike Martz receivers, they're quick, darting type receivers. They don't do that sit down, plan, break.
But they didn't draft it. They didn't draft it.
I know it, but he never adapted their style of offense as well. So the best thing, as Keyshawn said, is give him a new lease on life, see if he can get it going with Kiffin.
I definitely believe that he'll do well in Oakland with Kiff.
Well, Mel hopes so.
Oh, yeah.
Cheers of McCown and Mike Williams for a fourth-round pick. Raiders, quarterbacks, receivers, all sorts of stuff. We'll be back in just a moment in New York.
Sorry, that trade was too big not to get.
Right there. Go, 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 go.
The Kia Spectra, 35 miles per gallon and fun to drive. Now with 0% APR plus 1,000 bonus cash.
Yikes, you got the middle, but that's okay. You got Wendy's new Steakhouse Double Melt. You know how good the middle can be. Caramelized onions and mushrooms, bacon, creamy Swiss, and peppercorn sauce melted in the middle of two hot and juicy, fresh, never frozen beef patties. It's gone. Good move, Mr. 14B. You just landed in the best position to do what tastes right.
Jorge.
Yeah.
What's going on with your hat, man?
What's wrong with my hat, man?
I mean, it doesn't look like a ball player's hat. I mean, it looks all brand new, you know?
Just come out of the box.
I'm a catcher, man. I never had to wear that thing.
You got to break this thing in. Hey, Wally. Wally. It's not what you think.
This is the ultimate indoor RC helicopter. Introducing Reflex from Air Hogs. The new radio-controlled copter with dual thrust propellers for precision control. Forward, backward, up, down, left, and right. Take Reflex places no other copter has gone before. Amazing precision control, indoors and out. Small enough to land in the palm of your hand. Powerful enough to take to the skies. Amazing performance at the touch of your fingertips. You get the Reflex with the dual thrust propellers, the 6-way controller, the AC charger, backup rotors, and the display case. Plus, we'll also include our brand new flight simulator, so you can use it on your PC for even more outrageous fun. And you can get all this for 2 payments of $34.95. It's Reflex from Air Hogs. Must be 18 years or older to call or log on.
To order, call 1-800-618-2296. That's 1-800-618-2296. Call now.
The draft continues on ESPN2. Trey Wingo here with you, and thanks to Coors Light and the video conferencing, we bring in now the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, Marvin Lewis. Marvin, you take Leon Hall, the cornerback, 18th overall selection in the first round. What did you like most about Leon Hall out of Michigan?
Well, we really liked Leon's ability to run and cover. He's been really a complete player. His time there at Michigan. He's done things that you have to do in the NFL. He's played off coverage, he's played quarters, he's played man, he's played 1/3. So he's really demonstrated the abilities and the techniques that you need to play at this level.
This is the first draft that we've had since the new player conduct policy has been put in place, Marvin. Obviously, that was a big concern in Cincinnati this past season. How much did the idea of this new player conduct policy go into your decision to draft or not draft players?
Well, it has nothing really to do with the player conduct policy. Just again, as I've said many times, we just got to make sure that the guys we take, we're not buying into the bargain a little bit when a guy slides and has different issues in his background. We're at a point right now where we've been a little bit unlucky in those things, and so we can't have them trip us up anymore. Spending too much time doing interviews like this talking about it.
Well, that's only one of the we want to talk to you about a lot of things, Marvin, but obviously that is one of them with all the problems that have gone on in Cincinnati in this past season. You must have a penchant for running backs out of Auburn because you take Kenny Irons in the second round. You already have one that's pretty good there in Rudy Johnson. What do you like about Kenny?
Well, I really thought Kenny gave us another asset to have on our football team. Chris Perry's been injured. We're unsure of when he'll be back from his injury. We have our third down back has been Kenny Watson. So Kenny Irons was the back, the position we had rated, and the player we had rated up there the highest. And so we really feel it fits a need, and also is a good player that can make people miss.
What's the one thing else you need to address on draft weekend to get the Cincinnati Bengals back into the playoffs, the position that you feel you still need to shore up?
Well, we still want to keep adding some young defensive players, and we'll continue to see what happens down the line offensively. But there was a run on some guys there in the middle of that round, and so kind of took us out of the defensive market.
Marvin, we appreciate the time. You know it's late on the first day of the draft when Marvin comes up with a tie a little undone. Marvin, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you later on down the road.
Thank you.
As we continue on Coors Light video conferencing, we want to bring in the general manager of the New York Football Giants, and that is Jerry Reese. Jerry, a lot of people thought you might go offensive line in the first round. Instead, you go Aaron Ross, the cornerback out of Texas. What did you like most about him?
Well, Aaron Ross, he gives us a side speed corner to throw into the mix. He's productive around the ball, makes a lot of plays on the football. We like that about him. I think he had 6 interceptions, 19 pass breakups. And also, he gives us an option as a punt returner. He's had 3 punt returns in his career for touchdowns, so we like that about him as well.
This is
size.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he fits what we're trying to do now, I think. Steve Spagnuolo gives us, characteristics of players that he liked defensively, and he fits the bill for us in that way. You know, the big corner, can put his hand on people, and we like him in that aspect as well.
This is your first draft as a general manager. You've been with the Giants for a while. We just talked to Marvin Lewis. How much in your room, in your draft board discussions, did you debate talent versus character in light of what's been going on in the NFL in the last weeks with the new player policy?
Trey, we've always, with the New York Giants, we've always, you know, took that into account, the character issues. So that's not new with us. We've always, ever since I've been with the New York Giants, we've always took the character flaws into consideration. That's not new for us.
The offensive side of the ball addressed in the second round. What do you like about Steve Smith?
We like Steve Smith. He's a gamer. We like him. He's been steady out there in a winning program for a long time. He's played a lot of football for them. Quarterbacks like this kind of receiver. You know, if you throw the ball to this guy, he's going to make a play for you. He can catch the ball and do something after the catch. So he's steady. I don't know, you can call him spectacular like some of the other receivers that went a little higher up top, but this guy is steady. We think he'll be a solid contributor in our receiver corps.
Jerry, what do you need to see out of Eli Manning this year to develop him farther as a quarterback and take the Giants where they need to go, which is farther into the playoffs?
Well, we just need Eli to play within himself and be the leader of the team, and don't try to do too much. I think we've asked him to try to do too much at some point. But we want Eli to play within himself and make the plays that he's supposed to make. I think things will slow down for him a little bit this time. I think into your third season as a full-time quarterback, I think things slow down for you. So we expect him to play well for us.
Jerry, we appreciate the time and best of luck mining for gold as the draft continues, day 1 and day 2.
Thanks, Jerry.
Well, you heard Jerry talk about it. One of the things they need, guys, as we're back on the NFL Live set with Mark May, Sean Salisbury, and Michael Smith, more consistency is what they're hearing out of Eli Manning. Can they get that out of him, especially now that they've gotten him another wide receiver to throw to?
No, because if you're going to get more consistency out of your quarterback, Eli Manning, you better protect him with the offensive line. That's an area they needed to address in this draft. They didn't get that done thus far. They're going from the outside in, getting a cornerback and a wide receiver. If you're Eli Manning, you're saying, I lost Tiki Barber. I don't have anybody to block up front for Brandon Jacobs. I don't have anyone to protect me as a quarterback. So right now, I don't care how many receivers you get, you need to be protected up front, and the Giants don't have the players right now to fill those holes.
And, Mark, maybe they'll address that as this draft continues to roll on. Getting Aaron Ross in the first round, obviously a corner that they needed, and Steve Smith, who is a finisher. The guy knows how to close, a good route runner, and in the Meadowlands with the weather and all that, you need a guy who can do that, who is consistent. Now, with Eli Manning, for me, I believe in the third year, guys do start to get it and start to understand. Things do start to slow down. What Eli's got to do now is become the closer his brother is. First 8 games you saw in that graphic, been pretty good. The last 8 games, and you can't have that because once you get to December and January, you have got to find a way to get it done. I believe he'll make quantum leaps this year in New York.
I can tell you something about Jerry Reese. He is not a reach-for-need guy. He takes the best available player. If that player happens to match a need, cornerback does, that's where he went. But you mentioned Peyton Manning. Let me say this about Peyton. As great a quarterback as Peyton Manning is, Bill Polian in Indianapolis has done everything possible his entire career to ensure that that quarterback is successful, drafting receivers in the first round, drafting running backs in the first round, keeping a line in front of him, even if it means sacrificing on defense. They have defensive needs this year. Look at what they did. They're getting him another Brandon Stokely and Anthony Gonzalez. So long as the Giants continue to put pieces around Eli Manning, and like you heard Jerry Reese say, not asking him to do too much, I think he'll be successful. Maybe not Peyton Manning successful, but successful.
And Tom Coughlin understands that, and as Jerry Reese does, that there's a sense of urgency because Tom will not be coaching in 2008 with the Giants unless they find a way to get it done this year.
And the biggest problem for Eli as he continues to develop may be the fact that they don't have that dynamic runaway back in Tiki Barber anymore. They've got Reuben Drones and Brandon Jacobs, basically the same guy. Okay, there has been a trade between the Cowboys and the Browns, and I believe the Browns have moved up in this round to take the cornerback Eric Wright. In this trade, the Cowboys get a 3rd-round pick, a 4th, and a 6th-round pick. The Browns receive a 6th-round pick, and they get the Cowboys' 2nd-round pick, the cornerback Eric Wright out of UNLV. Why is this interesting? Well, Eric Wright is one of those guys with significant character flags on his resume. You look at what happened to him. There you see his physical attributes at UNLV, but according to the L.A. District Attorney Office, the woman testified positive for date rape drug an 18-year-old woman in the March of 2005. there are issues with Eric Wright. A lot of people like his ability, but now the Browns are making a move up, Michael, to get a guy that has a pretty big flag on his resume right now.
Well, this is a flag that waves. There are several teams, I can tell you, that would not touch him. He was one of the players that they said, we will not draft this guy. You know, conduct policy, whatever, we don't believe that he is worth a draft choice. But the interesting thing about the Browns giving up all these picks to get him, I mean, you take a Brady Quinn, you got to get some pieces around him to continue helping him. Yeah, you got Braylon Edwards and Kellen Winslow or whatever. Upgrade that running game. Continue to upgrade that offensive line. They got to make sure he's successful.
And with Joe Thomas and with Brady Quinn, this may put a little tarnish on what they have done so far.
Well, it will. Let's make sure we're clear on what Eric Wright has been involved with. He was arrested in March of 2005 on suspicion of rape and drug possession after allegedly giving an 18-year-old woman some pills. According to them, police found 136 ecstasy pills in the apartment shared by Wright and a teammate. So this is not, I mean, it's one thing, I guess, 136, that is a significant number, and these are other fairly substantial charges here of rape and drug possession here, guys. This is not, for lack of a better term, a traffic violation we're looking at here.
And if you're looking at character issues, this is one of them. You explained that, Mike. But I think when you look back on this situation down the road, they're hoping that he's cleaned up his act. They're looking at a player that had first-round draft pick potential if he didn't have these off-field problems. They're thinking they got to steal at this point of the draft. But the bottom line is, from this point on, he's getting a second chance. That's what this is about. That's what the new laws or the new rules in the NFL is about, giving players a second chance. He's getting a second chance in this.
Yeah, but I would ask, is it worth it? Is it worth the risk? Hang on a second. Is it worth the risk of wondering if, in fact, hey, is this guy going to work out? Is he not? Do I got to babysit him at 11 o'clock on a Thursday night? All the time. You're a professional. You're getting paid. I ask you this, with the money now and all this, then what happens? Now, not questioning what kind of a player he is. Sure. This guy's a player. But now you got to get to the point where you're dealing with the NFL, because teams now can also get themselves in trouble with money and everything else if, in fact, he violates this conduct.
Well, let's go back to something you said earlier about this tarnish and what they've done this year so far. Let's give Phil Savage and Romeo Crennel, who comes from New England.
Absolutely.
And that's a big character program there. The benefit of the doubt, they've researched this guy. If his football character, that's what this team needs right now, because they've had some issues with Braylon Edwards and Kellen Winslow and some other guys in terms of immaturity. If this guy's football character is okay, and this was a mistake, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt now to say that they researched this, then maybe this works out.
But the issue is you can't just say it's football character anymore. Roger Goodell, the commissioner, has come out and said, listen, it can't just be about football. It has to be about everything.
What did I say about this, too, earlier in this draft? I said that, you know what, was about the flag waving. If it's not waving, this one's waving a little bit like you mentioned. But if the guy helps you win, remember now, Romeo Crennel's on the hot seat as far as keeping his job. So if they think that this kid can come in and play, you're willing to hedge a little bit. We had this conversation leading up to the draft about these type of players. Now it's a hedge, because you're saying, well, we're going to hope he's going to help us, because a guy like this with character, he better be a darn good football player, better contribute yesterday if you're going to take this risk.
And let's remember this, the NFL has the deepest pockets of any sports organization. They're going to do their due diligence, particularly now. A background check. They're going to talk to his parents. They're going to talk to his girlfriend. They're going to talk to his high school coach. They're going to make sure that he knows that this may be his last chance. And they're going to talk to the individual, the player, to make sure that they have a good gut feeling about him and his future with his football team.
Just to make sure we're clear on everything that went on with Eric Wright. This happened when he was at USC. Eventually, police declined to press charges, but USC upheld a suspension. He then decided to transfer and go to UNLV. So that is the book, and that is the red flag that we've been talking about with Eric Wright. Obviously, the Browns think it's not that big of a deal. We'll see what happens. Let's go back to New York and Chris Berman.
All right, gang, thank you very much. So, obviously, Eric Wright was going to be one of the players who was going to be debated. That began, as Trey and company said, at USC. And so now you have a difference of opinion here. So let's talk about first Eric Wright, the player, Mel. And we know that, at USC, and he had shown some big-time ability. By the way, as far as I know, no relation to the Eric Wright, who was one of the best corners in football in the 80s with the San Francisco 49ers. So let's not get that.
Boom, before all the talk came out in the last couple months about penalties and the ramifications of off-the-field issues cropping back up again, this kid had a chance, you would have thought, to be a late first-round pick. That 6 to 8 month situation where if a kid has a problem going through the draft process, then it's more of an issue with some things. This happened several years ago at USC. Been fine at UNLV. I talked to them. They had no issues. He was a heck of a player at USC, no question about that. You're talking about pick number 53. I had him at 42, and that was taken into consideration consideration the concerns about the off-the-field issue. He could have very easily, had he performed at a high level throughout his career, never had an issue at all, he'd have been right there with Darrelle Revis and certainly right there with Leon Hall in the middle of the first round.
He's lost himself some money, guys. If this pick had gone in the middle of the first round, then yes, I think it's a spirited debate, and you can still obviously argue it. If it's the Cincinnati Bengals, it's a big red flag, but it's not. It's the Cleveland Browns, and he's cost himself money here.
In the beginning of this whole entire draft, I talked about this one individual person that can jump up and do some things. He would have been originally probably a top 15 pick had he stayed at USC and not gotten into trouble. But you got to remember, Romeo Crennel comes from a background with Bill Belichick and those guys in New England. But he doesn't make the call here. Phil Savage makes the call. And Phil Savage drafted guys in Baltimore that worked out for him that may have had some small flags underneath their belt.
This is a situation that's working out exactly the way I thought it would work out. We talk about the character issue against talent. When they're sitting in that war room and you see Eric Wright on the board, the football guy is going, yeah, this guy can cover. He can play man-to-man. He can jam at the line. He can shut a guy down one-on-one. And some of the guys do the background research going, well, he's got this flag, this flag, this flag. Then Romeo Crennel and Phil Savage and go, you know what? We got to win football games. Can the guy play football? Ultimately, that wins out.
Guys, the Bengals weren't going to take this guy. The Minnesota Vikings actually have 24 guys that they have turned over that they're not going to draft this weekend. But teams like the Browns and many teams certainly were looking at Eric Wright in the second round.
Well, so Eric Wright, that debate, we'll see. Hopefully he comports himself well, and we're just judging him as a football player. Before that, St. Louis took running back Brian Leonard. I would say running back in that true sense. Is he halfback? Is he fullback? We know he can leap tall buildings literally with a single bound. He was 4-year starter for Shiano. He was kind of we're going to turn Rutgers from an afterthought into a big-time program, and he was there from start to finish.
Boom, I thought he would go one pick earlier to the New York Giants. I talked about him before the pick of Steve Smith was made. I thought it'd be ideal for the Giants with Tiki Barber moving on, retiring. I thought Brian Leonard could be more than a fullback. He could be a running back. You see his athleticism from the Leonard leap, tremendous vertical jump. A guy that caught a lot of passes, caught a pass in 47 straight games at Rutgers. A guy that really did a lot of good things for this program. He pretty much made Rutgers what they are, along with Greg Schiano coming into that program as the head coach, recruiting a lot of those kids out of the Florida prep ranks and more. Without Brian Leonard staying at Rutgers and having the career he did, he basically helped put Rutgers on the national map.
A great team player, and Schiano did tell pro teams, one of the best football players I've ever coached. But I'm looking at the Rams, I'm saying, you got Steven Jackson. You have offensive line needs. Here's Ryan Khalil of Southern Cal, who was available. He would have started for you. It would have been perfect for the Rams. So I just question, I love the fact that Leonard is in the second round. I thought he had a chance to be in the top half of the second round, but I really question why it is the Rams. Because they have Steven Jackson.
Frank Wycheck was a running back at Maryland, became an H-back, moved tight end with the Tennessee Titans in the NFL. I think a lot of people think with his hands and his athleticism and his speed, keep in mind, 6'1 and a half, 235 pounds, around a 4.52 at the combine. He can run. He's got good hands. He's a great competitive football player who loves the game. You can do more than just utilize him as a conventional fullback, running back, or H-back, move tight end. Opens up a lot of opportunities.
All right, while we talk, we've had 3 quarterbacks go in the second round, but Trent Edwards not yet. But it's still plenty of picks left in the second round. Some good teams could be a good spot for this young man to go. So the playoff team's coming up. Chiefs next, followed by Seahawks.
The Contender Challenge, UK versus USA, continues Tuesdays on ESPN.
So now this DirecTV Superfan thing is going to show all these NFL games in beautiful high definition. Well, let's all run out and get bikini waxes so that we look nice for our close-ups.
Sign up for NFL Sunday Ticket today and get Superfan for free.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
Changing, yeah, everything's changing. But I'm through with all this changing. I like the way I'm living, and I got my reasons why. And I'm not gonna go changing. No, I'm not
Coors,
gonna change.
the banquet beer.
So he sent me the most beautiful bouquet ever.
What'd the card say?
Only something beautiful for my something beautiful.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I know.
Everyone here has been joking. He must have done something really bad. You don't think... you don't think he could have... Oh...
Singular is now the new AT&T. Your world delivered. And get Mom a red pearl for Mother's Day.
Traffic ahead.
Incredible. You found a golf course near the conference. Awesome Chinese. Now you find me a way around traffic. I love you.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Take Market Street exit.
You're right. We'll just keep it professional, you know?
Go everywhere, find everything. Fall hard for the new Where To GPS at Avis.
Sunday, two National League Central rivals clash.
It's gone!
Hot-hitting Derek Lee looks to keep the Cubs on pace with Albert Pujols and the world champion Cards. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, 8 Eastern.
Dave Revson with the SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. Top NFL draft news. Jamarcus Russell, #1 overall pick in the draft. The LSU quarterback goes to the Raiders. Notre Dame QB Brady Quinn slipped all the way to 22. The Browns trading up to get him. ESPN's Ed Werder reports Cowboys owner Jerry Jones says he is committed to paying Terrell Owens his $3 million roster bonus due in June, meaning T.O. will remain in Dallas. NBA today, the Pistons finish off a sweep in the Magic behind 25 from Chauncey Billups. And LeBron James, 30 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists as the Cavs go up 3-zip on Washington. Details SportsCenter, 11 Eastern, ESPN2. Chris?
All right, Dave, thank you very much. And now we are... All right, we're trying to listen behind us here, but let's go to your next players that are available. Ryan Khalil is a interesting player.
Good football player, center guard. He will be a heck of a center in this league. He could arguably end up being a Pro Bowl center and one of the elite pivot men in this league. You look at Tim Crowder. If he would have just been more consistent, he flashed first-round ability, didn't sustain it throughout the season and even through an entire game. Samson Satelli, he figured to be a late 2, and we're still not yet all the way towards the end of the second round. Trent Edwards, we thought would go in round 2. Nothing wrong with round 3 if he dropped to that point, considering he had the injury issues at Stanford. Charles Johnson, another kid. These juniors are getting hurt. Coming out early has not benefited these kids. Charles Johnson outproduced Quentin Moses, had a big year for Georgia, comes out early. Had he gone back, you'd have been looking at a high first-round pick, at worst a mid-first-round pick. So a Sidney Rice, a Charles Johnson, a Dwayne Jarrett, these underclassmen better reevaluate when they decide to come out early.
Cost themselves money again.
You do cost yourself money when you don't go in the first round, but if you go in the second round, you still get an opportunity to perform, and as long as you perform, you're going to get paid. You'll get to that money. Right? And let's remember, the first contract is not always where you make the money. You make the money when you become an unrestricted free agent or something along those lines and get the big second payday in the second segue of getting your contract.
I don't have as much of a problem with Jarrett, even Sidney Rice, because speed was an issue. But a Charles Johnson from Georgia with his pass rush ability, next year, if you look at that draft and look at the top 10 to 15 guys already, he'd have been heavily in that mix with another great year at Georgia.
I'm still mystified by Ryan Khalil, the USC center, not being drafted yet. The only thing I did hear on him is that you mentioned he could play guard. Some teams didn't think that he had to play. He was a pure center, but what a center if you need it. And you ask Peyton Manning, you get a great center like Jeff Saturday, like he has in Indianapolis.
Right.
Your center's like your second quarterback on that offense.
You're right. Ask the Bills how valuable Kent Hull was during those 4 teams that won the Super Bowl. Now, speaking of Super Bowl, a year ago, the NFC representative in the Super Bowl was the Seattle Seahawks. They have not had a first. They're the only team yet to draft today because, remember, they got Deion Branch from the Patriots, so they'd given up their first-round pick. Very busy in the offseason, signing defensive end Patrick Kearney from Atlanta, Deion Grant, former Jacksonville, and Brian Russell. So a couple of new safeties. They did not re-sign Jeremy Stevens. Trouble and drops, etc. Hamlin, the safety, gone to Dallas. Grant Wistrom, the veteran, the big free agent that they had signed a couple of years ago from St. Louis, they let him go as well. And Seattle looking for help at corner, one of the places that they want. Now they've got corners to play with Trufant and Herndon, but they've just selected the Maryland quarterback Josh Wilson, and This is a team. It's an interesting team that was quite integral to make the Seahawks at the moment. How about Wilson, Mel?
4.39 speed. Now, he's only 5'9 and a quarter, about 188 pounds. I think he's your nickel back at the pro level, has kick return ability as well. So he's going to help you on special teams, make some plays in that secondary, because he's very opportunistic and did a good job in that Maryland Terrapin secondary, where Dominique Foxworth came out a few years ago. He's done a pretty good job in Denver. And you see here the kick return ability of Josh Wilson, that 4.39 speed, pretty good athlete overall. I think for a team that's looking for a complementary defensive back, that extra defensive back, nickel or dime back, special teams guy in the kick return game, Josh Wilson figured to go after he ran that 4.39, and he's always shown great recovery ability. Figured to be a second or at worst an early third-round pick.
You know, Mel, you can't have enough good corners in the National Football League, especially if you're a team like Seattle. They like to use those zone blitz schemes. John Marshall likes to get after the quarterback, the defensive coordinator. So clearly, you need a guy that can play that slot. And clearly, when you look at Josh Wilson, he's a guy that can play inside on the slot.
You know what? Before we're going to, okay, we'll talk about the Seahawks in a moment, because remember, one little thing let's put in, Hasselbeck played hurt last year. Sean Alexander was hurt half the year. Look, in the NFC, there's room to move. They almost beat the Bears in Chicago. Could they get back into a championship game or a Super Bowl? Yes, it is possible. Kansas City picking before, and this is somebody that they had targeted in the second round. They thought he'd be there. Defensive tackle Turk McBride from Tennessee goes to the Chiefs. Big guy inside, Mel.
I'll tell you, he was a very valuable member of that defensive line, played end and tackle. Justin Harrell gets hurt. He has to move inside. You look at him at defensive end, made some plays. Not a dominator, but at 6'3", 277 pounds. Good athlete, did 27 reps at the combine, so he has the upper body strength to give you some dual versatility on your defensive front.
And as Herm Edwards has repeatedly said, we got to get younger. We got to get younger.
Oldest team in football.
Defensive line, you know, they missed on Ryan Sims. You know, your old coach, Dick Vermeil, just missed on that one there, Jaws.
Why you got to take a shot? I'll take a shot. But you're right.
So the Chiefs and Seahawks have picked. We get Denver, Philly, New Orleans coming up. And we shall return.
Things you love about basketball. Quickness. Quickness. Athleticism. Athleticism. Desire. Desire. You're a fan. You just don't know it yet. Watch MLS Primetime Thursday nights on ESPN2. Presented by Adidas.
Come, who am I? SpongeBob, no pants.
Wow.
SpongeBob fever is spreading. Grab some tasty chicken fries and toys, only at BK.
It started with a simple idea. Build an automobile that takes the sheer joy of driving to a whole new level. Use advanced technologies without sacrificing fuel economy. Take advantage of a racing-inspired heritage. Provide an interior space that fulfills every need. The TSX from Acura.
Now you can lease a TSX for $299 a month for well-qualified customers.
Hey, neighbor. Getting the 3-burner grill, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going with the 4-burner with
infrared technology.
Oh, is that the 4-seater? Yeah.
Mine seats 6. Oh, and he's got the beverage center. I go with the choice deck or the Trex.
My deck's gonna be 10 by 15. Maybe 2 decks.
At Lowe's, you'll find everything you need to make your backyard the best one on the block.
Check out the gazebo. You got a gazebo.
Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seem to help. I know downtown, downtown, things will be great when you're downtown. Everything's waiting for you.
No matter what you want to do in life takes Visa.
Come, who am I? SpongeBob, no pants.
Wow.
SpongeBob fever is spreading. Grab some tasty chicken fries and toys, only at BK.
San Diego Chargers had the best record in the AFC last season, but did not win a playoff game, and now they try and get set and do a little better in 2007. Welcome back to the NFL Draft on ESPN2. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. We'll let you know what they do with the 58th overall pick in the second round in just a little bit. But we're joined now, thanks to Coors Light video conferencing, by the new head coach of the San Diego Chargers. That would be Norv Turner. Norv, you go after a wide receiver, Craig Davis, out of LSU in the first round. What made him the right fit for you?
Well, the thing about Craig, he's been a productive player throughout his entire career, and we really thought it was a great fit for us. You know, we think early or right away he can help us in the slot, he can help us on third down, and we also see him as a guy that's a complete player. It can be a starting receiver in the league, it can be a high-level starting receiver in the league, and obviously can help us as a punt returner right away.
You go defensive in the second round. I think you traded 4 picks for the safety Eric Weddle out of Utah. Mark May was sitting next to me, and he said, how can they trade that many picks for Eric Weddle? What do you say?
Well, Eric obviously was a guy we wanted to have here, and Eric's an outstanding football player. And again, the great thing about Eric, he can have an impact with our team right away. He's played in the slot. He can play safety. He can play on third down. You know, and he's going to be an outstanding special teams player for us.
Norv, you signed Michael Turner to the restricted one-year offer, $2.35 million, right before the draft, LaDainian Tomlinson's backup. Is he going to stay with the Chargers, or does that just facilitate you guys to make a trade and move him?
Well, there's obviously been a lot of conversation about Michael, and you know, I always approach it from the standpoint, he's on our football team, and he's going to be here until something different happens. I think people that know my background and in terms of wanting to run the football, I'd love to have Michael here, have LaDainian, have Michael do the things he did last year. He's an explosive player. He made a lot of big plays, and you know, I think he'll help our entire football team.
Well, it certainly worked out having both of them there last season. The Chargers 14-2 a year ago, Norv, but could not get that playoff win. How does this team take the next step in 07? What do you as the head coach need to do?
Well, I think the biggest thing for us, you know, we're playing with a lot of young football players. We got a lot of guys that are going to improve, that I think are just starting to feel how good they can be as players. So we can improve as a football team. I think the fact that they didn't win a playoff game last year, it's that bad taste in their mouth, and there's a real sense of urgency. We're off to a great start in our off-season program, and like I say, it's a great group of young players, and I believe they feel they have something to prove.
Norv, we appreciate the time. I'm sure we'll talk to you later on down the road.
Okay, good talking to you guys.
Norv Turner, head coach of the San Diego Chargers, the team.
He knows how to coach a little offense.
Yeah,
you think? Quarterbacks love him.
Go back to the 90s. Troy Aikman,
you ever heard of him?
Hall of Fame induction, was talking about Norv Turner and made him the Hall of Fame quarterback that he was.
He made the biggest impact on anybody's career in 3 years. Yep.
Let us go from the top of the AFC West to the bottom of the AFC West if you go back by 06 schedules, and that would be the Raiders. Listen, as Ron Jaworski likes to say, you want to get points in the passing game, and they certainly seem, Michael Smith, to have made strides in that direction, getting Jamarcus Russell with the first overall pick. They get the tight end out of Arizona State, Zach Miller, in the second round. They make the trade for Mike Williams. Not exactly a great fit in Detroit. Do you like what the Raiders have done here?
I like what they've done, and I like what they've done for the last couple of years, quite honestly. Now, this isn't a stretch by any means, considering they're the worst team in the league last year, but I think they'll be better, and a lot better next year, a lot more competitive. Al Davis and that organization, they're the butt of many jokes. We talked about the fact that last year they passed on Leinart and Cutler. Well, if they hit on Jamarcus Russell, they got their franchise quarterback. People compare him arm strength-wise to John Elway. Look at what they've done on defense the last couple of years. Michael Huff, Kirk Morrison, Thomas Howard. They put together a nice young defense. They should be better coached on offense. I like what this team has done in Randy Moss. They can get value for him. The Packers offering a conditional 4th, Patriots a conditional 3rd. Supposedly there's a 3rd team giving them even more. So they might get value for Randy Moss. This could be a really competitive team in the AFC West next year.
Now let me be the devil on the other shoulder.
I know I'm crazy.
No,
I know I'm crazy.
I know would-haves, should-haves, and could-haves. First of all, it just pains me to talk about an SC guy like this, but until Mike Williams, with that trade, he's been a stiff in this league. So until he proves that he can play and weigh 225 instead of 245 or 50, that to me is a wash. I don't care if Lane Kiffin's the coach, his former coach at SC, or not. I love Jamarcus Russell. This is big time. But until they learn to block somebody up front on offense, they got some major problems, and this young fella's going to take a beating. That being said, are the Raiders defensively? Hey, first of all, they couldn't throw up last year offensively. They make some people throw up, but Jamarcus Russell's going to start right away. Defensively, they're a playoff team.
They were a playoff.
All
They were a
three.
playoff
Were they? Let me tell you, you know what? Halfway there, but when you're shutting teams out 6-0, you sure as heck better start to score. Russell's going to take a little bit of a beating. I think he's going to be a great player, but they got a lot to do, and they're nowhere near it yet. They got a great defense on that side of the ball, though.
Well, you're saying the Raiders are going to be better. They can't get much worse.
Exactly.
So I'm right already. So you're looking at the situation with Jamarcus Russell. You're right, Sean. It's the offensive line. Quarterbacks were sacked 72 times last year. You can't throw the football from the horizontal position and have success in the NFL. You have to help them. They haven't picked an offensive lineman yet. They made a trade for a quarterback, a wide receiver. They drafted a tight end and drafted a quarterback. They better get some help on the offensive line. I don't care if they bring back Joe Maynard to play.
They got to get coaching.
Maybe that's why they took Jamarcus Russell, because they were so enamored with him being on one knee and throwing it 60 yards, because you figure that's the way Raider quarterbacks are going to be. They're heading toward the ground.
It was hard to bring down in college.
I'll tell you the issue, though, listen, if you're bringing in a young quarterback, do you really want him throwing to Mike Williams and Randy Moss, some guys that have been
I don't believe that Randy Moss is going to be the guy getting throws. I believe Moss is going to be out, or at least I'd think so.
But should Moss stay there? Keep up something in mind. Defense coordinator still double-team him. That's a great way to help a young quarterback.
I'd take a 5th-round draft pick for Moss at this point.
It all hinges on Jamarcus Russell. Michael Smith likes what they've done. We'll see what happens with the Raiders. Stay with us.
I'm Jamarcus Russell.
Use your elbows, use your elbows, use your arms, use your arms. Sprint out, sprint out.
You're watching the NFL Draft on ESPN.
You hear a high school kid takes a job at McDonald's. They work hard, take advantage of opportunities. And years later, that kid who was working at one McDonald's now leads thousands. You believe those stories? I did.
A new game will have America screaming one thing. America's biggest bingo game begins Friday, May 18th.
Pull that trigger.
And everyone can play along.
You're a winner.
But no one wants to hear those 2 words.
No bingo.
Fridays are National Bingo Night. Premieres May 18th, only on ABC.
I heard college was expensive, but whoa, first tuition, then books, lab fees, room and board, a laptop. So I'm stressing, how am I gonna pay for this now? Then I found a Stride. Loans made just for students. My parents co-signed the loan, so I got the money I needed, and I don't have to pay a cent until after I graduate. And I had my money in about a week. Nice.
With an Strive student loan, you can get up to $30,000 for college this year and not pay a cent until after you graduate. Get the money you need now and don't pay a cent until after you graduate.
Why stress? Get the money you need for college now and pay it back after you graduate with an Strive student loan.
You can get up to $30,000 for college now, and you don't have to pay a cent until 6 months after you graduate. Call 1-800-686-8037 or visit us online right now.
Welcome back to the 2007 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
And 5th round pick. All right, welcome back to New York, everybody. Philadelphia just made their second round pick. Victor Ampumiri from Notre Dame, defensive end. And the other was kind of, at one point, Mel thought maybe go a little higher.
Well, I'll tell you, he was probably a 2, Chris. I think he had a Gilman High School in Maryland and was scheduled to go to Maryland. Then he ends up at Notre Dame, does a real good job, and became over the last year and a half a real good pass rusher. That's number 95. Good pass rush technique. The pad level low, uses his hands and arms very well, so technically gets it done. I think the concern was some of those sacks came against some offensive tackles that he could get the best of from a talent standpoint. I think in the NFL, he's going to have to show that he can do it against the guys who know every trick in the book about how to keep you at bay. But it gives you everything he has. The He's going to see a lot of determination, a lot of effort out of this kid. And like I say, over the last year and a half, his pass rush skills improved dramatically. And he became really a real force at Notre Dame and probably their best overall defensive player.
So that's what Philadelphia has done thus far. And speaking of the Eagles, we welcome in on our Coors Light video conferencing the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. That would be Andy Reid. And Andy, first thing I got to ask, I didn't even think the Eagles and the Cowboys talked. You guys made a trade with them in the first round? What happened there?
Well, I like when they give me good quarterbacks.
Well, and you just ruined everybody's fantasy draft that went into the second round. So, Kevin Kolb, tell us what you saw, what you see in him, and because it to many seemed like a curveball.
No, absolutely. You know, the last time they booed a quarterback in Philadelphia, he turned out to be pretty good. So I'm feeling good right now. Kevin's really, you know, he's a heck of a player, and we go through our evaluation. This was really the first year, Boomer, that we could sit there and say, we've got a pretty good football team coming back to us, and we could pick the best player on the board that we considered the best player, and that was Kevin at the time. We've got one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. Now we got to add another one that's a fine football player.
Well, now you have, I mean, we'll get to Donovan in a minute. You have Feely there. You got Holcomb from Buffalo. You got, and Cobb. I mean, I guess that's quite a competition there behind McNabb.
Well, you know, John Gruden has me by one, I think, but we've got a good stockpile.
Tell us about Cobb that some saw, he's just a system guy. What do you see that would make you think that he can be a successful NFL quarterback?
Well, you know, we had an opportunity to bring him up and visit with him. We had an opportunity to go down and visit with him and work him out, and we just thought he would fit into the West Coast system very well. He's a coach's kid, and he's been coached hard, and has a great mind, head on his shoulders, and good solid person, and decided he'd fit in here well.
Let's go to Donovan McNabb now. What's his prognosis off the knee surgery, you know, in the middle of the season?
He's doing great. He's ahead of schedule. Donovan, this has nothing to do with Donovan McNabb. I can make that clear for everybody right here. This is all about taking the best player that I thought was on the board at the time. Donovan McNabb is doing great. He's still one of the greatest quarterbacks in the National Football League. I'm very partial. I think he's the best. But that, you know, again, he's doing great in his rehab.
What, by the end of this draft, by the end of tomorrow night, what do you hope to come out here with? You said you can line up and go out and play now, obviously, but what else would you like to accomplish here these 2 days?
Well, I'd like to take Keyshawn with me, bring him here, and, you know, he could score some touchdowns.
That's tampering.
Yeah, no, I know. Oh, that's right, it is. I just said that in front of the whole... The commissioner's sitting right there. I just said that. But he's a celebrity. He's a celebrity. I can get away with it. We're just looking, again, Boomer, we're looking at the best guys on the board. We felt that way with Victor. We just thought he was a tremendous athlete. He's got great size and speed, and he's come from a great system that Charlie's running there at Notre Dame.
Andy, good to see you back on the job. We appreciate you joining us, and best everybody at home, okay?
Thanks, Boomer. Appreciate it.
All right, Andy Reid, it's just good to see him coaching the Philadelphia Eagles. And,
good man.
They had a good team, and they can go places. And made it pretty clear that the Cobb, let's not read everything in that, okay, Donovan, he's not going to be healthy. He's not ready to go, and he made you happy. And actually, we should have told Andy the commissioner's not here. He got in the same car with Steve Young, and they went off someplace, right?
But yeah, but boom, I'm a little bit concerned about it. Andy said all the right things.
Yes.
But I could personalize this. I remember 1984 when the Eagles drafted Randall Cunningham. It was like my 8th year in the league.
Okay.
When a quarterback is taken in the second round, you get very, very nervous that your job is on the line. There's no question about it. This is going to make Donovan think what is going on.
Because Cunningham was taken in the second round.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes.
And you know, you begin to feel your mortality as a quarterback when they start drafting guys. We know how this game is played. Andy and the Eagles are going to say all the right things, but you got to think a little bit about this one.
Well, they got a lot of guys that are quarterbacks. Let's go up to Michael Smith, get his take on the Eagles. Michael.
Well, Boom, I had an email exchange with Donovan McNabb after the Kevin Kolb pick, and initially he did express just what Jaws is talking about, befuddlement at the Eagles taking a quarterback that high. He expected him to take a quarterback, just not in the second round. So Andy Reid actually called Donovan McNabb after the pick, I guess to kind of tell him what was going on. So continuing emailing Donovan, he said that, you know, it had nothing to do with him from what he could tell. So like the same way he handles most controversies, he seems to be letting it roll off. But initially he was very stunned by the pick. But seems like he thinks, just like Andy was saying, it just got nothing to do with him.
Well, anybody who's competitive, Jaws, you know it. Keyshawn, you certainly know it. Why are they tampering with where I play, right? But competition maybe brings out the best, and you don't know what's going to happen.
Remember, there was concern after last season about Jeff Garcia. Remember, people were worried about harmony in the locker room, that Garcia had won a lot of guys over. Garcia's now gone. Do you now stir that pot again? There's a lot of questions now about the quarterback situation. And I agree with Andy. I've seen Donovan. He looks very, very healthy and moving very well.
You're closer to the Philadelphia situation than I am, but I don't think Donovan has to worry about his job. He's just a couple years removed from the Super Bowl.
No, but what he has to worry about is staying healthy. This is a guy who has not stayed healthy over the last 5 years, and if 2 years down the line these injuries continue, they're going to need a quarterback to be ready. And I think that's what we're looking at here, the selection of Kevin Kolb.
Donovan, I think, at least at this moment, is lighter than he has been the last year or two. He's a month ahead of schedule, you heard Andy say, and so that certainly is good signs. And the Eagles got everybody's attention. Wouldn't you want that, Jaws?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll be back here to New York in a moment.
Russell Athletic, ESPN Arena Football, Mondays, all season long on ESPN2.
Coach, would you agree it's a little hot in here for a mock turtleneck?
I wouldn't disagree with it. I wouldn't disagree with it.
Coach, my buddies tell me when it's this hot, nothing's more refreshing than a cold Coors Light.
You know something? They're right sometimes. More often than not, they're right.
Coach, doesn't this guy's hat look awesome backwards?
A lot of guys might not have reversed that.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Did your place kicker make this onion dip?
It didn't look like he made it from where we were standing.
Love this 7-layer dip.
You guys brought dip?
No, 7-layer crunch wrap. 7-layer dip, but easy to eat anywhere.
It's good to go.
Good to go.
Good to go, Greg. Yeah. Who's next?
Taco Bell's new 7-layer crunch wrap. Hearty beans and warm nacho cheese sauce layered with cool sour cream and guacamole. Wrapped up and good to go. To get the great taste of 7-layer dip, think outside the bun.
Now through April 30th, all it takes is your signature. During the Mercury Signature event, there's no cash due at signing on any 07 Mercury. Like the Mercury Milan, a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. That 0 first month's payment, 0 down, and 0 cash due at signing on Mercury Milan for $256 a month. Ends April 30th at your Lincoln Mercury dealer.
What's up? Nothing. Check this out. Is that what you call a chair in Minnesota? It's game time. Bring it! Oh, yeah.
Go to NFLShop.com to get your new NFL Draft Day hat.
I want that!
NFLShop.com.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to New York. Let's clean up a couple of picks here in the lower part of round number 2. Denver Broncos, defensive end, Tim Crowder from Texas. So Denver defense here in round 2, Mel.
Well, defense, the first round with Jarvis Moss, a pass rusher, which is what they need. They couldn't get any heat on the quarterback the last couple of years. Come back with Tim Crowder here at pick number 56. Could have gone late first round or early second round, and nobody would have had an argument. Not consistent enough. He flashed that dominant ability, that pass rush ability off the edge. Didn't maintain a consistency throughout a game and through the year. Did have a great workout, though. 6'3.5", 273 pounds, 30.5 vertical. Did 32 reps around a 4.69. Those are first-round computer numbers. Had he been more consistent, you would have looked at a guy would have gone right about where Jarvis Moss did. So you get Jarvis Moss in the first, you get Tim Crowder in the second. Obviously, the Denver prioritized pass rush early in this draft.
And Crowder started each of the last 47 games of his college career. So, experience, he's got that. So they're the defensive guys. Now, a couple of rainbows now going here in the second round. Son of former Packers quarterback Joe Francis, Ikaika Alma Francis, defensive end, Hawaii, picked by Detroit, who made a trade up to New Orleans spot.
Kid really came on. You talk about inexperience as a football player, and Morton will get into that, but Jerry Glanville, the defensive coordinator with Hawaii, developed this kid's talents, coached up. He's now the head coach. Jerry is at Portland State, so he really benefited from Jerry Glanville's expertise in coaching to allow him more to develop into a football player with no prior experience until he got to Hawaii.
And no question about it, Rod Marinelli is going to love this guy and believes he has so much upside that with coaching, he played, basketball and volleyball in high school. He goes to Hawaii. They wanted to give him a football scholarship, but his dad told June Jones, the head coach there, no, make him earn it. His dad was Jumpin' Joe Alima Francis, who was a backup to Bart Starr under Vince Lombardi back in the 60s and what have you. But this is a guy that some teams in this league felt has high upside, and with a guy like Rod Marinelli coaching him, I say remember the name.
All right, and then we got a sneak preview at what happened after that. So, Keyshawn, you guys took another USC player. Ryan Khalil, Carolina Panthers. My goodness.
Hey, we're going to build this thing just like an SC dynasty. I'm looking at scholarship money.
That's right.
But I think, what we need here, our offensive line was banged up a little bit. We went out and got the big guy last year from Tennessee, but I think there's some concerns there on the offensive line, and he can fit right in right now and do a good job.
Well, he went up against Sean Cody, Mike Patterson every day in practice, and that obviously helped him and allowed him to be developed into a great player. Olin Kreutz, where'd he go? The University of Washington, the Pac-10, second round pick to the Bears, now a heck of a center. This kid can play guard or center at a very high level. 34 reps, so even though he's 6'2.5", only about 295, 298. Strong, technically sound, smart football player. This kid will be, I believe, one of the elite centers in the National Football.
Coached by Golden Pat Rule, who's had experience in the NFL at Southern Cal. This guy's ready to come in and start right now. He is ready to come in and start, and I think he can be an impact center.
And that very well may happen. He may just do that. And so we're trying to get the running game going. We draft this guy. We now got another wide receiver we can put in the third position. So I think we're starting to looking pretty good on offense.
Well, a couple of notes on Ryan Khalil. His dad, Frank Khalil, was Jim Kelly's center with the USFL's Houston Gamblers.
And you know what the funny thing is? We're going to drive that locker room crazy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Here you go.
Smiling.
But I tell you what,
This segment.
well, when they had the rookie sing, he sang Sinatra songs in the locker room. And now we go Ryan Khalil. Now we go to another player that played for June Jones in Hawaii, Samson Satellis. Here go the two centers off the board. Competed shot put and discus in high school. And Mel, he goes to Miami. Pick number 6. He had a big Senior Bowl, didn't he?
He is a battler. He's a scrapper, 6'2.5", 302 pounds, 42 knockdown blocks as a junior. You talk about a guy who is a tough, aggressive football player. Doesn't have the longest arms, but hey, that's not a huge factor at the center spot. There's Olin Kreutz, the center at the Chicago Bears. He doesn't have long arms as well. Kid that I thought could play center or guard. As you said, from good week at the Senior Bowl practices. This is a solid second-round pick. Another good football player. And the only reason you're getting good value here is because these are center guard types. And obviously very few teams looking at help at that spot for prioritizing it early in this draft.
And they need help. The Dolphins need help. This Hudson Houck, their line coach down there, needs some people to work with. Good pickup by the Dolphins.
All right, now here's the next pick, which was Baltimore's spot. But Detroit, my God, they're going up and down. This is, they're like, they're putting buttons on the elevator here. So Detroit went up to get Gerald Alexander from Boise State, a team that won one of the most impressive games you will ever see in any sport at any time. They beat Oklahoma. So now Gerald Alexander, the safety from Boise State, and Detroit's been busy.
Very solid. Very solid draft right now.
A lot of people like Gerald. A lot of people like Gerald. He got a little bit injured, before the combine, but a lot of people like
3 years at corner, 1 at safety, and a strong combine. The combine really elevated him. I thought he was about a 5th-round draft pick. They reached a lot, taking him in the 2nd, but the kid has some versatility.
This is Alexander?
Gerald Alexander.
How does he fit? Joe Barry, the son-in-law of Rod Marinelli, the head coach there, is now the defensive coordinator for the Lions. They're going to be running a true Tampa defense that we've seen down there with the Buccaneers under Monty Kiffin and under Tony Dungy previously. How does he fit in with
Very athletic kid. 41-inch vertical jump, can run, runs a 4.5, has good size. He's not a physical, aggressive, intimidator type as a safety, but he has those cornerback skills that he brought to the safety spot. So coverage will be his forte. He's not going to be an intimidator in that defensive secondary.
You know what I like? You're all excited about USC guys, but we got 2 from Hawaii and 1 from Boise State, kind of honorary alma maters. Who knows? Maybe my real alma mater will come up soon.
You know, we have Ditka on the show. We always do Mike and Mike and Mike.
Yeah.
I was thinking if we get Mike Singletary, too, we could call it Mike and Mike and Mike and Mike.
Oh, you're a genius. I got a better idea. How about if we could every Mike that exists in the world of sports, and we call it Mike and 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 Mike.
All right. Pass me the highlighter.
What makes them different makes them great. Mike and Mike in the morning.
It's a driver's car. Rich in the latest technology, the perfectly proportioned cabin offers abundant comfort and space. Super handling all-wheel drive gives you ownership of the road. And the ever-smooth turbocharged iVTEC engine, it's a rush. The RDX from Acura. Are you ready?
Take advantage of attractive financing on select Acura models for well-qualified customers.
Oh, give it back! What's going on here?
Josh stole my Kit Kat Blizzard, and he won't give it back!
Josh. Dad!
Dad!
Awesome! Dad! Sure you don't want it?
Hey!
Hang on to yours. The new Kit Kat Blizzard at Dairy Queen. Real chunks of Kit Kat chocolate bars and our famous DQ soft serve. Do one.
Hey, Jimmy, need a little help? Sure. You know what else would be good?
Cobalt tools are so comfortable.
Let me use that screwdriver. No.
You just don't want to quit working.
Yeah. What do you think? Great tools.
Cobalt, the next generation of tough tools.
Well, anything else we can do? There's always my wife's car.
Available exclusively at Lowe's.
Well, it has been an interesting day for Trent Edwards, the quarterback out of Stanford. A lot of people thought he might be the first quarterback taken in the second round after Jamarcus Russell and Brady Quinn, but Tom Petty may have nailed it. Still waiting by himself with his mom. Then his dad's got a little Bob Knight, I think his dad has it in him right there. And Trent Edwards is still waiting, and we are glad to be joined on the draft coverage here on ESPN2 by Trent Edwards. And Trent, how would you describe this day so far?
Yeah, Trent. Just really anxious, just ready to go somewhere, and excited for the opportunity that's ahead.
What has been going through your mind when you've seen these other quarterbacks, Beck, Cobb, Drew Stanton, taken ahead of you?
I mean, it's motivational, but those guys are all great quarterbacks. I worked with them at the combine, and they exhibit all the talents and can make all the throws just like I can. So there's still some options here coming up here pretty soon, and I'm just excited for the opportunity.
What teams have you been in contact with recently?
The ones I've visited most recently were New Orleans and Baltimore, so I know they have a couple picks coming up here pretty soon, and just, again, anxious and excited for what's going to come.
When they get you on the phone, what kind of things are they telling you?
I haven't talked with them yet today. I haven't heard from anyone yet so far, but just kind of it's a sitting and waiting game for who's gonna call his cell phone here pretty soon.
Well, the good news for you is you're ahead of Thurman Thomas, who in the 80s fell asleep. So the good news is you haven't done that yet. How have you managed to just sort of pass the time while you're waiting for your name to be called?
Just hanging out with family and friends. Just I'm not gonna fall asleep on you guys, I promise. But I'm just here waiting for the call, and it's hopefully gonna happen here pretty soon.
Well, the thing is, this is not an exact science, and I'm going to read off a list of a couple of people that weren't drafted. Tony Romo, not drafted. Warren Moon, not drafted. He's in the Hall of Fame. Sean wants me to mention Sean Salisbury, not drafted, but I want better things for you than that. And it'd go back to the draft of 2000. Tom Brady and Mark Bulger both were drafted in the 6th round in the same draft in 2000. So just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it can't turn out great.
Oh, you're absolutely right about that. This is just, to be honest, for me, it's just the starting line. So it's, like you said, there's a lot of other guys that have gone later than the position they're at right now, and it's, again, there's no reason why we can't still be successful here.
Yeah, I should also point out Kurt Warner not drafted. He did okay as well. How will you use this day? You know, we heard Brady Quinn talk about it when he went from 1 to 22. I'm sure you're not thinking that's really a big deal at this point. But how will you use this day to motivate you when you get the call and when you go to a team?
Yeah, no, I've figured that I would have gone a little bit sooner, but it's, again, you can use that as motivation to use with you at the next level. And so it's, again, it's a difficult situation to be in, but I'm excited again, like I said, to move on and get picked here and come back around and see what happens.
Trent, I promise you, if you won't fall asleep on us, we're not going to sleep on you. We'll be with you through this entire process. Hey, thanks for being with us. We hope you get your name called real soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
All right, Ron Jaworski, tell me about this quarterback, Trent Edwards, please. Points in the passing game.
Trey, you know points do come out of the passing game, and I believe with Trent Edwards, you can get points. As I studied him at Stanford, he certainly is a guy that projects well to the National Football League. I always use the term platforms because a lot of guys look real pretty in the pocket when they're well protected. Well, when you look at Trent Edwards, he's not a guy that got good protection. He had tight windows to throw into, and he was very effective. As I project him, he looks like a polished quarterback ready for the NFL.
Going through progressions, understanding checkdowns and outlets, 2 essential attributes for NFL quarterbacks. Watch Trent Edwards here. The play was initially designed to go to his left. Edwards did not get a clear picture. Nothing defined itself. He then looked down the seam to his tight end. Again, no window presented itself. His internal pocket clock went off. He knew he had to get rid of the football. Edwards knew exactly where his check down was. No sense of panic. He did not break down in the pocket. On 3rd and 7, Edwards calmly found his outlet for a 25-yard gain. From the end zone angle, you really see him go through his progression. In my film study, that play really stood out. It said a lot about Edwards' poise, especially given the constant pass rush pressure he was under his senior season at Stanford.
I just love doing those direct TV breakdowns. You can really zero in on the quarterback. And I think a quarterback to be successful consistently in the National Football League must be able to find completions. In other words, when all the other guys aren't open, he finds someone with a little bit of movement so they can uncover. And one thing I like about Trent Edwards, Boomer, he can find completions.
And again, poise, he's sitting there. This can't be enjoyable for him, but it's still 2nd round. Didn't matter. When you get an opportunity, he will be still, whenever he's picked, the highest quarterback drafted by that team. Man, it's something for Trenton and all the guys to remember. You know, the 2nd round or the 3rd round, you're still, or 4th round even, the highest guy picked at that position by whatever team picks. So some for the young men that are out there that will not have a camera on waiting to get their pick. You know, team picks you in the 3rd or 4th round, they expect you to compete and have a great chance, and you're the highest guy at that post, right? It's advice to all these
health issues really has made him slide here, and you know how it goes. You know what coaches say. You know, he can't help the club in the tub, so a lot of that is going through their minds right now.
I have notes on here from guys that I trust in this league and say if he just gets a good transition in this league, that he can become a really elite quarterback. Listen, it was a well-designed offense at Stanford under Walt Harris, but the team was a disaster. One offensive coordinator told me he actually saw 2 linemen starting a fist fight during a pass play in which they blew a block while Trent Edwards was getting hit. So that's the type of mess that Trent Edwards
would you repeat that? What happened?
A offensive coordinator said he's got tape that shows 2 offensive linemen at Stanford starting to get into a fist fight when they blew their blocks as Trent Edwards was getting hit. That's the mess of a program that Edwards was playing in, even though it was a well-designed offense.
Got a way to try to protect your quarterback.
Yes.
That's quite a way to
with each other.
Well, we get to the bottom now of round number 2, and we just had a couple of picks here. Chicago, and this was San Diego's spot. We're going to review the trade in a minute. They took Daniel Bazine, defensive end from Central Michigan. So there were a lot of eyebrows raised when San Diego made this trade. The Chargers moved up with a pick Chicago had very high in the 2nd round, the 5th overall in the 2nd round. It took safety Eric Weddle from Utah. And you saw what, we're going to talk about that in a moment. You saw that it was a 2 or 3, including a 3 next year, a 5. Design defense. Central Michigan's had 2 players go today, Mel.
Joe Staley, the left tackle, in the late first round to San Francisco. And here's Dan Bazine, second round to the Chicago Bears. They let guys and get after the quarterback. They'll sacrifice a little size in that system. And a kid who had a ton of sacks, 16 sacks as a junior, 10.5 this past season. Doesn't have the longest arms, but he's cat quick. Very strong in the upper body, and he's a good athlete. When you produce like he did, and you have that intensity level and that determination that Bazine has for the Chicago Bears in a rotation, I think he can be an effective guy. Projected to be a third-round pick, goes in the late second, not much of a reach there at all, and a guy that does give you can't even say overachiever because his talent level is there. Short arms are a concern, guys, but that's about it. This kid did a heck of a job in the Mid-American Conference. You could argue one of the best defensive players this conference has ever seen.
Wow.
So that's what the Bears have done thus far. Olsen, the tight end, toward the bottom of the first, second to last pick, and now Bazine. And so, let me do one thing here on San Diego because, and we heard Wittray, we saw Norv Turner earlier. The Chargers are trying to win this now, okay? And they really think that Eric Weddle is a player that they can help them. So they went up and they got him. They figured that they're 3 and the 5 that they gave up. They swapped 2s. 3 and the 5 they gave up. They already have another 3 and a 5 this year at the compensatory pick. And a 3 next year is not going to help them win now. That's the philosophy of the Chargers. And after finishing 14-2, and after having LaDainian Tomlinson have a year like that, but you're not necessarily going to have a running back 6 more years like that. They're trying to win now. That's where the Chargers are coming from. And with the way they have worked the draft, as Morton, you pointed out earlier, over both the A.J. Smith regime and before that, one of his mentors, John Butler, I don't know that we can say, what are they doing? I mean, that's just where they're coming from. 14-2, we're going now. Whatever we all think of Weddle, whatever, but they think he's a guy that can help them in a couple places.
But that's exactly right. When they sit in that war room and they're making their decisions, they say, this guy can help us win right now. That's the guy. If it's unanimous, you got to make that move.
Well, and A.J. Smith and Buddy Nix, their personnel guy, they deserve the benefit of the doubt on any move they make right now in the draft because of their track record.
They didn't have a ton of needs. I mean, they isolated a couple areas, wide receiver, safety corner that they needed help, and they got them. They didn't need 6 or 7 players in this draft.
I thought they would try to find a replacement for Donnie Edwards.
Still going to happen.
Draft's not
okay. We got a couple picks left.
It's going to be over for me in a little bit, though.
Here in the second round. And when we return to New York, we'll wrap things up. We'll talk to the coach of the NFC champion Chicago Bears, Lovie Smith.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
Coach Ditka, did you really say you'd trade all your draft picks for a case of frost-brewed Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Okay, well then what about the teams that didn't trade for Coors Light?
You know, they're behind everybody else right now, and they have to catch up.
Coach, are you sure you're not confusing the NFL draft with draft beer?
I'm going to keep them loose, my trainer. Who?
Frost-brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I thought he couldn't see. Is this cool?
He doesn't seem as comfortable there for some reason.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
Tomorrow, the NBA playoffs continue with a Game 4 doubleheader on ABC. First, the Bulls, led by the emerging duo of Dang and Gordon, look to complete a stunning series sweep over Shaq, Wade, and the defending champion Heat. Then it's Game 4 in LA. The Suns seemed headed to a commanding series lead, but Kobe and the Lakers staged a gutty comeback and can now even it up. Coverage begins tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern with Bulls Heat, followed by Suns Lakers at 3:30 on ABC.
This is the ultimate indoor RC helicopter. Introducing Reflex from Airhogs. The new radio-controlled copter with dual thrust propellers for precision control. Forward, backward, up, down, left, and right. Take Reflex places no other copter has gone before. Amazing precision control, indoors and out. Small enough to land in the palm of your hand. Powerful enough to take to the skies. Amazing performance at the touch of your fingertips. You get the Reflex with the dual thrust propellers, the 6-way controller, the AC charger, backup rotors, and the display case. Plus, we'll also include our brand new flight simulator, so you can use it on your PC for even more outrageous fun. And you can get all this for 2 payments of $34.95. It's Reflex from Air Hogs. Must be 18 years or older to call or log on.
To order, call 1-800-618-2296. That's 1-800-618-2296. Call now.
Welcome back to our coverage of the draft on ESPN2. 3 minutes and 32 seconds away from wrapping up the second round. Tampa Bay is on the clock as we continue our coverage. Trey Wingo here with you. Delighted to join in thanks to the Coors Light video conferencing. The head coach of the Chicago Bears, Lovie Smith. Lovie, you go offense in the first round and take the tight end, Greg Olsen, out of Miami. What did he do to this team, or what did you see on film that you like so much?
Well, he has a lot of talent. We were looking for a tight end that we feel could stretch the field down the middle. He has great speed, great competitor, coach's son, plays for the University of Miami. There are a lot of things we like about him.
He'll certainly help out Rex Grossman, too, give him a safety valve over the middle. A lot of the talk, Lovie, about the Bears going into the draft was whether or not you were going to deal Lance Briggs, who wants a new contract or wants to be traded. The Redskins were mentioned to be a party there. What can you tell us about the possibility of Lance Briggs being traded at this point?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that Lance Briggs is a Chicago Bear. We like him a lot. He's helped us win a lot of football games around here. Lance is our linebacker, and I'm looking forward to him having another all-pro season with us.
So in your mind, you're expecting him to be back and playing on the field for the Bears next season?
I see number 55 with the Chicago Bears.
Let's talk about Tank Johnson now in jail for violating probation. What do you expect to happen to him when he comes out of jail in light of the new player conduct policy that's in place and the suspensions we saw for Pac-Man Jones and Chris Henry?
We don't know. I don't know. I just... Of course, the commissioner, has a policy that's been put into place. Tank made a mistake. Right now, he's going through the system. When you make a mistake, we'll just wait for the commissioner to decide, and we'll go from there.
But in light of that, Lovie, do you have to make plans that he may not be there for you in 2007?
Well, I mean, you always make plans for guys possibly not being with you. I mean, guys get hurt from time to time, so you have to have a backup plan for all positions. We have that, but hopefully, Tank will be with us, at some time during the season.
Have you heard from the commissioner about Tank Johnson at any time?
No specifics right now. All those things will be decided once he gets out.
All right, Lovie, we appreciate the time, and we look forward to talking to you down the road. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Trey.
Lovie Smith, head coach of the defending NFC champions from Chicago.
So calm, cool, and collected. I love the way
we
always positive.
We have to say this about Lovie because we were talking in the break and he had that great speech. We're 10-2. Rex is our quarterback, and you heard him say number 55. Lance is our linebacker.
That's what it's called. Yep. Consistency.
He's consistent down the board. All right, time for the 3 and out with Hummer, and we take a look at the second round. And let's start with you, Michael Smith. The Chargers, 4 picks for the strong safety Eric Weddle out of Utah. Did they give up too much for this guy?
I don't believe they did. When you talk about a team that came into this draft looking to address 2 positions in particular, safety and wide receiver. They did both. And this is a team that's got, 10 Pro Bowlers or so that went to the Pro Bowl last year. So they're loaded with talent. Not a lot of holes on this team. And you look at this team, they had a couple of third-round picks. They gave up one of them. A couple of fifths. They gave up one of them. Gave up a third next year. As you heard the guys say, not going to help him win this year, but also Michael Turner, if he's not dealt, will probably fetch the Chargers a very high 3rd or 4th round compensatory selection. So they might even give that back. If this is the player they wanted, no, they didn't give up too much.
Michael, 4 picks for Eric Weddle. 4 picks. That says 4 other players.
You better get 4 picks this year.
4 other players you could have.
Sean, that's a good point. He better get 4 interceptions for each one of those picks. Sean, let's go to you for the second choice here on Hummer 3 and out. The Eagles, surprisingly to some, take Kevin Cobb, the quarterback out of Houston, in the second round. Was that a mistake?
I don't know if it's a mistake, but it's shocking. And here's what it tells me. That as Jaws, you heard them talk about earlier on the set in New York, is when you draft a quarterback this high and it's actually your first pick because you traded out of the first round, something's not right or something's fishy. Either you don't think Donovan's coming back healthy because they got Kelly Holcomb and A.J. Feely on that team also. So I'm telling you right now that when you do this, you have big plans for the guy. Now, I believe Donovan McNabb's a star in this league. whether he comes back earlier or later with the injury. But I'll tell you, you don't draft a guy like this unless you have plans for him. Unless you have plans for him sooner than later. You don't draft a guy in the second round with your first pick because you traded out and assume he's going to play 6 years down the road.
Well, you heard Ron Jaworski personalize it. He was the quarterback in Philadelphia when suddenly they drafted Randall Cunningham, and I believe in a couple years things transpired there. We'll see what happens.
We don't know if it's a mistake with Kevin Cobb because we don't know how he's going to play at the next level. Yeah. Andy's a pretty good judge of talent, but I'm still a huge McNabb guy.
He could be Matt Schaub. Let's just keep it the value of quarterbacks. Let's say Donovan gets nicked up here and there. He plays a couple of games. Maybe he's the next guy to get 2 second-round picks. Just an idea.
And then they can trade him somewhere else.
Exactly.
That is a fair point. All right. And then lastly for you, Mark May, the best pick you've seen so far in the second round.
Well, it's tough to narrow it down to one. I really have two. I like Paul Posluszny, the pick for the Buffalo Bills from Penn State. Whenever you can get a Penn State linebacker that's tough, mean, nasty, can get the job done and very durable, you've got to take him. But the one I really like is by the Carolina Panthers. Marty Herney, the general manager at Carolina, has had a lot of success with offensive linemen. Ryan Khalil, the center out of USC, was predicted to be a #1 draft pick. He is the best center by far in this draft, and he will be a Pro Bowler down the road.
Don't you think he's going to start as a rookie?
Yes, he will.
I do. I believe
Carolina is doing what a lot of good teams like to do, build in the trenches. They get Beeson, the linebacker, in the first round when they go down 11 picks to get him, and they get Khalil to shore up that offensive line, which had been problematic for them last year.
Trey, that team is way too good to be as disappointing as they were last year with the expectations. There was no more disappointing team. I don't expect with Coach Fox coaching him for that to happen this year.
All of us, I believe, on this set, or Sean, I know you and I did pick Carolina to be the NFC representative in the Super Bowl.
Stay tuned. We'll have another one of those shows.
Our apologies for Lovie Smith for making that. Hey, good news, everybody. Round 3 is underway.
Yee-hee.
If these walls could talk, they'd say with field goal posts this narrow, threading the needle is not always done with your hands. If these walls could talk, they'd say you have to see it to believe it. Russell Athletic, ESPN Arena Football, Monday at 8 p.m. on ESPN2.
Honey? I think this might be our lucky day.
I think it might be.
I think this is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is.
Yes! It turned blue!
Introducing the Coors Light Cold Activated Bottle. The mountains turn from white to blue when your beer reaches the perfect temperature.
It's blue like your eyes.
My eyes are green!
Only from Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
So DirecTV's got this super fan business that lets you watch 8 NFL games on one screen. If I watch all the games on Sunday, what am I going to read about in the John on Monday?
Sign up for NFL Sunday Ticket today and get Superfan for free.
With every kiss, with every step, love grows. The Journey 7-diamond necklace from Kay Jewelers. Multiple diamonds arranged from smallest to largest to symbolize how love has grown. Every kiss begins with Kay.
Yikes, you got the middle, but that's okay. You got Wendy's new Steakhouse Double Melt. You know how good the middle can be. Caramelized onions and mushrooms, bacon, creamy Swiss, and peppercorn sauce melted in the middle of 2 hot and juicy, fresh, never frozen beef patties. It's gone. Good move, Mr. 14B. You just landed in the best position to do what tastes right.
I'm Dave Rebson with the SportsCenter 30-30 update. Let's start you first with the top NFL draft news and the top NFL draft pick. Jamarcus Russell, quarterback from LSU, going to the Raiders. Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn slipped all the way to 22. The Browns ended up trading up to get him. ESPN's Ed Werder reports Cowboys owner Jerry Jones says he is committed to paying Terrell Owens his $3 million roster bonus due in June, meaning T.O. will remain in Dallas. NBA Pistons finish off a sweep of the Magic behind 25 from Chauncey Billups. LeBron 30.6 rebounds, 9 assists as the Cavs go up 3-zip on Washington. Details, SportsCenter 11 Eastern, ESPN2, ESPN News, anytime, Chris.
We've done this dance before, have we not?
First round selections.
With the first selection in the first round, the New York Jets select Keyshawn Johnson, wide receiver, Southern California.
And the Jets have just won the Super Bowl.
O'Donnell, look twice, has a man. Touchdown, Johnson's first as a pro. Keyshawn Johnson, first player taken in the draft, has the first of many NFL touchdowns.
I remember that young man. The Jets have just won the Super Bowl.
Who was that? You got a little excited there, didn't you?
That was a penalty thrown in.
Hey, look, the Jets, they're still here.
They're still here.
Well, they are loyal. They're extremely loyal.
I mean, you led the whole draft off 96. That was, and you, as you said before, that first season you don't remember much.
No, I don't remember 1 and 15. Not at all. Our first year was in 97 under Bill Parcells.
I see. Yeah, things did change just a little bit. Let's look at today's wide receivers, and we didn't have one go 1, but we had one go number 2, and that would be Calvin Johnson. So, and the next one was a surprise with Ted Ginn Jr. going that high at 9. Then the big fella from LSU going to the Chiefs, Dwayne Bowe. Robert Meacham going to the New Orleans Saints. Greg Davis, the other receiver from LSU, going to the Chargers. So, then 6 in the first round with the slot receiver, Anthony Gonzalez going to the Colts from Ohio State. Sidney Rice, South Carolina, Minnesota. Dwayne Jarrett, USC, going to Keyshawn's team, the Carolina Panthers. And fellow USC receiver Steve Smith going to the New York Football Giants. You go from college to the pros. What's the biggest adjustment you had to make?
You got to learn how to get off the press and get off the bump and run. If you don't know how to do that, you're going to be in trouble. In Miami's pick, I have to question. You take a guy that high at wide receiver and can't get off the press, can't get off the bump and run. I like him for what he does, but he's a punt returner. He's a punt returner.
Wait.
A story just popped into my mind. I had forgotten about it. I thought it was too high. But I remember talking to Nick Saban last year, and we were all saying, are they going to take a receiver in the middle of the first round? They were looking at Santonio Holmes, who was taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers later. Saban had a hard time focusing on Holmes because Ginn jumped off the film screen with him. And so even back then, they were very impressed with Ginn a year ago.
Hey, Morton, I agree with you. I'm looking at Aaron Ross, the corner from Texas. Who do I see running by him? Ted Ginn. I'm looking at the corner of Leon Hall from Michigan. What do I see? Ted Ginn running by him. He's an explosive playmaker. He's not just a punt return. Marvin Harrison, same kind of guy. The quickest, can get off the bump, and boy, he can accelerate.
But when you put your hands on a guy like that, you're in trouble. He's not Steve Smith. He's not Steve Smith.
No,
he's not physical enough to get off the jam.
Pretty quick, my friend.
He's not physical enough to get off the jam for that pick. The value of the pick, though, Joe.
Put him in motion.
You take him off the line. You take him at the 8th spot when you could have moved down and picked him somewhere else.
There's no guarantee that someone else will jump it. This guy was highly rated.
It's a valid point Keyshawn's making. There was a big issue as to whether you had to take him right there.
Well, the thing is, had it not been for the foot injury, he'd have definitely been in that top 10 to 12. People wondered about the 40 time not being as good as it could have been, not yet 100%, whether he'd be there for the Tennessee Titans at pick number 19. Bottom line is, I think the big issue there was passing on Brady Quinn. If Ted Ginn, was no
they got John Beck in the second
They get John Beck, but the Brady Quinn scenario, the way it unfolded, was the reason why Ted Ginn was criticized so heavily at going number 9. They had no interest at all in Brady Quinn. We would have not criticized that pick as much.
I'm not criticizing Ted Ginn. I'm criticizing the organization for taking him that high. That's all I'm saying. I'm not, his skills
It was a
is
Brady
off the
Quinn
chart.
factor, though, Key. I'm telling you, if he goes 9 and Brady Quinn's not a necessity for Miami like we thought it was, obviously it was because they drafted a quarterback in the second round, Ted Ginn to Miami, you wouldn't have been a big issue because they need a wide receiver. He's got speed. Somebody was going to take him in the middle of the first. He wasn't going to late.
I think everybody's value is great up there except Miami. I think they reached a little bit. But everybody else, in my opinion, it's only my opinion.
It's all right.
We all have them. That's why I'm here working with y'all.
You know what?
But everybody that picked wide receivers, I think they got great value, except the Miami Dolphins. No, may come back and slap me in the face 5 years from now.
This is more about Brady Quinn versus John Beck than Ted Ginn in this equation. Ted Ginn's going to bring speed and versatility. It's John Beck against Brady Quinn. That's the way we're going to evaluate this.
But what if John Beck wouldn't have been there? Then what?
Trent Edwards. Yeah, they had other options. Bottom line is they passed on Brady Quinn.
That's why they play the games. That's why they have the draft. And by the way, we do want to say this as we wrap up the second round in a minute with a couple of picks. Just in case you were scoring at home, rounds 1 and 2, 9 hours and 20 minutes. Where would you rather be than right here, right now, to quote Marvel? Right? Look at these fans. 9 hours and 20 minutes in the first 2 rounds, and we're just steamrolling into the third. Now, let's go back to the second to last pick of the second round, because the Green Bay Packers, team that lost Amon Green, they got a running back. So the Packers pick Brandon Jackson, running back Nebraska. And Keyshawn, I give you the nod. You pointed out, hey, had success with Amon Green, Nebraska.
Could be
they
something.
Traded from Seattle. Let's try another Nebraska back. So Brandon Jackson, late second. Value, Mel?
Shoulder injuries hampered him. Then Nebraska had a stable of running backs. He was a forgotten man. First 5 games this year, does hardly anything. Then he comes on late in the year, had some huge games. Oklahoma State, Colorado, runs wild, shows speed, shows game-breaking ability, caught the ball very effectively out of the backfield. Very little tread on those tires. Got a lot of momentum late. Comes out after his junior year. Very little productivity except late in the season. And now you're rolling the dice based on what you saw over the last 6 or 7 games of the year. If this kid has the ability to come into the NFL for a team, it's going to give him an opportunity, obviously, the Green Bay Packers, to run with the football.
Well, somebody I trust on running back evaluations, and the Packers were looking at Marshawn Lynch of Cal as a possible first-round pick. He went before them. They told me about this kid. He's a great kid, came from a tough family background, overcome a lot, was in a rotation, as you know, did this for, came out for financial reasons, has been coached hard by Bill Callahan there in Nebraska, similar type system. He's going to run in Green Bay, has great character, perfectionist. I was told he would stay on a practice field for an hour if it was just to work on a technique. Great vision, great cutback. I think it's a great fit.
Probably happy with it. A guy that came up to say hello to us before the draft who was here, Jim Taylor, who was a pretty decent running back for the Green Bay Packers, the Hall of Famer. He's probably thrilled his whole team drafted a running back in the second round. Now, Tampa Bay finished. That's Savvy Piscatelli, the defensive back from Oregon State. That's the last pick of the second round. That's the Booker McFarland trade that Tampa was picking in.
Big safety with some speed. You see him there anticipating coming away with a pick. You saw him in coverage against Dwayne Jarrett. You saw him on special teams. 6'2 and a half, 224 pounds. Ran a 4.47 at the combine. Vertical 34 and a half. Out-juked a little bit in the open field. Didn't break down as well in space. I thought he missed some open field tackles. Doesn't play as fast as he times. But he's a big safety who had a pretty good career at Oregon State. You know, you look at him, I think the workout really helped him. The run under 4.5 at 6'2 and a half, 224 made him a second-round draft.
And that's a plus for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to go out and get this guy, because they're still trying to replace John Lynch after letting him go. And he looks like a player like John Lynch, but a much faster guy.
And he goes back close to home because he goes back to Tampa Bay. He's from Boca Raton, even though he played his college football at Oregon State. And then we start the third round. Holy Moses, Quentin Moses, Georgia, goes at the top of the third round to the Oakland Raiders.
Back in August, he was one of the elite 10 players for this draft in terms of the senior class. Had a average year at best, outplayed by Charles Johnson, a junior who came out early. You know, his sack total, his tackles for loss total, everything dropped. He wasn't a dominator, but he had that big junior year. Charles Johnson outplayed him. Charles Johnson had a good workout. Charles Johnson is still on the board. Quentin Moses is selected. So here's a senior off at round 3, first pick in round 3 to Oakland. The junior that outplayed him still on the board. These underclassmen are getting hit. They're getting penalized, and they're losing ground in terms of where they would go in the draft had they gone back to college. Charles Johnson's a great example of that. Another year, he'd have been a top 15 pick next season. Here he is in round 3, still available, and the guy he outplayed is off the board.
And he will benefit with Derek Burgess on the other side, who's going to draw the double team in Oakland. He'll get the single blocks. Quentin Moses should be able to handle that.
So here's what the Raiders did, and they also made that trade. Russell, of course, the first pick of the entire draft, the tight end Zach Miller. Throw to him. Quentin Moses, that we just talked about, and then Mike Williams, the former #1 pick for Detroit a couple of years back, and Josh Tears of McCown going from Detroit to Oakland. So Oakland with a lot of roster moves on this day. And then Dallas goes for
James Martin.
Did we do New Orleans? No, we didn't do that. But Dallas picks James Martin, BC.
6'7 and a half, 311 pounds. He can fill out, add some pounds to his frame. You're talking about a guy who still can get a little stronger, a guy that can still fill out on that 6'7 and a half frame. Played both guard and tackle at the collegiate level. Spent 5 years in the ACC. Good athletic ability. You look at a guy right now who has a chance. I think with a year of development, he can be a factor. He was in that second tier of tackles. Marshall Yonda from Iowa is in this group. Jermon Bushrod from Towson's in this group. Mario Henderson from Florida State. There was a drop-off after the top 4 tackles. Yonda, Martin in that next tier.
So here's the Cowboys. Spencer, the pass rushing ace from Purdue, and then Martin, the offensive tackle from Boston College. Tampa Bay then went behind that, and outside linebacker Quincy Black from New Mexico began as a defensive end, same school that gave us Brian Urlacher.
Fast speed, that's his game. You talk about moving him around and trying to get him in positions where he can make plays. This kid is an athlete who can run like a deer. You talk about a kid who can fly. 6'1.5", 237 pounds, 4.42s consistently, 42-inch vertical jump. Not real instinctive, though. Locating the ball, finding the football, not his forte on a consistent basis, but speed and athleticism definitely are. Kind of like a Thomas Howard type. Came out of UTEP last year to Oakland, but they're rolling the dice. And, hey, you can get him in the right spot. Special teams should be a big factor. One of the fastest defensive players, the most athletic defensive players in this draft, just not real instinctive.
It's just good to see the Buccaneers addressing the defense. Long overdue.
Well, they're doing a good job at it. Obviously, when they were winning a lot of games, the defense was young and athletic and fast, and so they're starting to get back at that now.
Young man grew up in a tough situation, grew up in the inner city of Chicago. Father and mother passed away. Quincy Black having a chance to play pro football with Tampa Bay. And now here's Buster Davis, inside linebacker, Florida State going Arizona.
See, you talk about chiseled, 5'9.5", doesn't have the ideal height, but a guy that was a factor. Watch him there, number 7, 242 pounds. There's a tackle in the open field on Greg Olson. Plays with a lot of enthusiasm, intensity. It's after the quarterback to see him here on the blitz. You see the ability to close, the speed he had there, sacking Kyle Wright. This kid was a difference maker at the inside linebacker spot for Florida State. At one point in time, you would have thought maybe early to mid-second round. Kind of lost a little momentum through the draft process, but I tell you, forget the height factor. The kid's a good football player.
There are a lot of short line. Look at Zach Thomas and London Fletcher. What are they, 5'10"? And they are Pro Bowl type players in this league. You can play in this league at that position and still be short.
There are a lot of linebackers people think are huge, but they're actually small.
Carlos Dansby, another linebacker, outstanding pass rusher, good pass defender, combined with Buster Davis. Cardinals coming on.
Well, they've this is the new regime there. Ken Wisenhunt, Russ Grimm right behind him on the coaching staff and company. Now, Ryan Harris, offensive tackle, Notre Dame, goes to the Denver Broncos with the pick number 70 overall.
At a first-round grade going into the year, Boone, he slipped dramatically this year in terms of his overall output. You see him there getting the job done, but guys were able to beat him to the outside, get a little push in the pocket there in terms of power and strength, would be able to get the best of Ryan Harris. Did not play to the level of his junior campaign. Grade dropped to the point where I thought he could maybe be a fourth-round pick. Goes at the top of the third. You hope he can revert back to the form because Charlie Weiss thought going into the year this kid was going to be one of his 4 or 5 or 6 first-round draft choices. Just didn't play to that level. That's the reason Brady Quinn took a lot of hits. His left tackle didn't get the job done on a game-to-game basis.
And they're a team, Jaws, as you know, is going to become a pocket passing team with Jay Cutler as their quarterback and Patrick Ramsey, their backup quarterback. So getting a lineman, getting a tackle that can help form that pocket so Jay Cutler can pick people apart, a priority for Mike Shannon.
A little bit of insurance to see if Matt Lepsis can come back.
That's correct.
All right, two picks we want to get you updated on. New Orleans, which was the second pick in the third round. Usama Young, quarterback, Kent State. I had another coach talking to just a little while ago, hoping that he would slip today, number 2, a team that didn't have a third-round pick. So Kent State, but there are a lot of people that had targeted him, Mel. You like this?
Well, his speed. I think that's what got done. Average player with good workouts. And teams had been pushing him up. Some thought he was a late-round pick. Others, a lot of mixed opinion on Usama Young. Obviously, the workout helped him. He was a veteran, played a lot of football at Kent State, goes in the third round. A lot of teams would say slight reach, but hey, we'll see what happens.
New Orleans can use help
needs
there.
A corner.
They can do that. And now, just a moment ago, Miami, obviously, with Cam Cameron, now we already debated Ted Ginn Jr., but now they go with a third down back, really a change of pace back, running back from Florida State, Lorenzo Booker. So Miami's got some speed here to this offense in the draft.
Okay, much talked about coming into the collegiate ranks out of high school, was expected to be a great player. I think it was a very good player. Hampered by an offensive line at Florida State that frankly was one of the worst in the ACC or most disappointing, and he didn't have a lot of running room. He had to create on his own. He was expected to be the next work done, never materialized into that kind of player, but he can catch the football out of the backfield. He's a tough little guy, good moves there, quick feet, he can accelerate. You talk about a guy who has talent. It's a shame that offensive line didn't give him more running room. A lot of his yards he created on his own, and as a third down back, as a change of pace type home run hitter, Lorenzo Booker's a good football player.
Reminds me of Brian Westbrook from the Philadelphia Eagles, that kind of running back can make plays.
Third round pick?
Round pick, that's why I mentioned it, Boom.
I know it, Joe.
On top of it.
You are on top of it after 10 hours. Now, here's Miami thus far. So we debated again, but then they got a quarterback in Beck and Samson Sattelli, who played, shotgun offense. That doesn't mean that you can't snap with the quarterback right behind you, but he hadn't had the experience in it. June Jones plays the run and shoot and all sorts of fun out there. And Lorenzo Booker running back Florida State. Now, okay, so running back goes to Miami. Ricky Williams is out there. What are his chances of coming back with the Miami Dolphins or anywhere?
Well, Ricky Williams is now eligible for reinstatement. He became eligible for reinstatement from his year-long suspension for the substance abuse policy on Friday. It's likely that Commissioner Roger Goodell wants to meet with Ricky before he makes a decision to reinstate him. By all accounts, according to his agent Lee Steimer, he has been submitting himself to random tests. He's been passing those tests. I think the Dolphins want him, even though they have Ronnie Brown and now Lorenzo Booker. Booker, as we mentioned, a third-down caliber back. When Ricky Williams played his last season with the Dolphins, they felt in that last 6 weeks that he was a better back than Ronnie Brown. And for a team that has questions at quarterback, as we know, some questions even at wide receiver, to have a Ricky Williams on that team, yes, I think he would be welcomed back by the Dolphins if he gets reinstated.
And I believe that back by the league?
I believe that's likely that he will be welcomed back by the league. If in fact he has passed all the tests and the doctor said yes, he's a go.
All told, in Canada, of course, injury-plagued season up there with Toronto.
Yeah, it's a different league up there and everything. I know this much. The coaching staff that remains from Nick Saban's staff told Cam Cameron, the new head coach, we like this guy.
Well, he certainly... It's an interesting dynamic in that clubhouse with the guys who have been there a long time, whether it be Zach and Jason Taylor, etc. We'll see what happens. We have... My goodness, we're moving along in the third round. We'll be back in a moment.
I want this guy.
Agent Peterson?
Yes. Peterson breaks down the middle. Touchdown, Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's our guy.
All new.
I've been seeing Carlos.
4 Sundays in a row, leading to an explosive season finale.
I am totally, hopelessly in love with 2 men.
An all-new Desperate Housewives Sunday at 9/8 Central, only on ABC.
Sunday, 2 National League Central rivals clash.
Let's go!
Hot-hitting Derek Lee looks to keep the Cubs on pace with Albert Pujols and the world champion Cards. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, 8 Eastern.
Separate yourself from the herd. The innovative Ridgeline from Honda.
So this DirecTV superfan Tchotchke lets you watch an entire game in 30 minutes? There's no shortcuts in football, Buttercup. Football is hard work. And groin pulls.
Sign up for NFL Sunday Ticket today and get Superfan for free.
The kids have a surprise for you.
The Leo Diamond, certified for superior brilliance. Hand selected to match beautifully by Kay Jewelers.
Every kiss begins with K.
Yes, it's time to vacation, Dollar Millionaire style.
Road trip!
With outstanding McDonald's fries and outlandish legroom. This cabin is first class all the way.
Oh, these people don't fly coach, but they're pretty fly.
They're also decked out with decadent double cheeseburgers and other dollar menu delicacies. No, they don't need a 5-star hotel. They've got $5 million.
Bethan!
It's WU.
Your cell phone bill is what's up. All this texting.
OMG, INBD.
It is a big deal. Who are you texting 50 times a day?
IDK, my BFF Jill.
Tell your BFF Jill that I'm taking away your phone.
GISNF.
Me paying this bill, that's what's S and F.
Now too much texting is NBD. Singular brings you unlimited texting, just $5 more a month. And get Mom a red pearl for Mother's Day. Singular is now the new AT&T. Your world delivered.
This is the NFL Draft on ESPN, presented by Coors Light.
All right, we're back here in New York. Now, this third round. Minnesota goes defensive back from Fresno State, Marcus McCauley. And you could say McCauley was a good open field tackler. High school kick return, punt return, versatile.
Great junior year. You look at Fresno State for Pat Hill as a junior. He was outstanding, had a high grade going into the season. He had intercepted 8 passes, had a good game against Dwayne Jarrett, held Jarrett to only 5 catches for 37 yards. Enters the year with a high grade and disappoints, whether it was senioritis, whatever. He was beaten. He just did not have the concentration, and the overall skill level was not shown on the football field. This is a kid with size, with recovery ability, all the skills you want, but he did not put it all together as a senior, and all of a sudden his stock dropped from a first-round pick all the way to a third-round pick. You don't know what Marcus McCauley you're getting. If you're getting the 2005 version, you're happy. 2006 version, you're going to be very disappointed.
Well, they hope they get the 2005 version. And Adrian Peterson, they hope they get the 2004 version. I think that would be pretty good. And they were holding their breath in Minnesota, hoping that Peterson would get to that spot. They drafted him. That started a good day for the Vikings. Let's go up to Trey Wingo and the gang at NFL Live.
All right, Boomer, thanks. You're right. I don't think Minnesota thought Adrian Peterson would be there. And, yes, they would love the 2004. I'm sure they'd be just as happy with the 2005 and the 2006 minus that little pesky collarbone issue, Mark, when he dove into the end zone. But what, in your opinion, Mark May, makes this guy, Adrian Peterson, so special?
Because he's a total package. He's going to punish you when he has the football. He has a nasty streak running the football, and he does it all. He can catch the ball in the backfield. He can block and pick up blitzes. And what I like about Adrian Peterson, every time he touches the football, he's going to deliver the blow to you. He's going to make sure, Sean, that you feel the pain. The pain is coming as a defender when Adrian Peterson runs the football.
I don't want to feel the pain.
You don't want to feel
but I bet somebody else is going to. And Trey, you said the 2005 guy. I'll take the 1995 Adrian Peterson when he was 8. That's how good this kid is. I believe. I'm not worried about the upright running. I'm not worried about the durability. The collarbone will be fine. I think this guy's a full-grown man. Not only do I believe he can go in and start, I believe he can tote it 300-plus times and get himself 1,400 yards right off the bat. Love him. I believe he was the second or third within the top 5 players in this draft. I think he's going to be a superstar at the next level, and I think he's a great young kid.
You know, you laugh when you say you take when he's 8-year-old. We had Darren Woodson on the show on NFL Live, and Adrian Peterson from the Dallas area came into the locker room, Michael Smith, and when the Cowboys were there and they saw this kid from high school come in, they're like, let's draft that guy right now.
Right.
I mean, they were ready when he was in high school to suit him up.
All the tape I studied of him and Pop Warner.
Charles talking about the durability, and that's the one knock about him. How long can he last?
Hogwash.
You know,
forget it.
No, but I was talking to some coaches about him, about his running style, how he can last in this league. And what they said is all Adrian Peterson has to learn how to do, not change his running style, but slightly tweak his mentality, not to attack defenders head on the way he does, but to attack the edge of defenders. That way he's not taking those full-on blows like that. But this is a home run threat for the Minnesota Vikings, who also got a great pickup in Sidney Rice, some of the best hands in the draft, and we know that was a problem.
All that big fella has to do is give him some thigh pad and look out.
Well, I think that would make Brad Childress, the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, very happy if he would tweak just a little bit the way he delivers that blow to the defender. And joining us now, thanks to Coors Light video conferencing, is the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, Brad Childress. Brad, how surprised were you that Adrian Peterson was there when you picked at 7?
Well, I think we had it figured about that way, Trey. I thought that he had a chance to come to us. We had to be patient. Sometimes you want to pull the trigger a little bit prematurely there, but we were elated that he was there.
Clearly, since you've been there, running the ball has been a priority for the Minnesota Vikings. You had Chester Taylor over 1,200 yards last year. How do you plan to use both Taylor and now Adrian Peterson in the backfield?
Well, you know, we did a little bit of that in Philadelphia with Buckhalter and Westbrook, and I think it's a great change-up if you can find a way to not let the defense screw their cleats in the ground and kind of get a pace of somebody. It's always good to keep them fresh and kind of throw the defense some change-ups.
Right before you sat down, we were talking about the only knock really against Adrian Peterson, Brad. That was the durability issue. How much of a concern was that for you when you were deciding whether or not to take him?
Well, you know, we feel like we did our due diligence on that, Trey. We were able to get him in here from New York. He was shooting a commercial, and he stopped on his way back to Oklahoma City. So we got a chance to physical him. He'll have another extensive physical, but we just thought the upside was too much that you could go by.
Well, it certainly looks like you've got the running game taken care of. We know you can stop the run in Minnesota, 61 plus something yards per game, best in the league last year. Defensively against the pass was the big concern, 31st in the league in 06. Marcus McCauley, the cornerback. What do you like about this kid?
Well, he's a big corner. I think there's a premium in those guys. A big corner that can run. I think he's a 4.39 guy, can play some press coverage. He's not afraid to put an edge on a sweep. So you like those big men on the flanks that can run and cover and get that one bump in 5 yards.
Brad, we appreciate the time. Good first day, and good luck on the second day of the draft.
Thank you, Trey.
Brad Childress, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. And it certainly seems like Adrian Peterson, they had him figured, so they did their due diligence. They thought he could plan that. You like the combination of Taylor and Peterson in the backfield?
Absolutely. In this era of the NFL, you need two running backs, and behind a great offensive line, particularly the left side, and Steve Hutchinson and Brian McKinney. If Adrian Peterson gets the carries, 300 yards plus, he will be the Rookie of the Year, and he'll be in a Pro Bowl. He'll get an opportunity to tote the ball 300 to 400 times. I think he can do it, and I think he'll be physical and healthy enough to do it for the entire season.
There's another guy who's looking for some good things out of their team, too, the Houston Texans, huh?
That would be absolutely correct. The Houston Texans had the 10th overall pick in the first round, and for the second straight year in the first round, they went defensive tackle. And I believe we are joined now by Coors Light video conferencing, the head coach of the Houston Texans, Gary Kubiak. It's as if Sean knew it was coming, Gary. Listen, Amobi Okoye is 19 years old. What, if anything, concerns you about that with the defensive tackle you took out of Louisville?
Well, hopefully it means he gets to play a lot longer than everybody else. But, you know, we're just very excited to get the young man. We were surprised that he lasted until the 10th pick, that he was there with our pick. And we feel like he gives us an inside player with some pass rush ability. And, you know, we're committed to building this defense here. It started with Mario and D'Amico last year, and it'll continue with him this year. And just trying to get better, and very excited about him.
Coach, how can he make Mario Williams a better player?
Well, I think anytime you've got more than one inside right there, you know, people got to worry, you know, about a couple of guys. So, you know, he's got to help him. He's got to help our whole defensive football team. He's got to help keep guards and centers off of D'Amico as a Mike linebacker. But, you know, we're very young football team and very young on defense. And we made some strides last year after our start, and hopefully we can continue to do that with players such as Moby.
You didn't get any older with Amobi Okoye. I can guarantee you that. Now, he's listed at 6'1", about 300 pounds. Can you put more weight on him to sort of bulk him up a little bit because he's going to be going up against the big boys inside?
Well, his weight has fluctuated a little bit. You know, people have talked about that. He's been anywhere from 285 to 310, and we definitely think he can add a little bit of weight. But the one thing that we like about him is the fact that he's so active inside. The way he gets after the quarterback, the way he chases the ball, and you know, we just feel like he's only going to get better, and the fact that he's young, to me, it's a positive, and we're just really looking forward to his presence with our football team.
Coach, Amobi Okoye may be the story of the day, but the story of the offseason for the Texans franchise is the switch at quarterback from David Carr to Matt Schaub. What can Matt Schaub do for you guys that you didn't think David Carr could?
Well, you know, I don't want to go that route with that question. I think I just want Matt to come in here and do his job. I think he's got a chance to be an excellent quarterback. Studied him very hard coming out of college, was very impressed with him. He's been through the so-called growing pains of the National Football League here over the past couple of years and learning a great deal with Michael Vick and the Atlanta Falcons. He's been coached extremely well. I just feel like he's ready to be a starter in the National Football League. We felt like it was time for a change of direction of leadership, so we got aggressive in that area, and we're very excited about him.
Well, you certainly did. Gary, we appreciate the time, and I'm sure we'll talk to you throughout the second day of the draft. Thanks for being with us.
All right, Terry. Have a good evening.
Gary Kubiak, head coach of the Houston Texans. The age issue. We talked about it, I don't know, 7, 8 hours ago, with Amobi Okoye at 19. There is upside in this, and the fact that the kid comes in young, he can learn, and like you said, he'll play a lot longer. What concerns you, Mark May, about a 19-year-old playing in the NFL?
Well, one, his age, obviously, at 19 years old. He's going to be going against full-grown men in the NFL, 25 and 30-year-old men. And not only that, at 6'1", 300 pounds, he's going to have to bulk up, but will that be enough? He's got to be the perfect technician. When he plays at this point in his career, he plays high a lot. If he does that at the next level, he's going to get blown off the line of scrimmage, Sean.
I'm still trying to figure out why everybody says a 6'1", 300-pound 19-year-old needs to bulk up. Somebody please tell me. And he's inside. He's inside as a tackle, who's a disruptor, who can keep people, as Gary Kubiak said, off his linebacker's legs. And if you can do that, one of these guys eventually, whether it's Mario Williams or whether it's Okoye, starts to draw a double team and makes everybody else better. And I think the age is a positive, because a lot of times these guys that are 25, 26, 27 years old aren't willing to learn something new. I think at 19, heck, by the time he's 22, he could be in 3 Pro Bowls, and he's still got 10 years to go. I like this pick by Koob. I think it's a good one, and I think it's going to benefit Mario Williams as much as anything down the road.
Not only do I like this pick, but I like the direction of this franchise. You got to give a lot of credit to Rick Smith, the general manager, and Gary Kubiak, both coming from under Mike Shanahan in Denver. These guys had one of the best drafts in the entire NFL last year with all the rookies they had contributing. It was very defensive heavy this year. This offseason, you look at they add Matt Schaub, who's very highly coveted. They get Amon Green, who they feel like still has some years left on him. They get Sean Barber to help out the defense. Now Moby Okoye. This team has a long way to go before it catches Indianapolis, but you have to like the shrewd moves that Smith and Kubiak are making down in Houston.
Well, the one thing you can say for sure about the draft of Mario Williams first overall a year ago, they said they drafted him because they needed a pass rusher to get to the Colts and Peyton Manning. They had never beaten him. They beat him last year. They did beat him once. Now they've got Okoye, and as you mentioned, Amon Green. This team is building from the inside out, very much the philosophy
Good teams always do, Trey.
we've seen in Denver.
It's a good foundation there.
That is the foundation you need to be. Much more coming on the draft. Third round is motoring along, good people. The Packers, who used to employ Amon Green, are on the clock.
Love this 7-layer dip. You can't jump with dip. No, it's a 7-layer crunch wrap. 7-layer dip wrapped up. See? It's good to go. It's good to go. It's good to go. Uh-oh.
Taco Bell's new 7-layer crunch wrap. Hearty beans and warm nacho cheese sauce layered with cool sour cream and guacamole. Wrapped up and good to go. To get the great taste of 7-layer dip, think outside the bun.
This one. Oh. Yes. Want me to grab it? Man.
Don't see space anywhere.
Right there. Go, 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 go.
The Kia Spectra, 35 miles per gallon and fun to drive. Now with 0% APR plus 1,000 bonus cash.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
NFL.com Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Go to NFL.com/fantasy for early bird specials sign-up offer.
Yeah, can I get the love handles, double chin, and some blubber?
Do you want the double blubber?
Sure.
And I'll have the same thing, but instead of the blubber, can I get some thunder thighs and a badonkadonk butt?
Please drive around.
When you get greasy fast food, what are you really getting? The new Subway Fresh Fit meals fit into the American Heart Association's approach to a healthy lifestyle. Tasty, low-fat subs with better-for-you sides and a drink. Subway, eat fresh.
The girls of the OIA are ready to take the season to another level. It's the postseason here on OC16, where you'll see the best teams in the OIA battle it out for their quest to claim the league's top prize. Be sure to tune in this Friday night, live from Mililani High School Gymnasium. It's the OIA quarterfinals. First game of the doubleheader tips off at 5:30. OIA Girls Basketball, the playoff edition. The only place you'll see it is OC16.
Brought to you by Zippy's, Pizza Hut, and the Tony Group Autoplex.
We steamrolled through the third round of the draft on ESPN2. Meanwhile, over on ESPN, Spurs and Nuggets Game 3 in Denver. And right now you see San Antonio with an 11-point lead with about 8 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. As for the draft, who else but Chris Berman has more?
All right, here we are back in Radio City Music Hall. And the Loyal are with us. And you all folks out there, we appreciate you hanging with. This is the third-round picks are going to help your football team. There's no question about that. And let's get started with, let's see, we last did Minnesota. Why don't we start with Houston? 73rd pick, Jacoby Jones, wide receiver from Tiny Lane College.
Out of the prep ranks in New Orleans, boom, was a track guy, sprinter on the track team, basketball player in high school, goes to Lane, punt returner, kick returner, big play wide receiver, good size at 6'2 and a half, 208 to 212 pounds, ran a 4.49 at the combine, good football player, still needs to obviously come into the NFL, coming from a lower level of competition, will need a year or two, but while he's learning the ropes at wide receiver, learning the nuances of that position, a adjusting to the NFL. He can help out in the return game. Was one of the top 4 or 5 true return men in this draft.
I already like that those highlights were at the Texan Stadium, apparently, so he knows the turf. All right, so here's what Houston has done. You just saw Gary Kubiak on with Trey, the youngster Okoye. By the way, an aside, Okoye is 19, right?
Yep.
John Beck is 26.
Yep.
So 7 years difference of 2 guys going in one draft. That's a record.
Well,
I'm saying that's a record.
Brown education's working.
All right. Yamon Figures, Kansas State wide receiver, goes to Baltimore. Mel, there it is at the bottom. The fastest.
Yep, fast 4.29, 4.3 speed. No question, this guy's a vertical threat. Problem is, he's got small hands, dropped some balls at Kansas State, had some drops at the combine workout, but he has speed to burn. Great return man, and that's where with B.J. Sams coming off the leg injury, he'll be unrestricted in after 2007. They want a return man. B.J. Sams lost to injury, was critical to that football team late in the year. This kid will be obviously one of the primary return men on this football team, and he can fly. His consistency catching the football leaves a lot to be desired. He'll beat you deep when he catches the football. So his value is his speed and his return ability, especially for a team that puts a priority with B.J. Sams in the return game.
He looks like he runs fly.
You only have one. It's a single-digit number. You know the guy's fast. Number 3.
Looks like Ted Ginn to me. Keyshawn's coming around.
Fastest guy at the combine. Now here it is. Mel, and it's interesting that the next guy at the combine fastest is one of the next draft picks, Jason Hill, but 4.3. Mel.
Well, exactly. It's amazing. The only one left is Mike Walker out of Central Florida. Had some injury problems at Central Florida, but a good player, played on both sides of the ball. But you look at all these other guys, they're all selected by now. Speed, talent. You talk about guys that can run and be a threat. Yamon Figures' versatility in the return game. Jason Hill, big junior year. This year, the senior year wasn't quite as good, but Mort, the kid's got speed. He put up a lot of touchdowns in the Pac-10.
If I'm a 49er fan, I'm excited because Jason Hill is a guy who was productive as a junior. As a senior, his mother was ill. He spent some time down there. He got a little bit heavy. This guy's a great, not only has a chance to be an excellent receiver, great special teams player. Plays gunner on special teams, has blocked some kicks. The 49ers might have gotten a great steal here in Jason Hill of Washington.
Well, that was a couple of picks later at 76, the Niners, and he caught a lot of balls in not that many games, Mel. 148 catches, Jason Hill, in 31 games with Washington.
Mel, Tennessee has not picked a wide receiver yet. What's the deal?
Well, you look, they're coming up. I mean, as far as Tennessee's concerned, I think it depends on how their board flows. 5 of the last 6 selections have been wide receivers. So, Tennessee is on the clock, but a lot of these guys are starting to come off the board. You look at guys like right now, Jason Hill was the next best. You have Andre Allison at East Carolina, Paul Williams at Fresno State, who will be a heck of a special teams player while he's adjusting to wide receiver in the NFL. Rima McKnight at Notre Dame, pretty good football player, came off the injury list. Decent year, not a great year. So there's some wide receivers that can help Tennessee on the board at this point.
We had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 go in a row. Let's go back a little bit. Atlanta with the 75th pick overall. And it's Stanley Cup playoff time, so at some point we're going to have to talk about hockey. So Laurent Robinson, wide receiver of Illinois State, goes to Atlanta. They also later on made a trade for Serge Savard and Guy Lapointe. What do we know about him?
He's got good size, and he can run, and he's very athletic. Making the tough catch in traffic is something he's a prove he can do. But against Minnesota and Iowa State, he did a good job. So he wasn't just a product of the 1AA competition. The kid, as I said, it's 6'2", 197 pounds, ran a 4.38 at the combine, vertical nearly 40 inches. But again, will he be intimidated against those safeties, those corners that will be more physically gifted, obviously, than the cornerbacks and defensive backs he worked against at the collegiate level? So I think, again, catching the football in traffic will be a 3rd or 4th option. That's the best scenario. Can he develop into a 3rd or 4th option for the Atlanta Falcons and Michael Vick?
Bobby Petrino likes those bigger receivers, and we know that they've spent draft picks on Michael Jenkins, on Roddy White. They've got Joe Horn in there, but Hugh Jackson is their offensive coordinator. He was in Cincinnati when you picked up receivers like T.J. Houshmandzadeh and Chris Henry in later rounds, and certainly Paul Petrino is Bobby's brother, receivers coach, great receivers coach. I think they expect production out of those receivers they have used those #1 picks on in the past.
And they will get production out of him at some point in time. Joe Horn's there to mentor him. They brought Joe in to mentor the other guys, so this is a good start to something special in Atlanta.
All right, well, we're talking about Bobby Petrino. We're talking about Atlanta through the magic of television. Trey, it's your turn. Let's bring in the new coach.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. This is the first draft experience for Bobby Petrino, but so much of the Atlanta Falcons, whenever you talk about it, has to be what they're doing with their quarterback in Michael Vick. This has been an unusual week for Michael Vick, to say the least. Allegations of a dogfighting ring in a house he owns in Virginia. And then, of course, he missed a plane when he was scheduled to go to Capitol Hill to lobby for more funding for after-school programs. On that backdrop, we now welcome in the new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons via Coors Light video conferencing, Bobby Petrino. Bobby, have you talked to Mike at all about the things that have gone along this week, and what have those conversations been like?
Well, I've certainly talked to Michael, and you know, we've got him doing everything we want him to do as far as football goes. He's done a nice job in the off-season program. He's in here every day lifting and working hard at it. I think he's excited to run our offense and excited about the opportunities ahead of him and what we ask the quarterbacks to do. We've got to make sure we take care of the issues off the field so that we can get his focus completely on football.
How do you do that, Bobby?
Well, he knows he needs to do some things with his family and getting his life in order and doing everything just right. And I have been very impressed with the way he's conducted his business in the off-season program and how much he's looking forward to the season coming up.
Well, let's talk about the draft here. You clearly like the University of Arkansas in the first couple of rounds of this draft. You go Jamal Anderson, the defensive end, out of Arkansas in the first round. What made him the right fit for you guys?
Well, I think the fact that we went in, we wanted to get bigger. We had definite need at left defensive end. And we also wanted someone who could rush the passer. So he has the ability to do both, his size to stop the run and shed blocks and run to the football. And then I like the way he can rush the passer. I think he helps us a lot being able to do both.
No question you wanted to get bigger. Justin Blaylock was the right guy to take, the big tackle out of Texas. You also went for the cornerback in the second round, Chris Houston. What do you like about his game?
Well, Chris is a guy that can cover one-on-one. You feel good about putting him out there and letting him go one-on-one. He's very competitive and he's very fast. So I think he'll be a guy to come in and play right away at corner for us.
Bobby, one name that has not been called yet in the draft is a guy you coached last year in college, Michael Bush, the running back that could have been a Heisman potential candidate, broke his leg in that game against Kentucky. Have you talked to him? What do you hear about what's going on with Michael Bush in the draft?
Yeah, I've talked to Michael a lot throughout the entire process, and you know, he unfortunately had to go back in and have another operation, get a longer rod put in. He feels good about it. The doctors feel good about it. They think the healing process is going. So it's a shame that he had that injury, but given the time, Michael will be back and playing here soon.
Would you draft him?
I'd definitely like to draft him.
All right, Bobby, we appreciate the time, and best of luck through the second day of the draft.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Bobby Petrino, new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. And, of course, Michael Bush is the player he may have again as we go forward through the rest of the rounds of this year's draft. The story with Atlanta, guys, is going to be Michael Vick. They traded away, the Falcons did this offseason, Matt Schaub. We just talked to Gary Kubiak, the head coach of the Texans, where he went. So it's basically all on Michael Vick's shoulders right now. He's had a bad week. We had the issue at the Miami airport in the offseason where nothing came of that, but it was another thing that came up. What does Michael Vick need to do, as you heard Bobby talk about, to become more of a leader on this team away from the field?
He needs to clean up his act. He needs to make sure that if he is in the media, in the news, it's a positive message he's sending. It's about football and what he's going to do on the field of play, not his problems off the field of play. And another thing, I think Atlanta has to get another quarterback, somebody that's behind Michael Vick that's pushing him, because right now, he's the guy. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He doesn't have Matt Schaub there where he has to look over his shoulder. Right now, he really doesn't have to account for a quarterback behind him.
Mayday, since you talked about the stuff off the field, and I believe Michael's a good guy and a good kid and will get his stuff in order, and I believe he'll be focused on football. But Trey, where I disagree, I think for the first time, this isn't going to fall all on Mike's shoulder. What it tells me by trading Matt Schaub is that Bobby Petrino has a tremendous amount of belief in what, as does Arthur Blank, the owner, and what Michael Vick's all about, or you wouldn't have traded away Matt Schaub. You got a guy now, if you can build a run game, which we know they got, you go out and get some receivers finally who can close and catch. And Joe Horn, who's been a great player in this league for a long time. I actually think this is a great plus for Michael, because a lot of times quarterback puts so much stuff on himself himself that they forget to realize just go out and play. What I think is they're trying to build around him offensively and defensively so Mike doesn't have to feel like he has to dress in a phone booth every single snap.
You know what I'm talking about here. This is a very user-friendly system that Bobby Petrino is going to install here. And Michael Vick, from an on-the-field standpoint, has already shown a lot of commitment. Showed up earlier than usual to work out at the facility, is really buying into the system that Bobby Petrino and Hugh Jackson are installing. Joe Horn is going to do great for those young core receivers. They picked up another one, Robinson. Remember that name. He's going to be a real sleeper pick that's going to do wonders for that team. But like Sean said, the idea for Michael Vick is not to think of this as a make-or-break year. We got to be patient with him. This is his third system, third head coach, 4 if you count Wade Phillips on an interim basis. The successful quarterbacks have stability around them. That's what the Falcons have to do, is give him stability.
When is Michael Vick going to get it? I mean, seriously, when is it going to become a point in time where he's going to get it and say, my complete focus is on football? Because if you can't make it in this offense with Bobby Petrino, because he can make this offense, as you said, user-friendly, because remember, he had the rollout offense with Stephon LaFleur when he was at Louisville, so he's going to make sure that it's going to be easy for Michael Vick. If he doesn't get it under Bobby Petrino, he'll never.
Yeah, and on the field, that's important, I get. And off the field, I don't think Michael Vick's ever been arrested, has he? No, I don't believe so. He's had some issues, but he'll get those fixed. But on the field, which I'm focused on right now, I firmly believe that Mike will eventually get it, but he needs some repetition with the same coach for more than 2 or 3 years.
And the signing of Joe Horn in the offseason will absolutely help Michael Vick. And to be fair, he had some incidents this week. He also donated $170,000 this week.
He cares.
To the families and friends of the victims of the Virginia Tech massacre a couple weeks ago. That's one of the reasons why he was here, along with teammate D'Angelo Hall, former Hokies, trying to help everybody get past that moment. Chris Berman, back to you.
All right, Trey, thank you. And look at, here are our fans. There they are. Look at them.
Yeah.
We got Brian Thomas. We got Jericho Conchery. Got Justin Miller. Was that Kevin Carter? They're here. They're still here. Thank you, fellas. And way to go, guys. Here we are back around the far reaches of round 3 here at Radio City Music Hall. Even the Rockettes have left, but our loyal fans are still here. So let's go back. Where are we starting now? We're going to go back to San Francisco. We started talking about Jason Hill. Speed and production, an interesting pick for the 49ers, Mel.
It is, and they need help at wide receiver. Alex Smith needs weapons in the passing game beyond just Vernon Davis. Obviously, Frank Gore running with the football. You watch him here getting deep. He had a lot of touchdown receptions, 32 during his career, second only to Dwayne Jarrett in the Pac-10. Big junior season and the high ankle sprain. More talked about senior year, not as good as advertised. Getting off press coverage, thought to prove that, but he can run. This kid's a 4.37 40 guy. Won a frame at 6'1", 205 pounds. Verticals 37 inches. Actually can run a 4.32, 4.35 on occasion. So speed to burn, big playability. Obviously, the junior year better than the senior year.
Plus special teams. And I heard, his mother was ill. He spent some time down in the Bay Area where she lived. So he got a little bit heavy this year, but that was his priority. You hear nothing but great things about him, and a great special teams player. Big pickup for the 49ers, I think.
Well, you got to like these names. I'm sorry, Joe. These names are what they've done thus far.
Now, watching those highlights, Jason Hill, he's ready for the NFL. He was pushing off an awful lot. Keyshawn working with him.
He is from the Pac-10.
There you go.
All right, so next, Matt Spaeth, the big tight end, the only guy that broke the string of wide receivers here for Minnesota. Pittsburgh Steelers, they got Heath Miller, but they picked.
Pick and block. That's the one thing. He is an extension of your offensive line. 6'7", nearly 270 pounds. A pretty good hands. His father, Ken Spaeth, tight end at Nebraska, drafted in the 5th round of the 1978 draft. Good hands. Thing that he lacks is speed, obviously. That's the problem with Matt Spaeth. He's not going to be able to stretch that deep middle, but he'll block very effectively as an inline blocker, catches the football, even runs hard after the catch. His little quickness. 6'7", 270 pounds. Heath Miller is the pass receiving option. Now you get a guy who can get the job done blocking and very underrated as a receiver. Plays a little faster than his 40 time indicates.
Well, this means now, and of course the Pittsburgh Steelers are hoping that he is the ace of Spaeth that they have drafted. And so now every award winner except the Heisman Trophy Award winner, Troy Smith, has gone in the draft thus far. It's just odd the way that works. Not that we're that surprised, but obviously the Maxwell is gone. The Biletnikoff Award, no suspense there. The Mackey Award for the tight end, Spaeth won it. He's gone the Outland Trophy, Bednarik Trophy, Butkus Award. Sorry, Dick Butkus spelled a little differently, but the Thorpe Award, the Vince Lombardi Award. They're all gone except for the Heisman. Where does Troy Smith go?
Yeah, you'd have to think all along third or fourth round. Late first day, which we're getting near the end of the first day, or early second day. And really, the Florida game we discussed, that one game against Jarvis Moss, first-round pick of the Denver Broncos, Ray McDonald, who's still not yet off the board, could be a third or fourth-round pick. That group, that defensive front for Florida, showed that it's 6 feet even with that longer delivery. Troy Smith could have some trouble in the NFL. With a big game there, he might have been a second-round pick. But right now, you're talking about a third or fourth-round pick. And we just heard Charles Johnson, nice pick, the defensive end from Georgia. The junior outplayed Quentin Moses, just came off the board.
With the Carolina
Panthers,
Yeah,
nice
keep
pick.
Sean, there you go.
Well, we have some issues there because of Mike Rucker. Mike Rucker's coming back off an injury, so we want to make sure that we protect ourselves.
All right, let's go back now. We're going in order here. We're going to show here's the Packers. James Jones, wide receiver, San Jose State, goes to the Green Bay Packers. That was the 78th pick overall if you're scoring at home. San Jose State, you know, they have a pro offense.
6'1", 205 pounds, 207 pounds in that area. Strong kid. 22 reps at the combine. Plays faster than that 4.5, 5.40 and did a nice job for San Jose State. Dick Tomey, the head coach out there, used to be at Arizona and Hawaii. James Jones has some ability. Pretty good hands, good concentration, intriguing football player that I think a lot of people were hoping was a little under the radar. Some thought they could maybe steal this kid in the 4th or 5th round. Here he goes in round 3 to the Green Bay Packers, and he'll have an opportunity. Greg Jennings, good start to his rookie year, tailed off the last month of the season. Brett Favre, these weapons. This kid will have a chance to be that 3rd or 4th option in that Green Bay Packer offense.
Let's go back to Troy Smith a little bit, the Ohio State quarterback. Heisman.
Please do. I love talking quarterback.
Jerry Rome, the former NFL coach and former quarterback, has been working with this guy this offseason. Thinks he's getting the short stick here. Yes, he's short at 6 foot, but Jerry Rome thinks this guy can play in this league.
And I would agree with Jerry Rome. You know, I went back and looked at Troy Smith through his career at Ohio State, and the guy can play at the NFL level. He has a strong arm. He processes information quickly, and he's only 6 foot tall, and I heard a lot about that. But he's a guy that plays 6 foot tall. He plays on his toes. He throws over the top. I've seen quarterbacks that are 6'2", long striders. They play 5'11". I think Troy Smith has 3rd round ability. I think you can get a quarterback in Troy Smith that can play 8 or 10 years as a backup quarterback in the NFL and give you production.
Why can't he be a starter in the NFL?
I don't think he can be a starter.
Ever?
No, I think he has a tough time finding the lanes. He's got to move around a little bit, and he gets inaccurate when he's on the move.
All right, we'll continue to debate and go through the 3rd round picks, but now let's go back up to NFL Live set with Trey, with a young man with a very interesting job, head coach of the Raiders.
That is correct, Chris Berman. Lane Kiffin and the Raiders held the #1 overall pick in this draft, and there was much speculation about what they were going to do. They went with the quarterback out of LSU, Jamarcus Russell, and we now go to Lane Kiffin, the head coach of the Raiders, joining us via Coors Light video conferencing. Lane, how close did you come to taking anybody else? What was the process like deciding on Jamarcus Russell?
Well, it was real easy for us. After a lot of research of all the possible picks and talking to some other people about trading the pick, it became very easy to us that this was the #1 guy by far in this draft and the #1 guy for us. And we just couldn't be more pleased with the way the day went. We really feel it's been a perfect day for us. Getting him there, and then also going and getting what we had as the #1 tight end on our board, a tight end that can play every down, and Zach Miller was really big for us. And then to go down to get him. You know, we went down, took a chance he'd still be there, and still own every pick that we started the day with, but have added Mike Williams and Josh McCown, a starting quarterback in this league, in a former 1st round. It couldn't be better for us.
Lane, how many teams did you talk to about potentially trading that #1 pick?
A couple teams, a couple different scenarios, but in the end, there was nothing that could move us off of making sure that we got the quarterback and the player that we wanted in Jamarcus Russell.
You mentioned the trade for Mike Williams. Obviously, you go back with him at USC. You have a connection there. Lane, it hasn't worked out for Mike Williams at the National Football League level. What makes you think it will work out in Oakland?
I'm not really worried about the negatives or what has happened earlier with Mike. I'm going off of what I know about Mike and how Mike's been with me. I've known him for a long time, and we're excited about adding him, and I know he's excited about being here.
You get Mike Williams, you get the tight end. Randy Moss, there's been a lot of speculation, Lane, that he will not be there when the season begins. What is the status right now of Randy Moss on this team? Are you trying to trade him?
Randy's on our team right now. We've talked a couple different scenarios over, but he's here right now, and we're pleased to have him.
Lane, before we let you go, I think there's somebody else with a USC background that may want to chime in on this. Caller, go ahead, please, from New York.
Lane, how are you? This is Keyshawn. I just want to say good luck, man, and you having a hell of a draft right now.
Keyshawn, appreciate it. I know that you're probably excited for Mike, and I know you that you can't wait to see him play like he used to.
And I know you'll put him in the right positions to do a good job.
Yeah, I just don't know if I'm ever going to be able to have Dwayne Jarrett forgive me, because I know he's already on. I already got a message from him for passing him in the draft, but I know he's going to be great out there.
I'm going to take care of him and do a good job, so good luck again, Lane.
Good. I know you did a good job bringing Mike Williams along for us. Now you can bring Dwayne Jarrett along for you guys.
And I will do that. I assure you that.
See, this is what we do.
Right.
We bring people together on the draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, now just bring Sean Salisbury will be all right.
Now, Lane, we're all trying to be positive here. You don't want to go down that road. Lane, we appreciate it. Best of luck this season with the Raiders.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Lane Kiffin with us, who had the Cards, the first overall pick.
I watched him play high school football, and now he's coaching. It's amazing how fast track he's been on, and he'll be fine. He knows how to put an offense on the field, man.
And here you sit.
What went wrong?
I don't know. But we go back to
I'm
the issue.
still waiting to be drafted.
No,
it ain't happening.
Here's the issue about what happened and what Lane Kiffin just said. If you were able to read between the lines,
question.
At this time, Randy Moss is here. That's what I got out of it. So I don't think Randy Moss is going to be with this team.
Well, Jerry Porter, Randy Moss, Mike Williams. Which way are you going to go? They bring Mike in and Lane. Mike Williams' best football was when Lane Kiffin was coaching him at Southern Cal. So if that's where they're going to go, and he has not had a good start to an NFL career, and obviously he's excited, and sometimes a change of scenery can be great. The other side of it is, with Randy Moss, you know what, I'm to the point now where I take what I could get, whether it's a third round, fourth round, fifth round. If he doesn't want to be there, I don't want him there. And he sure as heck can't be my captain in 2007.
Well, last I heard, just to update the Randy Moss situation, they had a conditional fourth round pick in next year's draft that could increase to a third rounder from New England. There was a conditional third round pick in next year's draft that could increase to a second rounder. Another team is supposedly involved. Unfortunately, I can't identify that team right now, but Al Davis is trying to just get the most value he can for Randy Moss, and that was the goal all along. Also, there's the hurdle of restructuring the contract, due $20 million over the course of the next 2 seasons. That's a difficult thing for another team to do, is to get him to reduce that contract. But, you know, they're clearly trying to shop Randy Moss. The only thing is, he's still coming.
If not, they'll cut him if they can't chop him.
The bottom line is here, you bring in a young quarterback in Jamarcus Russell, and you don't want to have Randy Moss, Jerry Porter, and Mike Williams be the guys that are trying to tell him how to get
Trey, let's not forget what division they're playing.
AFC West is no layup drill. Just ask San Diego, just ask Denver about that, and Kansas City's going to have something to say about that as well. The Raiders, we'll see 5 years from now if this was the draft that turned it around.
So y'all gonna buy it, go too deep. Supposed to catch that.
Go ahead. Call Marcus Colston a tweener. He's a physical specimen at 6'4", 223, and he shattered receiving records at Hofstra, but the scouts still didn't bite. They said he was too slow to be a receiver and too skinny to play tight end. When the 2006 draft came along, Marcus fell, all the way to the 7th round, number 252. But the Saints snatched him up and never looked back. Colston clicked with Breeze from day one, scored a touchdown in his first game, and went on to catch 70 balls for over 1,000 yards, helping the Saints to a magical season and reviving an entire city along the way. You can call him a tweener, but the only thing he's between is a standout rookie year and a bright future in New Orleans.
The draft matters. Go deep. The NFL draft presented by Coors Light continues tomorrow at 11 a.m. on ESPN.
Coach, wouldn't you like to lose that suit and tie and crack open a cold Coors Light?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. Yes.
I mean, we all think Coors Light is totally refreshing. Yeah.
I think a number of people are beginning to come to that conclusion.
So why drink any other beer?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, a little help with these empties?
Oh, sorry. I certainly haven't come here to, to clean house.
What's going on here?
Josh told I kick that blizzard, and he won't give it back.
Josh.
Dad!
Sure you don't want it?
Hey! Hang on to yours.
$10. The new Kit Kat Blizzard at Dairy Queen. Real chunks of Kit Kat chocolate bars and our famous DQ soft serve. Do one.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Frostbrewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. And in part by Hummer, proud sponsor of the 2007 NFL Draft. Hummer, like nothing else.
All right. Oh, we're going right video wall here, Mel. We're continuing on with the third round. Jacksonville picked Mike Walker, wide receiver from Central Florida.
Played on both sides of the ball at Central Florida. Cornerback in the secondary, wide receiver. Knee injury as a junior. We talked about that. That came back. Reverted back to his old form. Looked pretty good. Ran a 4.35 at the combine. 6'1.5", 207-pounder. So, you know, Jacksonville likes bigger receivers. Seems like they have down there.
Big everywhere.
And I'll tell you what, they do. They like size. Woo! Is something, the physical prowess of these players, certainly. And Mike Walker can get it done. Brandon Marshall was there last year. Ended up going to the Denver Broncos. Now Mike Walker, if he can stay healthy, the knee injuries behind him could be a factor on a football team. And obviously, another wide receiver is not going to hurt. That group needs somebody to step forward.
They need competition at that position. That's what Jack Del Rio, the coach, is trying to do, is create competition to get Matt Jones going, Reggie Williams, and what have you. That's what they're trying to do in Jacksonville at the receiver spot.
Paul Williams to Tennessee. The Titans finally get a wide receiver into the mix, something they desperately need for Vince Young. And Paul Williams, another guy with good size at 6'1.5", 203 to 205 pounds. Runs well, had a great junior year. You see an ability there. This kid can adjust to the football. And I think when you look at his hands, pretty good. A guy that had some injury issues as a senior, didn't catch a lot of passes. The quarterback was new. The offense, the overall football team was struggling. So his productivity dropped dramatically, but he's going to help out on special teams right away as a rookie and be a developmental young wide receiver.
So here's with the Titans. Griffin and Henry, and now Paul Williams. So this is the serious run of wide receivers, which ended with the 81st pick when the New York Football Giants stepped up to the plate and picked Jay Alford, defensive tackle from Penn State.
Decent football player. 6'3", 300 pounds. Made his presence felt on occasion. Needs to be part more of a rotation in a backup role. Not the greatest athlete, not necessarily the quickest, but he found a way to do some damage on that defensive line for Penn State. They didn't have Tom Bahali. This guy was kind of the focal point. He had a lot of graduation losses, yet he did a pretty good job. You see him there, number 13, getting into the backfield, gets a decent push. Combine workout, just average, but his overall productivity, if you forget about the computer numbers not being very impressive, you figure he can maybe be a backup for the New York Giants along the defensive front.
So the Giants with Aaron Ross in the first round, the corner from Texas, the slot receiver Steve Smith, USC, and Jay Alford, the defensive tackle from Penn State. And then came Tank Tyler, picked by the Kansas City Chiefs, defensive tackle for NC State, All-ACC first team, and NC State had some players a year ago, didn't they? Williams, Argo, and Lawson.
Exactly. And you look at it, DeMario Presley's another kid there. Will be a nice pick next year to watch out for. But you watch him here, number 72, along that interior. Was really an average prospect coming into this year. Turned it up several notches. 6'2 1/4", 310-pounder with a 42 bench press at the combine. Tremendous upper body strength, quickness. The Boston College game, he did a great job. He wreaked havoc against the Eagles, who have a pretty good offensive line. Josh Beekman, a very good interior lineman, should be a third or fourth round pick coming. This is actually the game against Boston College where he was a force to be reckoned with. Beat Josh Beekman there right off the staff. You see there, number 75. I said Beekman not yet selected. Figured to be a third round pick, possibly maybe even a late second. He's still on the board. Add him to the defensive front that already added Turk McBride, who has some versatility to play end or tackle.
So they have a Turk and a Tank on Kansas City.
Yeah, let's talk about Tank Tyler real quick here, though. Tank Tyler, it's interesting. Herm Edwards was one of the flag bearers on this character issue with the league. Tank Tyler was one of the guys graded way down because of his character. Had some different assault of a police officer, had several red flags there. So obviously Herm Edwards believes that he passes their test or I'll get him to fall in line, because this was a guy who cost himself some money.
He can play. What I just say a little while ago, if the guy can play, those
I
coaches
understand that, but,
right now.
but Herm was one of the guys who stood up at the league meeting and talked about character.
And he helped us win.
And they are getting him in the third round. So I'm just
okay.
And Herm Edwards is the type of coach.
Accountability here, Josh.
But Herm Edwards is the type of coach that can get a guy in line.
Well, and if he doesn't, the guy will be gone. But
on ability, Tank Tyler was a late first, early second rounder. You get him in towards the end of round 3. So again, if he stays focused on the job at hand, the kid has a chance to be a pretty good defensive tackle in the NFL.
All right, back to the task at hand. We would go to the Carolina Panthers. Keyshawn Charles Johnson, defensive end from Georgia. He knocked down a lot of passes. Got a pretty good wingspan, I guess.
Did a heck of a job. Outproduced Quentin Moses. We talked about him earlier. I was shocked that he was not a second-round pick or an early third-round pick, and he ends up going towards the end of round 3 to the Carolina Panthers. You watch him here, get after the quarterback, make an impact game after game. This kid was a force. He doesn't quit on plays, even if he's not a major factor. Gets his hands up, bats down passes. Very active football player. And I'll tell you what, yeah, the pad level there was good. Gets the sack.
I was looking for the wingspan.
You can't go wrong taking Georgia players, but what a disappointment, Keyshawn. I mean, this guy was a junior. I agree with Mel. Had he stayed in school, we're talking about a first-round draft pick.
That's okay. He has Julius Peppers on the other side, Mike Rucker coming off an injury. We want to protect ourselves so we can get to the Super Bowl. We don't have time to worry about whether or not he's a junior. He's good enough for us to take the third round.
Get the pom-poms out here. Keyshawn's ready to go.
At least one last run, huh?
A couple of USC players, of course, on that list of 4 drafted by Carolina. Then St. Louis. They stepped up next, and they went defensive backfield. They selected cornerback from Tennessee, Jonathan Wade, originally recruited as a wide receiver. And so many times in Tennessee, 20-plus years of doing the draft, here's another one coming from the track team, member of the school's 4x100 relay team.
Exactly.
Tennessee.
Remember Terry Fair came out of Tennessee, similar background with the Detroit Lions. It didn't really pan out. You look at this kid, former wide receiver, track star, 5'11", 193 pounds, tremendous vertical jump, great leaping ability, jumping ability, in coverage, 40.5-inch vertical, great recovery speed, guesses a little too much, relies a little too much on his athletic prowess, still learning the position, little raw, but a kid who had some very good games in the SEC for this Tennessee Volunteer program. As a former wide receiver, he has some ability in terms of ball skills. So a guy in the 3rd round for his athleticism at a cornerback spot where athleticism and speed you need to be effective in this league, not a bad choice for the St. Louis Rams, who also took Brian Leonard back in round 2 out of Rutgers.
How many picks is this for Tennessee? It seems like every time I look up, somebody from Tennessee is going. I mean, you know.
You're in the Southeastern Conference. You got a chance to get drafted on the first day.
What about the program?
They get some players at the University of Tennessee.
That's about 10 picks out of the University of Tennessee.
And they're all track stars. And I don't care. They're just every guy's a track star. Now, the Seahawks, who again did not have a first, so here they are in the 3rd round. Brandon McBain, defensive tackle from California, had a better 05 than 06, Mel.
He did, but I tell you, he was double teamed, triple teamed. They really knew that this is a guy we had a handle on the interior there, number 52, a kid who works hard. He would make a big play. He'd get in the backfield, you'd say, wow, this guy's being disruptive. Then you wouldn't hear from him for a while. He'd kind of get pushed around a little bit. So kind of a hit or miss type of guy in terms of the Cal. Overall, though, a guy that gives you everything he has. Great work ethic, a guy that I think can at worst be a rotation defensive tackle, a backup. I think the attitude, the character, and the intensity level the Seattle Seahawks will like on their defensive line at that tackle spot.
So they went for defense, a couple of positions here. They may be in the market wide receiver. We'll see if Darrell Jackson gets.
What about tight end? Jeremy Stevens is gone, and tight end's supposed to be big in that offense.
Well, they're going to be looking. They got Marcus Pollard. I mean, he's older.
I can buy him sometime.
That's who they have. They didn't get Fritz Pollard. They got Marcus Pollard.
Need help.
Now, Baltimore in a trade with the Jacksonville spot. And they get a bunch of picks tomorrow. Jacksonville does for this spot. But Marshall Help-Me-Yanda, the tackle and guard from Iowa.
Well, a right tackle prospect or a guard prospect. You say, hey, Adam Terry's going to be at right tackle. Tony Pascho's moved on in free agency. This kid has a chance to compete at a guard or tackle, and obviously at right tackle could be a factor right away. 6'4", 305 pounds, played for Kirk Ferentz. You know, he was well coached, fundamentally sound, technically sound. And I think that connection, Kirk Ferentz and the Baltimore Ravens, Mort, may have been a factor in this.
No question it's a factor, and you got to like it. Willis McGahee, when the Ravens got him, you sit there and say, who's going to block for him? Jonathan Ogden's coming back. They pick up the 2 linemen now in this draft, so Willis McGahee's breathing a little easier right now.
And so the Baltimore Ravens, here's what they've done. You saw that. And now Stuart Bradley, and I used to have hair like this. Linebacker from Nebraska goes to Philadelphia. Andy used to have hair like that. Maybe that's
long time ago.
Durability again with this kid is a bit of an issue. He's had some injury problems at Nebraska, but big at 6'3.5", 252 pounds. Could be an outside linebacker in a 3-4 day. Everybody seemed to think he had the versatility to help out depending upon the defensive structure in a lot of ways. Ran pretty well at the combine at 250-plus pounds. Ran a 4.72. Strong kid, athletic. Yeah, when he's on the field, he was productive. I think it's going to keep him on the field from an injury standpoint. If you can, this is a decent choice in round 3. I know several teams had an interest in this kid that I had spoken to. I thought he might even go a little earlier than this, maybe the end of the 2nd, early 3rd, but Philadelphia picks him up here, at pick 87. Not a bad choice for Andy Reid and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, there's a guy that could have been a 2nd rounder, right? I mean, looking through that. And then New Orleans came up and picked Andy Elliman, the tackle from the Zips of Akron.
Former Pitt Panther and a good football player. Came there from Pitt and did a real nice job in the Mid-American Conference.
And then you just might have heard a nice round of applause from the folks who were left here. We're all wearing the VT for Virginia Tech, and there's a chance that 3 or 4 players might go today and tomorrow in the draft. Aaron Rouse, defensive back for Virginia Tech, the first Hokie to go in the draft. And so all of us remember that at the beginning, before the draft even started, they had Bruce Smith, they had Michael Vick out here, D'Angelo Hall, Coach Frank Beamer. Let us never forget what happened at Virginia Tech, the tragedy and those affected. And this was the scene about 10 minutes before the draft. There's Bruce Smith, the future Hall of Famer for the Buffalo Bills, Commissioner Roger Goodell, talking about Virginia Tech. And there's Coach Beamer at the end, and Michael Vick, and then here's Aaron Rouse. Now, who goes? And there'll be others, probably tomorrow. Aaron Rouse, the safety, for just 6'4", 223, big kid.
We've had 5 safeties of consequence already selected. I think you get into this next tier. Sabby Piscatelli also went. Aaron Rouse, as you said, boom, 6'4", 221 pounds, good speed, very athletic, a little stiff in coverage, okay? So I think you look at that ability in that area, but a kid who has size, made some big plays at Virginia Tech, has the physical prowess. I think there's some concerns about how he'll be in coverage at the pro level.
A lot of people rooting for him, and of course everybody there. That says it in a nutshell.
Slipping back a little bit, in the middle of this 3rd round, the Cincinnati Bengals did not have a pick because they had exercised the pick in the supplemental draft before the season. They used that pick on Ahmad Brooks, the Virginia linebacker. Marvin Lewis of the Bengals says he has had a terrific offseason. He got 5 starts in last year, and they think Ahmad Brooks is going to be a pretty doggone good starter in this league. So that's a supplemental draft, a 3rd round pick. And the Bengals think they found a linebacker there in Brooks.
All right, we have 10, 11 picks left, and we have a couple of thoughts on some names that should be out there. Very interesting tomorrow. We got some of the best teams left in football left with their 3rd round picks. We'll be back to you.
Yamon Figures.
We need speed. My name is Yamon Figures. You watch NFL Draft on ESPN.
Introducing the all-new Lincoln MKX Luxury Crossover. An entirely new approach to luxury from every angle. With a top pick for safety and the confidence of all-wheel drive, the Lincoln MKX raises the roof. The all-new Lincoln MKX Luxury Crossover starts at this great price. From the newest family of luxury vehicles, Lincoln.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
Just a bit outside.
That was a perfect strike. If this chump were watching in DirecTV HD, he'd have seen that. Let's see how this bruise looks in HD.
For the most sports in HD, get DirecTV. And now, life without Roadrunner.
Oh! Dude, what's the deal?
You just got owned.
Thanks to you.
It's not me, Chief. It's your DSL. You want an online advantage? You need Roadrunner High Speed Online.
How can I compete without Roadrunner?
One word for you. Not gonna happen. Bam! Again!
Call 643-2337 to get a 30-day free trial of Hawaii's fastest internet service. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
The girls of the OIA are ready to take the season to another level. It's the postseason here on OC16, where you'll see the best teams in the OIA battle it out for their quest to claim the league's top prize. Be sure to tune in this Friday night, live from Mililani High School Gymnasium. It's the OIA quarterfinals. First game of the doubleheader tips off at 5:30. OIA girls basketball, the playoff edition. The only place you'll see it is OC16.
Brought to you by Zippy's, Pizza Hut, and the Tony Group Autoplex.
Cleveland Browns select left tackle Joe Thomas, Wisconsin. Ted Ginn.
We all expect Brady Quinn, quarterback from Notre Dame, to have a long wait at this point.
Marshawn Lynch.
Adam Carricker.
The teams aren't disclosing much right now.
Darrell Revis. Lawrence Timmons.
So at this point now, what's your game plan?
I think really just kind of sitting back and waiting. I mean, there's nothing else really you can do. Maybe ordering some food or something because we don't know how long we're going to be here.
Justin Harrell. Chris Moss. Leon Hall. Michael Griffin, Aaron Ross. The Cleveland Browns select Brady Quinn, quarterback, Notre Dame.
That took a little longer than he thought, but Brady Quinn, the hometown boy, does play for the Cleveland Browns, now selected 22nd overall. Time for Hummer 3 and out right now in this part of the draft. And guys, it's a real simple question. They trade the Cleveland Browns back into the first round to get Brady Quinn. Did they give up too much to get him? They're first from next year to the Dallas Cowboys.
Absolutely, because if you look at Cleveland, they're not going to the playoffs next year. This could be a top 10 pick, and you break this down, the next quarterback that's picked is Kevin Cobb out of Houston at 36. Well, that was Cleveland's second-round pick. Apparently, no one else is going to pick a quarterback earlier than the 36th pick, and if that's the case, they gave up too much.
Yeah, but Romeo Crennel is in a position where he's got to get something done now. Now, when you look at that team, there's not a surefire starter at quarterback on that team. I don't believe they gave up too much for Brady Quinn at all because, you know, I'm not worried about 2008 because I don't know what kind of players are going to be there with injuries and drafts. I know if I like the quarterback, then I'm going to draft him. In essence, they got two guys they expect to play early in the first round. Brady Quinn's one of them. I think at the 22nd pick, you got yourself a pretty doggone good steal.
Sean, I got good news for you, bro. Quarterback's the most important position on the team.
Tell me something I don't know.
All right, so...
Is there also points in the passing game?
Yeah, well, look, if Baltimore can give up a first-round pick...
You can't teach that either.
If Baltimore can give up a first-round pick for Kyle Bowler, I think you can give up a first-rounder for Brady Quinn.
Well, that worked out, because it didn't work out for the Ravens and Bowler.
But we don't know what kind of... This is a highly touted player is what I'm trying to say. The point is this. When they took Joe Thomas at the third pick, that was not a commentary on their existing quarterback saying we're set at quarterback. They just thought they can get by taking a franchise left tackle, upgrading pass protection in the run game. Now they get the quarterback spot. They couldn't compete with anybody without a surefire quarterback. As Sean mentioned, Romeo, Phil Savage, they got to win now. You can't think about 2008, and nor can you go into this draft saying, well, we're not going to be any good this year either, so we're scared of giving up a high pick.
Michael, they're not going to win now with a rookie left tackle and a rookie quarterback.
But they're
upgraded at both spots.
But they also believe he's a top 10 pick.
All of this
so if he's a top 10 pick, you got drafted.
Don't bring up Kyle Bowler.
No, okay, fine. Bad analogy. The point is they upgraded both spots in the...
Guys, hang on a minute. One of the guys we've been hanging with all night long is on the phone. That is Trent Edwards, the former quarterback out of Stanford. A lot of people thought he'd go in the second round. It has been people talking about Brady Quinn's wait. Forget it. Okay, this guy's been waiting since the draft started. He is on the phone right now in Los Gatos, California. Something could finally be happening with Trent Edwards, and as soon as we get confirmation whether or not he has been picked,
what a good young kid he is. Nice young man.
And you know, we told him don't go to sleep on it, like Thurman Thomas said, and he said, I won't go to sleep on you. We're not going to sleep on you.
He's the kind of guy you root for.
We're all in this together with Trent Edwards at this point. I'm sure Chris Boom and her company in New York are feeling the same way, right, Boom?
I mean, they're making him starter.
Of course, Trey. Welcome back here to New York. We've had a couple of interesting developments. You just talked about Trent Edwards, and he is now selected by the Buffalo Bills. Just with the 92nd overall pick. Trent Edwards, quarterback, Stanford, just selected by Buffalo. And this is after a year when J.P. Lossman made big strides. Their backup right now is Craig Null. Remember Holcomb, who was battling for the job at the beginning, went on to Philly. So certainly room, and why not Why not try it?
Yeah, and J.P. Lossman has that one good year. You know, once he got 16 starts under his belt, he started to really come on. But here's a guy, Mel, certainly for Steve Fairchild, their offensive coordinator, I think fits what they do as they develop him for a couple of years and see how Lossman also develops.
Yeah, it's not like this kid was hurt his entire career. He had injuries, but he really had a great junior year for Stanford. He never had the great supporting cast. Offensive line, always disappointing, not effective. Wide receivers injured this year. As I said, offensive line this year, terrible. Then the injury, but I think when you look back at the junior year, how highly regarded he was coming out of high school, big kid with a strong arm, why not? I mean, I had thought he was a better prospect than Kevin Cobb, who went earlier to Philadelphia, and you get him here towards the end of round 3, see what happens. He's going to have a chance to sit and watch and learn anyway and adjust to the NFL. And then if he can stay healthy in the preseason, he's going to get some playing time there, and it's all about J.P. Lossman right now.
Yeah, Mel, in regards to those injuries, I've talked to a couple trainers around the NFL. They said they had no problem with the shoulder injury, although there was a little bit of a loose knee at the combine, but that was not a problem either. So I think the injury standpoint, Trent Edwards will be fine. I had him ranked as my number 4 quarterback. So from the Buffalo Bills perspective, I believe they get value at this pick. Now, as Morcha said a moment ago, J.P. Lossman really came on the second half of last season. So I think, once again, it's going to create some competition, which is always good, healthy competition, especially in Buffalo, a team that's on the rise.
And for some reason, if let's just say Lossman, it goes south, or they don't work out a contract with him a couple years down the line, they have a guy who's been in their system, if that's the way it plays out.
This is a good pick for the kid, because if you think about it, think about the history of these quarterbacks that have come into the league, from Akili Smith to Tim Couch. If they were third-round picks or second-round picks, they probably would still be in the league, because there's not a lot of pressure on guys.
Who knows, if he shows enough ability in preseason and JP's a star, then Trent Edwards all of a sudden becomes hot commodity and somebody wants to trade for him and give you maybe a second-round draft. So you never know how it's going to pan out.
Like a Matt Schaub, or what the Green Bay Packers have always done. Even as they had Brett Favre, they drafted the Brunells, the Aaron Brooks. I mean, it's on and on. So
Go back to a couple years ago, or several years ago, when the Buffalo Bills traded for Rob Johnson after he had some good games with Jacksonville. They were able to get a number 1 after a guy got drafted behind Brunell.
You know, now that I got my 4th-rated quarterback, Trent Edwards, out there, I got to start lobbying for a number 5. Matt Moore, the quarterback from Oregon State, was my 5th-ranked quarterback. Guys out there, take another look at Matt Moore tonight. All you scouts at the board tonight, take a look at Matt Moore. I'm telling you, I'm lobbying.
Talking more quarterbacks now?
Yeah, I always.
All right, this is a day when we've gone from A to Z, and I'm going to throw in a quarterback. The guy won the greatest game in the history of college football, Jared Zabransky from Boise State. He throws an interception, and the game is lost against Oklahoma, leads him right down the field. You know what kind of plays they ran, but the moxie to lead him back. I don't care how the speed isn't. The guy wins. So Jared Zabransky, pay attention tomorrow from Boise State. And while we're on the Z's, we don't have many draft picks at our school. Fritz Pollard, they didn't have the draft. John Heisman, he went to Brown, they didn't have the draft then. Zach Diassi, linebacker, inside linebacker, is a long snapper as well. Son of Steve Diassi, who played for a decade for Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick. Zach Diassi from Brown University has a chance to go 4-5. Steve Jordan went until 7th-round pick. So 2 Z's tomorrow. Keep your eyes out for it. Okay,
Can I get some
Agree?
Z's?
Yeah, we need some Z's.
Zach Diassi's going to go before Zabransky, don't you?
Zach Diassi's a good football player. Zach Diassi will be a great special teams player as a long snapper. Long snapping, if you're effective and you can make some plays down the field after you snap the ball, make a tackle, Zach Diassi can do that. He's going to have a long career in the NFL. And certainly Jared Zabransky reminds me a little bit, guys, of Jeff Garcia. Has that little quality, that instinctive quality, that innate quality, just to make things happen, as he did, Boom, as you said, in the Oklahoma game. Shook off adversity, came back and made a play. Kid has some ability. There's no question. This kid has some talent.
That's exactly the name that Mike Martz mentioned when talking about Zabransky, was Jeff Garcia. Very competitive guy. He's a bigger Jeff Garcia.
He wins. He wins. All right, so we got him in. The Z's.
Got him all in.
Remember tomorrow. All right, now, last 3 picks. The Eagles took a running back. Tony Hunt, Penn State, picked by the Philadelphia Eagles. Then, believe it or not, we had another trade. Well, let's go with Hunt first. As 1,300 yards last year in the Big Ten for Joe Paterno. So Tony Hunt picked by Philly.
You know, the Eagles looking for a guy that can give him some short yardage running power, and that's what Tony Hunt's going to give him. Running back to run between the tackles.
Good size, Jones, at 6'1.5", 230. One of those gliding, very patient runners. Has decent quickness, not spectacular explosiveness, but I think the ball security. I noticed sometimes at Penn State this year, not good ball security, would fumble the ball away. Penn State recovered some of those fumbles, so I didn't get credit with a fumble that was lost. But I think at the pro level, he's going to have to make sure that he takes care of business in that area, can catch the ball. Not a dynamic runner, not super elusive, but he's one of those guys. Remember Lawrence McCutcheon in the NFL? A little bit of Lawrence McCutcheon I saw in Tony Hunt.
That's nothing wrong with that.
That's pretty darn good. Tony Hunt McCutcheon. Woo.
If he's Lawrence McCutcheon, then the Eagles just got
They got an all-pro.
Marion Barber.
I mean, and the Penn State, only Kurt Warner, what a marvelous back he was. Who knows what would have happened if it's needed blowout after a couple of years with the Seahawks. By the way, Lawrence McCutcheon had a twin brother named Larry McCutcheon. I'm not kidding. That's a true story, but we digress. You get this information late in the third. See, Mario Henderson tackled. New England was in the spot. Oakland traded up a good 91 to make a trade, so he goes there. Now, we began at 11 with the pregame. It's 11 now. The 100 Days War took less time than the first 3 rounds of this draft, which still have a few picks to go. If you tuned in late, we'll forgive you just this once. Here's what happened at the beginning. Jamarcus Russell, quarterback, LSU, to their 80s. Calvin Johnson, wide receiver, goes to Detroit. Who cares if they drafted all the wide receivers? Here's another one. Joe Thomas and Brady Quinn. We're going to take Joe Thomas out on a fishing excursion in Lake Michigan. Was the big tackle from Wisconsin, goes to the Browns. Gaines Adams, first defensive player. The defensive end Clemson goes to the Tampa Bay Bucks as they try to resurrect their once very proud defense. Levi Brown, very comfortable in jeans, goes to the Arizona Cardinals. The offensive tackle from Penn State. LaRon Landry again. Landry going to the Redskins. That's an eye-opener. But the safety, he and Sean Taylor will be hitters back there for Washington. Adrian Peterson, the mercurial back, goes as running back to the Minnesota Vikings. Jamal Anderson, defensive in Arkansas, picked by Bobby Petrino, the new coach of the Atlanta Falcons. Then Ted Ginn Jr., the eyebrow raiser, kick and punt return extraordinaire, speed to kill, goes to the Miami Dolphins. A curveball, Moby Okoye, the 19-year-old defensive tackle from Louisville, goes to the Houston Texans. Patrick Willis, the productive linebacker on the inside from Mississippi, goes to the 49ers. And Marshawn Lynch, the hard running, give me the ball 100 times running back, goes from California to the Buffalo Bills. Story of the first round, if at first you don't succeed, Brady Quinn, Dublin, Ohio, about 2-3 hours away from Cleveland, grew up. I like the Cleveland Browns. It's heartbroken when maybe Cleveland didn't pick him 3. Cleveland ends up going back in the first round, trading down with Dallas' spot at 22 overall, and they get Brady Quinn. After all, it became a dream to a nightmare to a happy ending all in one day for Brady Quinn. Quarterbacks drafted, they were the 2 in the first round. 6 hours and 8 minutes, it took forever. 17 trades thus far. We still have a few to go. We had a 25-year-old drafted. We had a 19-year-old drafted. And by the way, we got a view of the young head coach who you know, Lane Kiffin of USC, by the way, just an aside. Makes Eric Mangini look like Marv Levy. You know?
I remember.
It's just an observation after 12 hours.
I don't want to tell you when I first met Lane because he was real small, but he's a little taller right now.
He was Lane, now he's a Rose.
Yes.
I would think by now, sitting through the draft and trying to figure out who he's going to take, that facial hair would have grown by now.
Ours has.
Definitely.
A couple of choices for the Bears, the Colts, then 4 compensatory picks. And Trent Edwards did go to the Buffalo Bills. The Bills circling a wagon with Trent Edwards as we steamroll toward the end.
Super Bowl. But first, Mark, what are they getting in Greg Olsen? They've been looking for a tight end for years. Have they found their guy?
They got their guy with this pick, and I think it's an outstanding pick for the Chicago Bears because in college, Greg Olsen didn't get utilized as much, didn't have enough opportunities, but he made the most out of the opportunities he had. He can catch the ball with one hand, turn it up the field. He's a 6'5", 255-pounder that can run the 4.5 40 or even faster. Hit the skinny post, get up the field, make tacklers miss. I think that's what the Bears were looking for in their offense, a playmaker at the tight end position. I think they got him with Greg Olsen.
Yeah, they do have him. This has been a bizarre offseason for a team that went to the Super Bowl. Lance Briggs says he doesn't want to play. They have another player in jail. Did they trade away the right running back in Thomas Jones? What's going on in Chicago?
Well, they're still in a division they should win by 3 games. That's the good point. And you got a quarterback who's going to continue to progress. And with Olsen, you got a guy who can stretch the field. Don't care if he can block or not. He can catch. But the thing that I'm curious about is if Cedric Benson 3 drafts ago, the running back from Texas, isn't drafted with the first pick of the fourth pick of the first round, Thomas Jones is still the running back for the Chicago Bears. That concerns me, Michael, because I think Thomas Jones is a highly underrated player. I think they got rid of the wrong back. Now we're going to find out if Cedric Benson could not pout and could tote the rock 30 times a game and make it easier on Grossman and that Bears offense.
Like you said, Sean, they made their bet a couple of years ago when they made it in the 4th overall pick. There's no way they could have paid both Cedric Benson and Thomas Jones. This has been a tumultuous offseason for the Chicago Bears, but it's not as bad as it seems. We're in April right now, the end of April. Lance Briggs hasn't been dealt yet. If he's not dealt, he still will probably or may play for $7.2 million. It's going to be hard for him to sit out for that. But you're talking about a franchise, guys, that has drafted 9 Pro Bowlers in the last 9 years in the draft, 7 of those guys after the first round. Yes, they were criticized roundly for trading Thomas Jones, but let's see what they do with this 37th pick. Last year, they pick up Devin Hester, Mark Anderson. This is an organization that can evaluate talent and add talent. Tank Johnson will be suspended. They'll find a way to replace him. They're still one of the favorites to go back to
maybe a
the
receiver there at 37 also to continue.
They got some good ones on
Who's Lance Briggs' agent?
That is Drew Rosenhaus.
And who's Greg Olsen's agent?
That would be Drew Rosenhaus.
Interesting combo there.
You mentioned Briggs may play. And the new conduct policy, I think you're right. Tank Johnson may go to NFL jail after he gets out of the real jail, a little commissioner meeting with Roger Goodell. Bears still on the clock.
Jared here with some hard-hitting Little Leaguers. You know there are over 12 million overweight kids in this country.
But exercise and eating right can help.
Which is why Subway Restaurants has the delicious new Subway Fresh Fit meals.
With better-for-you sides and drinks.
They fit into the American Heart Association's approach to a healthy lifestyle. The new Subway Fresh Fit meals. Okay, who wants me to autograph their baseball? Who wants a Subway Fresh Fit meal?
Yeah!
Subway.
Play hard, eat fresh.
Everybody wants the new LG from Alta Wireless. Get yours today.
Come spring and summer, our yard is our family room. We sleep in there, but we definitely live out here.
I really just like the feeling of the grass.
We like a healthy lawn, and it's got to be durable, and our lawn really is both.
A healthy lawn means that we can get out there, feel comfortable in the grass.
We use Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. It feeds the lawn, and it kills dandelions.
We hate dandelions. We don't like to have them around.
I got some good old-fashioned grass stains on my pants. That's a sign of a good day. We had a lot of fun. I want to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's our Scott's lawn.
Now through April 30th, simply sign your name during the Lincoln Signature event. Now drive any 07 Lincoln with 0 cash due at signing, including the new Lincoln MKZ with its award-winning interior. Get 0 first month's payment, 0 down, and 0 cash due at signing on Lincoln MKZ for $386 a month. Offer ends April 30th. See your Lincoln Mercury dealer now.
Changing, yeah, everything's changing. But I'm through with all this changing. I like the way I'm living, and I got my reasons why. And I'm not gonna go changing. No, I'm not.
Coors, the banquet beer.
Welcome back to the 2007 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
And Radio City Music Hall, 75th year in existence, opened almost Christmas time in 1932. And so many movies, so many shows, so many great acts. Sinatra, you name it. And now the act continues here with the 2007 NFL Draft.
With the 31st pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears take Greg Olsen, tight end, Miami.
Well, we had seen him celebrating with Representative Drew Rosenhaus. So Greg Olsen, the excellent pass-catching tight end of the Chicago Bears of Miami, now becomes the first draft pick of the NFC champion Chicago Bears. Desmond Clark had a very nice season for the Bears last year as they kind of reopened the tight end position for action. But here's a guy that he just catches the ball. Blocking, not strong suit, but catching the ball for Rex Grossman, definitely, Mel.
Well, in this day and age in the NFL, this new era, you have tight ends that are not asked to be inline blockers. Just get down the field, stretch the field, open up opportunities with mismatches, and Todd Heap does that very effectively in Baltimore. And ironically, Todd Heap was the last pick in round 1 the year he came out. Here's Greg Olsen, next to last pick in the first round. This year, a kid who has obviously blocking needs to improve, and he's addressed that. He said, hey, the shoulder, the wrist injuries prevented him from getting in that weight room and doing the kind of work he needed to do there. He said he'll get stronger, his blocking will improve. Bottom line is he's 6'5.5", he's 355 pounds, and he runs a 4.5 40 and is very athletic. He should be a Todd Heap type tight end in the NFL with the Chicago Bears.
Steven, real quick, because I know we get a lot of thoughts on this. Bears, Rex Grossman, did they just go with it next year?
Really, Rex drove me crazy last year. Not only was it an erratic play, but in the Super Bowl, he threw an interception and watched the guy return the football for a touchdown and didn't go actually try to make the tackle to save the Super Bowl. There's a lot of reasons why Rex makes me crazy, and that was one of the most. And I think that they've got to answer. He's got so many questions to answer this year. I want to see him answer them very quickly. I'm going to start really getting on him.
And maybe he can answer them.
And they did get to the NFC.
I'm not saying he can't answer them, but he's got a lot to answer right now for me.
Well, he's with the team that won the NFC Championship, and now to the team that won it all last year, the Indianapolis Colts, the Super Bowl champs, on the clock when we return.
Coach Ditka, did you really say you'd trade all your draft picks for a case of frost-brewed Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Okay, well then what about the teams that didn't trade for Coors Light?
You know, they're behind everybody else right now, and they have to catch up.
Coach, are you sure you're not confusing the NFL draft with draft beer?
I'm going to keep them loose, my trainer. Who?
Frost-brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I thought he couldn't see. Is this cool?
He doesn't seem as comfortable there for some reason.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
I'm Ed Rontaler. I'm 101 years old. This house was built in 1930. We've had a lot of trick-or-treaters, many happy Thanksgivings, many, many happy memories in this house. I wouldn't trade a single day here for anything.
Each year, mortgage insurance from Genworth Financial helps thousands of people start building their own futures today by getting into their own homes faster. Genworth Financial. Insurance for living, solutions for life.
Sunday, 2 National League Central rivals clash. Let's go! Hot-hitting Derek Lee looks to keep the Cubs on pace with Albert Pujols and the world champion Cards. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, 8 Eastern.
As in life, being connected is a beautiful thing. Experience kp.org. Kaiser Permanente. Thrive.
Sports Illustrated On Demand, where all your favorite SI swimsuit models are just a click away.
How do I look? I look like a sugar donut with all the white sand all over.
Sports Swimsuit On Demand.
Welcome to Jamaica. We are in Hawaii, in Maui.
Bem-vindo, Brazil.
The energy here is amazing. It's beautiful, we look good.
Get the best of swimsuit on video on demand.
Presented by the all-new Toyota Tundra, the truck that's changing it all.
The The Indianapolis Colts have been, which quarterback do they go with? Peyton Manning, Brian Lee.
With the first pick of the draft, the Indianapolis Colts select quarterback Peyton Manning.
Manning facing pressure, fires downfield. He has a wide open receiver, Reggie Wayne, out of a 10-5 touchdown. And that will do it. Peyton Manning and the Indianapolis Colts are the Super Bowl champions.
A year after they went out of the gates at 13-0 and had the disappointment, the Indianapolis Colts won it all last year as the 3 seed. They're winning big game on road in Baltimore, beating the Patriots in a game that'll be long be talked about. And then in the rain, they beat the Chicago Bears. Now, the Indianapolis Colts, last year their record was not as good as it was the year before. They were 12-4. But in the end, Tony Dungy, Peyton Manning, Bill Polian, and Jim Irsay, the Colts held up the trophy. Yes, for a Super Bowl champion, they allowed a lot of points. They actually played a lot more close games last year, which helped them win a lot of close games in the playoffs. Tony Dungy believed that was going to pay a dividend as the year went on. Not that you want to give up a lot of points, but winning close games, Steve, you know, it bears fruit. Now, as a Super Bowl champ will have, they get roster picked at, like Dominic Rhodes, Jason David wasn't even on there, Nick Harper's gone, Monty Rager was hurt last year, and so on and on it goes. Meanwhile, another little aside, I found it interesting last year that the Colts and the Patriots, picking way down in the draft, picked running backs, with Lawrence Maroney and Adai, Maroney for New England and Adai for the Colts, that farther down, and these guys are going to end up being big-time players in the next 10 years. That it was Indy and New England. These young backs go head-to-head. So what do the Colts do? Do they go defense? Remember, I throw out one thought. Brandon Stokely, their slot receiver, is not there. I know they need defensive help. There's a thought. Mel, who would be the guy?
Well, I think if you're looking at that type of receiver, Anthony Gonzalez from Ohio State, Steve Smith from USC, I think would fit the bill. Gonzalez, the other wide receiver at Ohio State. Ted Ginn went early, 9th overall to Miami when they reached for Ted Ginn. Gonzalez made a lot of clutch catches. Steve Smith looked at him time and time again. Go back to the Michigan game. Key play in that particular game. Number of other contests, he showed up big. Tough kid, very energetic, spunky. He could fill that role very easily, as could Steve Smith from USC.
Even though they've lost to Jason Davids and Nick Harper's at corners and Cato Jr., these things, they're painful to them, but they kind of anticipated them. They know that they've got a plan, and they don't panic. They drafted corners last year, and certainly they're a team that I think with Bill Polian leading that franchise, they're always going to have the next year plan ready to go.
The security blanket would obviously be that third receiver position. Gonzalez is there, Steve Smith is there, fits in the system exactly what they want to do. Both of these guys are extremely smart, so I would think that they would take a receiver.
Who do you like better of those two slot guys, if that's where you go? You going with your guy? They're both productive. They're both productive.
Yeah, I would say both of them are productive. I think I like Gonzalez for the Indianapolis Colts in this position. He's a little bigger than Steve, and I think he can block a little bit better and give them some things when they need to put. What happens in the slot position is a wide receiver needs to be able to block the defensive end. If you're cracked down blocking, you need to be able to block linebackers that walk out on you. You need to be able to block strong safeties that come down. I think Gonzalez fits that mold a little bit better than Steve.
What a motor he has.
You know what? Yeah, somebody told me that you can always count on Gonzalez being exactly where he's supposed to be at the right time. Peyton Manning likes those kind of guys.
Both these guys can run. They're both in the 4.43 to 4.45 range. The speed is working in their behalf for both Gonzalez and Steve Smith.
Well, you know what? It's always good to see a record broken, and we can all say, and you can all say, that we were here together to see the longest first round in the history of the National Football League draft. It's coming to a close. Well, we'll get the official
Congratulations
clock.
to all of
Here's
you.
the pick.
You're a part of history. Today is the longest first round in the history of the NFL draft. This is not a record we want to break. With the 32nd pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Gonzalez, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Now keep pushing the envelope offensively. Anthony Gonzalez, you talked about him, Keyshawn, and for you to say, well, I hate to give up my USC guy, but guy in the right place at the right time. And Mel, obviously, I mean, is he a Corbett slot productive with more speed?
No question about it. You look at this kid, 6 feet, 195 pounds, and you watch him here, number 11, again, with the ability to get past that cornerback with the speed, with that separation and the quickness. Here, Troy Smith against Michigan. Big play in the end zone. Again, the leaping ability of Anthony Gonzalez. He has a 38-inch vertical jump. He can play even taller than 6 feet even. Speed-wise, certainly can get it done there. Tough kid. Loves to play the game. Very passionate about the game of football. Obviously, Peyton Manning, exactly that same way. I love adding a guy like Anthony Gonzalez to that offensive arsenal.
And don't forget, they lost Brandon Stokely, a tough slot receiver. They lost him to injury, then to free agency.
And I watched him on a lot of film, and I watched some of the moves that he's made inside on the slot, double moves, running stick nods and things of that nature. So I think it works for Peyton Manning. Like you said before, he wants a guy who's going to be in the right place at the right time.
Their scheme, that slot guy is huge. Dallas Clark takes some of that personnel, some of those plays, but they need that speed guy that can also be in there. Without him, it changes the nature of their offense.
You really forget how important Brandon Stokely was to that offense and to Peyton Manning, and now you get an Anthony Gonzalez who's kind of a younger, more talented version of Brandon Stokely.
Well, the Indianapolis Colts have chosen the slot. Keep pushing the envelope offensively. They'll get the defense. With Tony Dungy, you know. And now, mercifully, on to the second round.
I like this hot fudge shake.
The Oreo bits are good.
Why aren't you drinking yours?
I'm waiting for it to cool down.
It's a hot fudge shake, but it's not hot. Once the hot fudge hits the shake part, it's all cold. See?
Not as hot as you would think a shake might be.
You never think that a shake is hot.
Unless it's called a hot fudge shake.
Even then, you pretty much figure out that it's not going to be hot.
Well, you have to have somebody explain it to you.
You do.
Hot fudge shake made with Oreo cookies. New at Sonic. A favorite childhood cookie blended with hot fudge into a cool, creamy treat. Pay the Sonic way. Swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car.
Dodge Caliber's versatility and great gas mileage make it perfect for a road trip. All the right features make it even better. Discover America's hottest products at your Dodge dealer.
So, you've been going out, huh? Big parties, music, pretty ladies. Son, we need to talk about protection.
Dad, I'm 26.
Yeah, I know. But you're never too grown up for your old man to give you one of these.
Oh, man. Dad, thanks.
Every Coors Light can has a protective liner to lock in that refreshing frost brewed taste.
You can never be too careful.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
I've been investing with Fidelity since before he was born. Well, actually, long before you were born.
Ow.
My guy knows what he's doing. We invested for our first house. We put his dad through college, and I made sure we always had enough to spoil this one. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Nope.
You want to go surfing, don't you? Go ahead.
No matter what kind of investor you are, Fidelity can help you make a smart move.
All new.
I've been seeing Carlos.
4 Sundays in a row, leading to an explosive season finale.
I am totally, hopelessly in love with 2 men.
An all-new Desperate Housewives Sunday at 9/8 Central, only on ABC.
Welcome back, everybody. You just heard the commissioner say it was the longest first round in history, 6 hours and 8 minutes. Last year, for example, was 4:48. So we took an extra $1.20 to get this far, and we already have a trade in the first pick of the second round. So we're coming out of the garage with that one with the parking brakes on as well. And joining us now on the Coors Light video conferencing from New England is the head coach of the New England Patriots, Bill Belichick, who once again worked with the 2 picks, worked for another #1 next year. Bill, let me first ask you on the play. Some folks said, a little bit of a question character. Obviously, you researched it carefully. What made him know? What about him made you know that he's going to be okay as a Patriot?
Well, I think Brandon's a guy that's very involved in football. He's a football kind of guy. Plays a lot of different positions at the University of Miami. Has played corner, played safety, played the nickel back. Works hard. Is an intelligent football player. Spent a lot of time with him down there at the University of Miami, and and I think that football is important to him, and I think that's reflected by his play on the field. And I'm confident that he'll be all right.
And New England has a support system both in the locker room and the coaches and the way it's set up. It's not for you to comment on other teams, but what does New England offer a player that might come in with, a couple of question marks? What does New England offer that makes it straighten out right away and play some football?
Well, I'll tell you what, Boomer, when you talk to the people at Miami and the people that work around him, I don't think there's really any question about his commitment to football and his dedication both on and off the field to being a good football player. So, we're comfortable with him as a player and as a person, and that's why we drafted him.
It's an art form now to keep getting a number one pick the next year. You've done it, 4 or 5 times. It can be a question mark. What happened there? San Francisco called in a hurry and you said, yes, let's do it. Let's trade our one now for one later.
Well, we had some options at the 24th pick and also at 28. And, we had a couple different trades on the board, and we also had some players on that were draftable that we had good grades on that we kind of liked. But in the end, we just felt like the value was there with the San Francisco trade. And, we feel like that's the best move for our football team. So, we'll see how that turns out. But, we feel good about that.
With all the moves that you and the Patriots have made in the offseason, free agency, especially at Dallas Thomas, might that have said, hey, why use 2 number ones? We've already upgraded our football team drastically. Did that play a big role in that decision?
No, not really. We enter the draft every year with the same approach, and that's to know the players, know the draft board, and maximize opportunities to improve our football team. And that's what we'll always try to do. Obviously, trading into the following year takes a little bit away from this year's draft, but again, we feel like the value is there in the long term, and having 2 picks next year, actually having 2 picks this year gave us a little bit more flexibility than we would have had, and having 2 picks next year, hopefully that'll give us some flexibility as well in the 08 draft.
We could go right down the list, but just talk quickly about Dallas Thomas and how you got to know him at the Pro Bowl and how you knew he was your type of player and why you went after him.
Well, I think we all knew about Adalius since he came into the league in the 01 draft. He's a quality, or in the 2000 draft, quality player, quality individual, both on and off the field. I think he represents the game and himself and his team very well. Certainly did with the Ravens, and he's been nothing but a pleasure to work with since he's been here in the last few months. And it was a great opportunity to spend some time with him out there at the Pro Bowl, and he was everything on and off the field out there that we had heard about, from his career with the Ravens.
Well, I know the pressure is now on us because you get to sit up and pull up a chair, no second. You traded your late one. You're not till late in the 3rd round. Is the pressure on us to provide some entertainment? And we want to lose you now.
Yeah, could you do that? give us a couple new jokes. Yeah, give us a couple new nicknames on the rookie players, on the draftees that are coming out, and set the pace on that for us, Boomer.
Okay, we'll do that. Boise State took our Statue of Liberty, so we'll have to come up with another one. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for spending the time.
Okay, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Belichick, coach of the Patriots, who, as you point out, not a lot of teams say, I'll give up one and go next year. Take it the other way.
Well,
not a lot of teams have that confidence.
It's the stability of the organization. They can take that longer view. They've built their team. They're very conservative about how they handle players. I think it's very much like the 49ers of the 80s and 90s, where they're getting rid of players that year ahead of time rather than a year late. And there's a lot of times where they've just compiled a lot of smart picks, and they get that extra first round next year just to be as good.
All right, so the Patriots, they'll be watching, as now it's time for them to hit the food spread, unless they make some deal, which I don't know that they will. Here's what's happened now. All right, so the Raiders traded with Arizona, so they swapped the 2s. Arizona moves up to take the huge defensive tackle from Michigan, Alan Branch, and then as a result, the Raiders take another pick and get a 4 from Arizona. So he's a guy that was first round, some slid to just top 2. Was this a slide that tells us something, or is this just he doesn't fit that many teams' schemes?
Well, I think it tells Alan Branch, hey, you got to pick it up. I mean, you're a talented kid physically at 6'5.5", 325 pounds. You look at a guy who should be disruptive. He was not on a regular basis. Certainly a guy that should be a space eater, and even that wasn't the case every game at Michigan and play in and play out. The kid has enormous talent. He flashes that big-time ability. Probably could have used another year, definitely, at Michigan to get out and go out about his business on a regular basis and dominate. At least show up big when he keeps going. He didn't do that, so he qualifies as an underachiever. Certainly that old boomer bust cliche we always use. And you look at him, he had been sliding to the point where you thought maybe late first round. Here he is, the first pick in the second round. So this is really no surprise that he really dropped down this far. At one point in time, you thought somebody might roll the dice, maybe mid-first round. But as the weeks lead up to the draft, he was a declining player, and the lack of productivity really hurt him.
Well, this is interesting. As soon as you get to the second round where the money changes, so Arizona moves up, and Buffalo trades up with Detroit. And the second pick they take from Penn State, the decorated Paul Posluszny linebacker, Shane Conlon, 20 years later for Marv. We'll be back.
Top, hit it fast. He's a throwback. Old school.
Honey, I think this might be our lucky day.
I think it might be.
I think this is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is.
Yes! It turned blue! Introducing the Coors Light Cold Activated Bottle. The mountains turn from white to blue when your beer reaches the perfect temperature.
It's blue like your eyes.
My eyes are green.
Only from Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Love this 7-layer dip.
You guys brought dip?
No, 7-layer crunch wrap. 7-layer dip, but easy to eat anywhere.
It's good to go.
Good to go.
Good to go, Greg.
Yeah! Who's next?
Taco Bell's new 7-layer crunch wrap. Hearty beans and warm nacho cheese sauce layered with cool sour cream and guacamole. Wrapped up and good to go. To get the great taste of 7-layer dip, think outside the bun.
Hello, can I help you? How much horsepower does this thing have?
That one's 19.5 horsepower.
Easy to start.
You betcha.
What's the cutting swath on this?
17 inches.
My yard has a lot of trees.
Then I'd go with the John Deere Zero Turn Radius Mower.
Do you offer financing?
Sure do. Use your Lowe's consumer credit card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
What is the definition of torque?
The measure of how much force on an object causes it to rotate.
Okay, store's opening and you're ready.
At Lowe's, we make sure our people know their stuff. Lowe's, let's build something together.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seem to help. I know downtown, downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. Everything's waiting for you.
No matter what you want to do in life, life takes Visa.
Freedom is power. The 197 horsepower Civic Si from Honda. Reverse your thinking.
I'm Dave Revson with the Sports Center 30 at 30 update. Quarterbacks among the big stories in the first round of the NFL draft, which just concluded. Jamarcus Russell out of LSU goes first to the Raiders. Notre Dame's Brady Quinn drops all the way to number 22. The Browns trading up to nab him. NBA, the Pistons sweep the Magic out of the first round. Chauncey Billups, 25. Rip Hamilton, 19. Detroit wins 97-93. Highlight Sports Center, 11 Eastern, ESPN2. ESPN News on anytime. And don't forget NBA playoff action, 8 Eastern on ESPN. Draft moves over to ESPN2. Spurs Nuggets tied in a game apiece. It's got to be big. The commish is there. 8 Eastern time is when they'll tip it off, Chris.
All right, Dave, thank you very much. So now back here at the draft, the second pick overall in the second round. The Bills traded up with Detroit. They swapped twos. They gave up their third, and they got linebacker Paul Posluszny, who was has won the Bednarik Award. He's a much decorated linebacker. Maxwell, he's the Maxwell Defense Award. He's won plenty, and he looks like a linebacker, right? Penn State, linebacker U, from Western Pennsylvania. He just, look at the neck, look at him. Right, Mel?
No question about it. But if you look at this kid and you watch him when he was healthy and he was all over the field, a guy that really studies the game, prepares as thoroughly for game day as anybody. Of course, he had the knee injury end of his junior year. Going into the senior year, he was rehabbing, had to wear that heavy knee brace, looked slow, lumbered a little bit around the field. You wonder if his stock had dropped maybe into the third round area. Then he finished fairly strong. Then he showed more athleticism and speed at the workouts. Ran a 4.7, vertical 37 inches, had played inside and outside at Penn State. So for a team like this, the Buffalo Bills, with London Fletcher moving on to Washington, you wonder if he's going to fill that role as a middle linebacker. David Harris from Michigan is still on the board at this point. I'm sure that was a tough decision there for the Buffalo Bills, opting for Leslie over David Harris, but a kid who certainly, now that he's back to full strength, should be able to have a real good NFL career.
Well, it is interesting that in a trade that Matt Millen was involved with, it allowed another team, the Buffalo Bills, to take a Penn State linebacker. Now, very few are ever going to be as good as Jack Ham, but the list of notable linebackers that for Joe Paterno goes on and on. With Hammer, the Hall of Famer, Matt Millen, Lance Mel was a real good player with the Jets, Shane Conlon, of course, who Marv Levy, now general manager, coach with the Buffalo Bills, LeVar Arrington, there's Greg Buttle. I mean, there's many, many more. Was Leslie the Butkus Award winner? I mean, there was a question, speed a little bit, but productivity. I mean, playing in Buffalo in bad weather, I mean, this is football. It makes sense to me.
Well, he ran a 4.7, and at 6'1.5", about 238 pounds, you run a 4.7, your vertical's 37 inches. You know how he played prior to the injury, 116 tackles all over the field. And I think what they hope is he reverts back to that form prior to the injury leading up to his senior year. You know, he had it in January at the bowl game. You rehab, you have to get ready for your senior year. There's no way he was anywhere close to 100%, especially wearing that heavy knee brace.
Well, because the Bills let certain players go. You let you trade a Willis McGahee, then you got to draft a Marshawn Lynch in the first round, and then you let London Fletcher go. Now you got to do this with Buzz Leslie. They still have Nate Clementou left at the cornerback position, so that's another area of need. So they've got some work to get done this weekend.
And spikes to keep. They lost a lot, but they're plugging exactly. You can only do one at a time.
But they had some pretty good players there they let go.
I understand that. They're plugging the holes, and here we go. They're circling it one wagon at a time, Mort. Now, our DirecTV breakdown. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock, followed by Philadelphia finally for the first time, and then we'll get back to the Chicago Bears. Now is the part early in the second round. Who's the next quarterback selected? Where does he go? Is it Beck? Is it Edwards from Stanford? Is somebody like Stanton? Where does it go along here? Where do you guys see it, Steve?
I got the sense that Detroit's going to pick John Beck, and they felt like he was going to be there, and that's why they were able to make the trade to 43. Could be absolutely wrong because there's a lot of ways to go, a lot of great players on the board, but these quarterbacks, they've both rated pretty high. Trent Edwards has a lot of doubt because he went 0-7 as a starter, but was undefeated in high school. He's a very solid football player, someone that should go early in the second round, as well as John Beck.
Teams were all over the map on these 3 or 4 guys. You know, early on it was Drew Stanton, but boy, John Beck really jumped up with some people, and some people believe that Trent Edwards, had he stayed healthy, had he played in a good program, that he might have been a top 15 pick of the first round. So, and Kevin Colbin's got some people behind him too. The Lions, Mike Martz, he likes a lot of quarterbacks in this draft. So yeah, he may love a John Beck, but there are 6 or 7 other quarterbacks that Mike Martz likes in this draft who weren't first-round guys.
The Chicago Bears is creeping up in that area. Like Steve said, they may look to replace Rex Grossman at some point in time and draft a guy in the second round right here.
So you think they should replace Rex Grossman, huh?
Not right now. I don't think they should replace him right now, but I think they should protect themselves.
Yeah. Well, Grossman's on the last year of his contract, so they're going to have to address it at some point.
All right, Tampa Bay was the 3rd pick in the second round. Let's go up and get the pick. And now in the second round, we get a guy that was a really good receiver in this league. He's worked in the league office for years. That would be Gene
With pick
Washington.
number 35, Tampa Bay has selected from Tennessee offensive guard Aaron Sears.
Could have been a first rounder, Mel, yeah?
Think about him as boom. He can play anywhere on the offensive line except for center. And obviously playing in the SEC at Tennessee, he has banged heads with some outstanding players along the defensive front. You look at him here at left tackle, getting it done. A kid who has good strength, good athleticism, has started, not just played, but has started at all 4 spots, right tackle, left tackle, and both guard positions. In this era of free agency, you can't stress versatility enough. You have a guy leave, he can move to another position. And I think when you look at him, long arms will allow him to maybe be a tackle. Brad Hopkins played at not the ideal size in terms of height at that left tackle spot, but I think when you look at a guy on that Tampa Bay line, added Davin Joseph, added Jeremy Trueblood last year in the draft, now you bring in Aaron Sears. You got some young guys with ability, and certainly I think Sears' versatility will be very advantageous to Tampa Bay.
And yes, it's to help the quarterbacks like Chris Sims and Jeff Garcia protection, but think about Cadillac Williams. This team invested a high pick in Cadillac Williams. They got to get him cranked up.
All right, so Sears goes to the Bucs. The Philadelphia Eagles, followed by the Chicago Bears, are next. And the quarterbacks that are waiting include John Beck, the quarterback, the mature quarterback from Brigham Young, who was just so productive. And, of course, we have Trent Edwards, the quarterback from Stanford, waiting. Will he be called awfully soon? And then Drew Stanton. There's Trent Edwards, Stanford, waiting. When's the time? He's had some injury deals, but he could be next. Or a tough customer from the Big Ten at Michigan State, and that would be Drew Stanton. And so maybe all go in the second round. That wouldn't surprise us. We'll see. It's their time soon. When we come back, the Eagles on the clock.
You know those stories you hear? A high school kid takes a job at McDonald's. They work hard, take advantage of opportunities. And years later, that kid who was working at one McDonald's now leaves thousands. You believe those stories? I did.
Is it possible to engineer desire? The ES from Lexus. At your Lexus dealer.
TJ Hushmanzada has never had it easy. He grew up in a tough part of LA and dropped out of high school. He eventually found his way to Oregon State, where he led the team in receptions, but still wasn't highly coveted leading up to the 2001 draft. The draftnik said he was too slow, so TJ dropped all the way to the 7th round, number 204. Long after big names like Terrell and Gardner. Where are they now? TJ struggled early, but finally had a solid season in 04 and broke out for 90 catches and 9 TDs in 06. Now he and Chad Johnson give Cincy one of the best receiving tandems in the league. His name is hard to say. TJ, who's your mama? But the Bengals have found him easy to like.
The Draft Matters. Go deep. The NFL Draft presented by Coors Light continues tonight at 8 on ESPN2.
When you live in Hawaii, the beach is like your backyard. After school, we go surfing.
But you know what? Even when there's no surf, we still have a blast.
And it's the best place in the world to just be yourself.
And that's our Hawaii.
That's our Hawaii, too. After more than 75 years of serving these islands, we're proud to say only one airline is Hawaiian.
7-Eleven's $3.99 meal combo gives you 2 deluxe spam and egg musubi along with a 32-ounce Big Gulp. Our glazed ring donut is on special at 75 cents. Neighbor Islands 85 cents. Mouth-watering pork hash is on special at 2 for $1. Neighbor Islands 2 for $1.20. And for the big appetite, the 7-Eleven packed bento with teriyaki ribeye, fried chicken, fried fish, spam, and rice, $5.49 every day. Neighbor Islands $6.29. Special prices now through April 29th at 7-Eleven.
Second round of the draft continues. Welcome into the NFL Live set. Trey Wingo here with Mark May, Sean Salisbury, and Michael Smith. As you see, the Eagles about 4 minutes before they make their selection. And Sean, for a team that won their division and was in there and won a playoff game, a lot of question marks for this team, beginning with the quarterback. Donovan McNabb went down. tore the ACL in that knee. Jeff Garcia came in, played so well. Jeff Garcia no longer there. How concerned should they be about their quarterback spot? Because Donovan probably won't be there when the season starts.
Well, I'm concerned, and not that McNabb's not a superstar, because he's been known to dress in a phone booth. My concern is the fact that he has dressed in a phone booth in the past, that he tries to come back too quickly. Now, he's a workout fanatic, will have himself ready to go, but the Eagles must have a lot of confidence in Kelly Holcomb and Feely as the backups, because if you try to rush McNabb back, look what happened to Culpepper. Edgerrin James told me the year he had surgery that he came back too soon. I always say, when you think you're ready, come back a couple months later. I've had an ACL, and this is not an 8-month injury anymore. So my biggest concern for them is making sure your superstar doesn't come back too early, and then we see the same effect it had on Culpepper, where we actually miss and wonder what's wrong. Donovan's legs are so good. He's so smart. He's such a playmaker. You got to make sure that he's ready. I would make sure if he's not 100% or close to it, don't play him in the preseason. I just don't want to see him come back too early, because that'll set the franchise back years.
Again, that injury happened late in the season in 06
no doubt.
against Tennessee. Michael Smith, there is a connection to BYU with the Andy Reid family there. Do they take a flyer on a quarterback?
I think it's too early to
John Beck, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's too early to take a second-round pick on a quarterback, because that's a future quarterback for a lot of NFL teams. And Donovan McNabb still has a very bright future in front of him. As you mentioned, they re-signed A.J. Feely. They like him a lot, chose him over Jeff Garcia, who didn't want to start elsewhere. I think this team continues to shore up its defense with this next pick. They wanted Brandon Merriweather. The Patriots swooped in and got him right before their pick. I can see them going with a safety here or a corner. They got Lito Shepard and Sheldon Brown, but not much behind them, and you always need more corners. So I can see them showing up their defense in the secondary. They got Takil Spikes with the linebacker spot. They've always been good on defense.
When do they decide, though? We always see these teams upgrade. When do you decide that maybe, just maybe, McNabb deserves some help? I understand that Hank Baskin and those guys came along. I'm talking about whether it's Jared or Smith, somebody who you say was a #1 at Southern Cal. When do they finally say, you know what?
I'm just saying, it did.
Like I said, I'm looking for a #1, okay? Right. So when are they going to do that for Donovan? Because he's waited a long time for somebody to say, you know, let's make it about you at wide receiver. They did it with Owens, but obviously we saw that result.
Yeah, that didn't work out. So my question to you is, Dwayne Jarrett or Steve Smith, which one of those receivers do you like better out of USC?
I think you've got to take Dwayne Jarrett because he's such a playmaker. Steve Smith is a fantastic wide receiver, but what Dwayne Jarrett gives you is that playmaking ability. He showed it against Michigan in the Rose Bowl. Yes, he runs a 4.6 and change 4.40, 40-yard dash. I don't care about that. What I care about is football speed, football production. When he was on the football field, that's what he had. That's what he showed. I think he's a value pick.
If they do draft a quarterback, it might come to a point where they wonder about the injury themselves.
Well, let's find out. The pick is in. Let's go to Chris Berman in New York and find out exactly what they're going to do. The Philadelphia Eagles now on the clock. Time winding down. Boomer, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much. The Eagles, who traded down, oddly enough, with Dallas, division rival. And here goes Gene Washington to the podium. Well, they had some defections in the defensive backfield. I don't know.
With pick number 36, the Eagles have selected from Houston, quarterback Kevin Cobb.
Wow.
Well, we didn't think that one. Wow. So a big curveball snapped off at the link. Wow. The third quarterback is a guy we haven't discussed.
You had a couple teams. I had a couple teams mention Cobb, liked him a lot. It wasn't a lot of teams as the third quarterback, but some did. Well,
you look at Kevin Cobb, and I thought he was a little overrated coming into this process. I thought he was a lot like Kyle Bowler when he came out of California, more of a system quarterback, high school, and then college. The defenses that they played against, the system he was in allowed for a lot of completions and yardage and statistics. But I think you look at it mechanically, needs to be tweaked a bit. I thought he leveled off a little bit late in his career. Accuracy could be improved on certain routes that you need to throw in the NFL. So I think coming out of that system and the reads that he had in that Houston offense, the NFL will be completely different. Andy Reid obviously saw something he liked in Kevin Cobb, but I thought he could go second or third round, but I thought he was down below Stanton, Edwards, and Beck to the point where I had him as the 6th best quarterback in the draft.
Here's one thing he might have liked. 12,964 career passing yards in college, 85 TD passes last year, 30 TDs, 4 interceptions. Young man from Stevensville, Texas. So it still is a surprise. Here's the trade. You remember that the Cowboys moved up to take Anthony Spencer, the pass rusher from Baylor, in the first round, and Philadelphia went back to take Cobb now and got a 3 and a 5 out of it. So here's Drew Stanton's reaction just a moment ago. I mean, And obviously Drew knows, and he's a tough customer for Michigan State. That maybe Edwards, maybe Beck.
Well,
maybe we don't have the reaction.
Well, boom, that's the thing about it. It really was. I mean, really, when you talk about the third quarterback, it was primarily three guys when you talk to teams. Drew Stanton, Michigan State. John Beck, BYU, Trent Edwards, Stanford. But a couple guys told me, Kevin Kolb could like it. He's a coach's son. He's a gym rat. Pretty good athlete. He's 6'3". So there are teams that liked him. It just is a little bit of a surprise.
Well, it's a surprise
that it's the
because,
Eagles and is that it's here.
Yeah, because it's a referendum on a couple of issues. One, Andy Reid's from BYU, coached BYU, went to BYU. Here was John Beck. No, I'm going to take the kid Kolb. It's also a referendum for Donovan McNabb's health, not his play, but his health, because this is their first pick of the draft. This is essentially Philadelphia's first-round selection is a quarterback.
And, McNabb's been hurt, 3 or out of the last 5 years or something like that, and he's on track to return from this knee injury, certainly. They signed A.J. Feely to a new contract, but clearly
Kelly Holcomb
2 or 3 years down the line, if McNabb is continuing to get hurt, he wears down, and they have a guy to bring into the system. That must be their thinking.
Donovan McNabb, by the way, the update on him, remember, he had ACL surgery a couple weeks after he was hurt. He's ahead of schedule, should be ready to go in training camp in July, but apparently so will Kevin Kolb. So Andy Reid, a big curveball from Philly. We'll be back with the Bears.
Wow.
The NBA playoffs continue with a doubleheader tonight on ESPN.
Right now at Applebee's, it's steak time, where you can dive into a juicy house sirloin, a Bourbon Street steak topped with Cajun spices, and Chef Tyler Florence's seared ribeye with garlic chili shrimp. Only at Applebee's.
With 2 million vehicle listings on Cars.com, you can find the right car for you.
Blue is?
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
There are no free rides on the road to victory. What it takes to pay the toll? Gatorade. Is it in you?
What is up, Chad?
Get in the van.
All right, listen up, bro. My circle's gotta go.
Why? Being able to choose the people you call for free no matter what network they're on is great. Now we can all be friends. We don't need more friends, so knock it off. Okay?
Yeah, we'll have to do stuff.
Like what?
Something bad.
Yeah.
So what level dungeon master are you guys?
Dungeon masters don't have levels.
Oh.
Dork.
It's time to get what you want from your wireless company. To find out more, take the head-to-head challenge.
Come and get your love. Disciplined investing. It isn't about star fund managers. At T. Rowe Price, it's about experienced investment teams that stay the course. For each 1, 5, and 10-year period, over 70% of our mutual funds beat their Lipper average. Low-cost mutual funds from T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Request a complete prospectus or profile with investment objectives, risks, fees, expenses, and other information to read and consider carefully before investing.
We are back in New York with second round already, providing trade after surprise pick after surprise pick. Kevin Kolb, Houston, picked by the Philadelphia Eagles early in the second round, but as Steve points out, their first pick of this draft. Let's go to Ron Jaworski. Jaws, the next thing you know, he's going to wear your number.
That may happen. Old number 7 will return. I was surprised by this pick. You know, after talking to the Eagles over the last couple weeks, I thought they would go for a quarterback. I did not think they would go for a quarterback this early. Although after speaking with offensive coordinator Marty Morningwig last week, they were really high on Kevin Kolb. And there's an old saying, if there's a guy on the board that you really like, go up and get him. And if you're comfortable with him, it's the guy that you have to get. get. So I think they felt very comfortable with Kevin Cobb. They went up and got him. On the Donovan McNabb side note, I've been over at the NovaCare Center watching Donovan rehab. He looks way ahead of schedule. He looks fantastic. I think the Eagles will be fine with McNabb early in the season. But obviously right now, they're making a move for the future.
Well, Jaws, I mean, it certainly is. It's surprising. They're going to have a lot of quarterbacks on that roster. Let's go down to Sal Palantonio. Sal?
Well, Boomer, I have to disagree with Ron Jaworski. Not surprised, shock that they would pick a quarterback in the second round. They haven't picked a quarterback this high since they picked Donovan McNabb in 1999. It sends an unmistakable signal to the fan base that the Eagles are not convinced that Donovan McNabb can come back healthy and can come back healthy long term. Clearly, they are looking at the future, but they may be looking at the future a little earlier than a lot of people think. So I think the reaction will be shock, Boomer.
Well, I mean, it certainly is a shockwave, Sal, but making a lot of quarterbacks on that roster. And it's interesting, in talking with the Eagles, they were really not sure. There are a couple things in the air, and this kind of feeds right into what you were thinking. Steve, just before they made the pick, suggested, boy, I wonder if they pick a quarterback here, thinking not Kyle, but just anyone. And I went, I don't know about a QB there. Philly, of course, has another pick later on in the second round. And now we have San Diego moved into the Chicago spot. We got lots of things to tell you. And we got to tell you, we're not exactly going at Mach 5 here.
Listen to this trade.
Yeah, this head ball coach. Hey, I told you he could really go.
Click, clack. So DirecTV's got this super fan business that lets you watch 8 NFL games on one screen. In my day, you got one game. Your team was getting clobbered? Too bad. You took it like a man.
Sign up for NFL Sunday Ticket today and get Superfan for free.
You don't have to be big to have a big idea, but you might need just a little help pulling it off.
Convenience and innovation are everywhere on the new F-Series Super Duty. In some places they're obvious, like the all-new redesigned interior. In other places, they're not so obvious, like this tailgate step, only on the new Super Duty. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
Coach Ditka, did you really say you'd trade all your draft picks for a case of frost-brewed Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Okay, well then what about the teams that didn't trade for Coors Light?
You know, they're behind everybody else right now, and they have to catch up.
Coach, are you sure you're not confusing the NFL draft with draft beer?
I'm going to keep them lose my train. Who?
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I thought he couldn't see. Is this cool?
He doesn't seem as comfortable there for some reason.
You want to trade?
Break away from boring. Try the new Breakaway baskets from Long John Silver's. Get 2 crab cakes stuffed with lobster or 2 pieces of chicken, each with fries and pups for $2.99. Only at Long John Silver's.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Under Armour Performance. The advantage is undeniable.
Mark Jones here in the Mile High City, Denver, Colorado, on a day of Mile High expectations for NFL prospects and for the Nuggets and Spurs. The head coach of the Nuggets, George Karl, says that this Game 3 is a must-win game for psychological reasons. They seized the home court advantage 6 days ago. Meanwhile, Tim Duncan of the Spurs did his best impersonation of a run stopper on 4th and 1 in Game 2 with 5 blocks. The series is knotted at 1 game apiece. Pivotal Game 3 coming up from Denver. Right now we go back to the NFL Draft from Radio City Music Hall.
All right, we are approaching 7 o'clock Eastern, top of the hour, 7 hours in almost. And we're, as the late Hank Stram would say, we're matriculating the ball down the field. We have made all of 5 picks in the second round after the longest ever first round. And this trade, Chicago had the spot, and that pick is a whole other story. That went up to a couple teams. San Diego moved up to get the 37th pick, and they selected safety from Utah, Eric Weddle. The Bears in return received San Diego's second-round pick, so that's the swap, third-round pick, fifth-round pick, and a third-round pick next year in 08. It's a lot of bookkeeping.
Was that Ricky Williams they just?
A lot of bookkeeping.
The rich get richer.
Well, let's hear about Eric Weddle. So he's happy to be a Charger. Look at him.
Well, the Chargers had needs at wide receiver. Got Craig Davis. They had a need at inside linebacker. Passed on David Harris. When you look at this opportunity to get Harris at this stage, then they take Eric Weddle, who plays the cornerback spot and the safety spot. He gives you that dual versatility. At Utah, held Calvin Johnson. I know the quarterback play at Georgia Tech was suspect. 2 catches for 19 yards in the Emerald Bowl after his junior season. So he did a real good job at corner, good job at safety, holds for PATs and field goals, real good on coverage units, smart and versatile. At one point, back about 3 months ago, I thought late first round in New England, because of Bill Belichick wanting smart, versatile football players, he'd be a good fit there. Here you got San Diego taking him in the second round. He was projected now mid-second, so they're figuring, okay, we're not going to get him in the late second. We got to have him for a secondary that needs help both at corner and safety. But that's an awful lot to give up.
Special teams ace? I mean,
yes.
Is he?
Yes.
Well, I've heard, you hear versatility on the guy. He's at safety, corner. Actually played a little bit of running back this year and what have you. People marked him down as a Bill Belichick guy. He's really smart as well. But to trade this much, and far be it for me to second-guess guys who've had success in the draft like A.J. Smith and Buddy Nix there with San Diego, but it just seems like a heavy price to pay.
They don't think they need that much more. This is a team
and that might be it.
They got a receiver. Yep. They felt like they had to have that safety/corner who can do a good job on special teams, and they gave up a lot to get him. Good deal for Chicago. No question about that. Chicago ends up with a lot of picks, and they have great opportunities as they did last year. They got Mark Anderson, Chicago did, in round 5, Hester and Manning in round 2. The Bears feel they can do a real good job in these rounds. A lot of good players still on the board right now.
Direct TV analysis. Do you give up too much to make a move? I mean, that's we're going to have to wait a while to see how this bookkeeping comes out and what the Bears get, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like a little bit.
Seems like a ton. In fact, why do you jump ahead of, you look at the teams that they jumped ahead of Oakland, Atlanta, Miami. You have to have a sense that they're going to pick Eric Weddle because at some point you think the quarterbacks are hot here. There's still some linebackers.
They felt like Steve in the late second, he wasn't going to be there.
Yeah, that's fine, but to jump all the way to the top of the second.
Well, they felt like they had to go up, get him ahead of teams because there was no way he was going to drop that far. And who would have made that deal is the other thing. You need somebody to make a deal with at that point. Chicago was willing to move down.
So in a way, though, they're telling us what Mel mentioned earlier, that they're so deep on their roster, they don't need all these other draft picks.
True. That's also true.
We better work out for A.J. Feely because he's already fired the head coach.
I still have to get over the Kevin Cobb pick. I'm sorry, I was just a little starstruck here for a minute.
Well, and now the Raiders, who were next. That was a trade they made with Arizona. Remember, they swapped seconds at the beginning. Now they pick a guy with Arizona State's tight end Zach Miller was clearly number 2 rated tight end of the draft, right, Mel?
They have been chasing for a tight end for years because they go back, this was about 5 years ago, Todd Heap on the board. They ended up drafting Derek Gibson, made a trade for Roland Williams, passed on Heap. Now they're trying to find Heap, ironically, to go to Arizona State for Zach Miller. Has a little Todd Heap in him, but not nearly as fast. And I think that's the thing. Speed-wise, Miller doesn't run as well, catches the ball very effectively. He was their main weapon. I mean, he was their pass option for Arizona State time and time again. They didn't have many wide receivers who could do a lot of damage, so he was a force in the passing game. Again, you go back, Teo Johnson, a lot of other tight ends have been brought in since they passed on Heat. Now again, they go to the second round trying to find that guy to get the job done, catching the football, and that is what Zach Miller's specialty is.
Well, so Raiders go tight end. Atlanta is up next. And, of course, hey, they drafted Jamarcus Russell. Here's a tight end. Throw it to him. Atlanta next. We'll be back.
What they take?
Justin Layout.
Things you love about football. Contact.
accuracy. Teamwork. You're a fan. You just don't know it yet. Watch MLS Primetime Thursday nights on ESPN2, presented by Adidas.
This fall, NFL Network presents the return of Thursday and Saturday night football, the run to the playoffs. And it all starts Thanksgiving night, when Peyton Manning and the world champion Colts take on the Falcons. 8 unforgettable NFL games, with the playoffs on the line. Live in prime time. The run to the playoffs returns Thanksgiving night on NFL Network. Football 24/7.
What are you?
Ready for a different local newscast? KHNL News 8 is live.
UH receives help from an unlikely benefactor.
KHNL News 8 is local.
Fire crews were able to keep the flames from spreading to other units on the 25th floor.
KHNL News 8 is late breaking.
Online or on the air, KHNL News 8 gives you up-to-the-minute news that matters to you.
It's the new wave of TV news. KHNL News 8, live, local, late breaking.
The 2007 Aura has been named North American Car of the Year, excelling above the competition such as Jaguar, Lexus, Mercedes, Nissan, Toyota, and Honda. It's an honor to be named the best. Luxury performance and a net sale price of $18,995. That's right, $18,995. Safety features, Saturn 100,000-mile warranty, and OnStar all standard. Test drive the 2007 Aura today at Saturn of Honolulu. Saturn like always, like never before.
John Beck getting the call from the Miami Dolphins in the second round. The quarterback of BYU is going to Miami. And welcome into the NFL Live studios. Trey Wingo here with Mark May, Sean Salisbury, and Michael Smith. This was the plan the Dolphins had all along, I guess. So they'll say. This is the way it was supposed to be. They take Ted Ginn Jr. at number 9, get a receiver who we have some questions about, and then they get John Beck. Does this placate you, Mark, in the idea of getting Beck in the second round after what you thought was a reach for Ted Ginn in the first round?
Yes, it does, because it was a reach in the first round, but they got lucky getting John Beck at this point. There are a lot of teams that would have taken him earlier in this round, but it fell into place for the Dolphins. And for Cam Cameron, he can breathe a sigh of relief. Now the fans will get off his back just a little bit for taking Ted Ginn too early in the first round.
Yeah, but they're going to tell us that this was a plan all along.
Yeah,
of course they are. And I think this is a great pick of the 3 guys that were left, and this isn't even counting Cobb. I'm talking about a Stanton, Beck, and Edwards. I like Beck the third most, let alone I might even like him up there with Brady Quinn. I don't think there's that much of a difference between the two. So the Dolphins do get very, very fortunate to get a guy who's poised in the passing game, who understands the passing game, comes from a university that I think is underrated when it comes to guys who can push the ball down the field. It's great. He's mature. He's got perfect size at 6'2", 200-plus pounds. I think this guy can play, and I think it's a very good get. May start earlier than you think, considering the situation there.
Well, not only that, but it better be. It's getting late early for John Beck anyway. This is a kid who's 26 years old coming out of BYU.
Maturity, buddy.
Does that help him, Michael, in your opinion here?
Well, there's no question it helps him. I mean, he's a gym rat. I mean, he's got a sneaky good arm. He's very accurate. But I want to go back to something you said earlier, Sean. And we've been talking about this all week. There are a lot of people around the league that have been telling me, ask yourself this question. Is there a $20 million difference or a multi-million-dollar difference between Brady Quinn and that second group of quarterbacks? And clearly the Dolphins said no. So, and think about the difference, the subtle difference between taking a quarterback at the top of the draft, the pressure, especially in Miami where Dan Marino is, the pressure that would have been on Brady Quinn or any quarterback taken in the top of the draft versus a second-round pick. He gives time to grow in that offense, to mature. Maybe Trent Green still comes in and helps him out to get. I know he doesn't have a lot of time considering his age, but this could be a really good situation for John Beck.
Well, that's the John Beck scenario in the second round. We'll see how the Miami fans react to that. We can say with great certainty the first pick for the Miami Dolphins, the 9th overall selection when they took the wide receiver / returner Ted Ginn Jr. out of Ohio State, did not go over well. This is the reaction Cam Cameron got when he made the announcement to the Dolphins draft party crowd.
There's a young man named Ted Ginn Jr., and we drafted the Ginn family. I've known this family for over 10 years. I've watched this young man for a long time. You're going to be thrilled every time you watch him as a punt returner, because he's going to be a great returner for us. He's going to be a young man who's going to wind up being a great. Thank you.
All right, Cam Cameron trying to subtly avoid the boos there and go to the applause. But there was a substantial amount of negative energy, Mark, from that crowd right there. Your thoughts, were those fans right?
Absolutely. I think that this is a reach pick. He's not 100% healthy yet off of the foot injury from the national championship game. And the other thing is, they needed a dynamic wide receiver that's a number 1 wide receiver. They didn't get that from Ted Ginn. I think he's a number 2 or a number 3. He'll be a fantastic punt returner, but I don't think he's the guy that you can count as a number 1 wide receiver. And those fans paved the way for Miami. They pay for those tickets.
It'd be nice to have him be Devin Hester, but
Yes.
that's tough to do. Did he once mention Cam Cameron, Ted Ginn, the receiver?
No,
You're going to draft a guy that high. He better be your number 1 receiver. All he said was punt returner. I got a problem with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, maybe he'll blossom into that wide receiver, but that's a very good catch by you. The first thing he was selling was punt returns. Speaking of returns, we kick it back to Chris Brown.
Very smooth. All right, Trey, coming. I can't. That footage. It's like quelling a mob there. This is like the boosters, right? And wasn't it the Miami boosters for that?
They thought that was Nick Saban, I guess.
I don't know what. I don't know what that was.
Your first draft pick of your career.
You're getting hooted?
And they're just going after you.
Well,
Wow.
meanwhile, here's their next draft pick, John Beck, and Steve will bring you in on this along with Mel. Certainly productivity, nobody's going to question that. Over 11,000 yards passing.
Completed almost 70% of his passes, 32 touchdown passes, 8 interceptions. You look at him at BYU putting up the big numbers against competition. It was not that strong, but he has some maneuverability in the pocket. People say, well, he's not that big. He's not 6 feet even. He's 6'2". Goes about 213 pounds. A gym rat, spends a lot of time on the practice field. First one on, last one off. Certainly a respected team leader out there at BYU. Kiddu was a guy that in the clutch situation, late in games like Utah, no time left on the clock, he throws a touchdown pass to Johnny Harline, tight end, to win the football game. So Steve, he has been battle tested. He's 25 years of age. That'll work for him and against him maturity-wise. He's a couple years before he's ready to play. He'll be in late 20s, but the maturity of John Beck is going to be a plus.
Yeah, wait a minute. He threw more. Let's look at that again. He threw more yards than Steve Young.
No. We were just warming up.
Man, more yards than Mark Wilson. More yards than Gino Torretta. They're not even on the list.
Guys, we mentioned this earlier. The name that kept coming up when you talked to teams about John Beck was he might be Drew Brees. He's taller than Drew Brees. He might be another Drew Brees. Cam Cameron, the coach of the Dolphins, was the offensive coordinator in San Diego when Drew Brees made the Pro Bowl. So this is pretty interesting there. Obviously, they were on Cameron earlier. They may be happy with that to see Beck play in a couple of years.
Well, we've seen Cobb and Beck quarterbacks go here in the second round. Will we see Edwards from Stanford? Will we see Stanton from Michigan State? Could be a bonanza of quarterbacks. Atlanta is now on the clock. They made a trade with Minnesota at the 41st spot. We'll be back.
Focus on workouts. Now! Well, come on, be the man!
Flip. Right. If you slip, you get beat. You get beat, you get cut.
Come on, baby.
That was a 4-2-3. Use your elbows, use your elbows, use your arms, use your arms.
Go. Hit it.
Man of the hour and power.
Coach, would you like to lose that suit and tie and crack open a cold Coors Light?
Oh, sure. Yes.
I mean, we all think Coors Light is totally refreshing. Yeah.
I think a number of people are beginning to come to that conclusion.
So why drink any other beer?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, a little help with these empties?
Oh, sorry.
I certainly haven't come here to clean house.
You see things before they happen.
Critics call next a mind-bending adventure. Smart and action-packed.
Now.
The ending will blow you away.
It hasn't happened yet.
Next. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
2 minutes left in the third quarter, I made a food run. Of course, I missed the best play of the game, and I lost my check card rushing back. Later, I discovered some charges I hadn't made.
With Wachovia check card protection, if you become a victim of confirmed fraud, 100% of any missing money will be credited to your account the next day.
My money was back before the next game. I'm with Wachovia.
We're absolutely obsessed with satisfying our customers. Wachovia.
Traffic ahead.
Incredible. You found a golf course near the conference. Awesome Chinese. Now you find me a way around traffic. I love you.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around.
Take Market Street exit.
You're right. We'll just keep it professional, you know?
Go everywhere, find everything. Fall hard for the new Where To GPS at Avis.
Stuffed French toast treasures at IHOP. Delectable cherry vanilla, banana with caramel sauce, or scrumptious strawberry. Served with all your favorites only at IHOP. Come hungry, leave happy. Give your mom, dad, or favorite grad an IHOP gift card.
It started with a simple idea. Build an automobile that takes the sheer joy of driving to a whole new level. Use advanced technologies without sacrificing fuel economy. Take advantage of a racing-inspired heritage. Provide an interior space that fulfills every need. A TSX from Acura.
Now you can lease a TSX for $299 a month for well-qualified customers.
Why live with athlete's foot? The itching, the burning. Lotrimin Ultra treats most athlete's foot in just 1 week's use. New Lamisil Defense, 4 long weeks. But Lotrimin Ultra is so powerful, nothing cures faster. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1 week killer cure.
Carmelo and the Nuggets pulled off the surprise in Game 1. After the Game 2 reality check, the series moves to Denver for a critical Game 3 tonight. Spurs and Nuggets, 8 Eastern here on ESPN. Chris?
All right, Dave, thank you very much.
This is the
Welcome
NFL
back to the
Draft on
NFL
ESPN,
Draft.
presented by Coors Light.
Thank you very much, Dave. Welcome back to the NFL Draft here in New York at Radio City Music Hall. We kind of snuck John Beck in Miami in between 2 Atlanta picks. So why don't we give you Bobby Petrino's almost back-to-back picks here in the early second round for the Atlanta Falcons. First of all, the pick 39, they picked a big guard, a 6'3", 320 guard. I mean, just, oh my God. Justin Blaylock from Texas, Mel.
Well, I started at right tackle and right guard at Texas. Obviously, guard should be his spot in the NFL. 40 reps at the combine. Tremendous strength in the weight room. Not always as explosive. Not always sustaining that high intensity level. I think he needs to turn that up at the pro level. But you look at a kid started 51 straight games. Very durable. Certainly very experienced. And you go back to Texas and take a look at those defensive linemen. Tim Crowder and Brian Robinson coming out this year. Got some good ones in the past. He's banged heads in the Big 12 and at Texas, even in practice sessions against some quality defensive linemen. Kid's intelligent. As I said, 40 reps is amazing. So you're getting a kid who I think, if you say, why wasn't he a first-round pick? Because he didn't always play with the explosiveness you expect from a guy who does 40 reps in a weight room and has all that experience at the collegiate level. Should have been more dominant on a game-by-game basis. If that would have been the case, he'd have been in the late first round instead of here in the mid-second round. I think you look at what the opportunity presents at Atlanta with Michael Vick and an offensive line with Bobby Petrino. More certainly, Justin Blaylock's going to be asked to play an awful lot of football as a rookie.
And Petrino wanted to get bigger on the offensive line, of course. The Falcons resisted going up and trading for Calvin Johnson like people wanted them to, because this is an important draft. They want to maximize their picks, and they end up now not just with Jamal Anderson from Arkansas in the first round, but Chris Houston, Mel, in this.
Arguably, pound for pound, one of the strongest players in this draft at 27 reps. Now, he's a rough, tough, bump and run, press cover guy. Wants to get his hands on you. And I tell you, when you look in the NFL, the zone coverage is playing off. He has virtually no experience in that type of coverage scheme. Can he adapt? But he's fast, around a 4.32. Did a real good job on Dwayne Jarrett. Struggled against Sidney Rice. Ball skills are somewhat questionable. So here's a guy, can he adapt, Keyshawn, to an NFL defensive structure where he has no prior experience at the college level in a off coverage, zone coverage, none at all?
I think he can, adjust in that situation. They got the new defensive coordinator over from the Dallas Cowboys. He likes Mike Zimmer. He likes physical corners at the point of attack, but he's going to have some problems in that division because there's a plethora of wide receivers, including myself and Steve Smith, the guys in New Orleans that's running around. He's going to be in.
Well, that's why they drafted a Chris.
I'd much rather teach zone than I would have tried to teach somebody to go man-to-man. I mean, that's really a great skill. But you look at those 3 picks that Atlanta came up with in the first 41. 3 very good football players. Nice job by Bobby Petrino.
And so now the Super Bowl champion Colts have just made a trade with San Francisco to go up to 42. I got a hunch, but we're going to munch first. We'll take a timeout, and we'll be back here to New York.
We do have a confirmed sighting. Copy that, black SUV. We do have a visual.
Introducing the all-new Dodge Nitro. Careful, it's Nitro Active. Now get an all-new Dodge Nitro for just under 20 grand. Discover America's hottest products at your Dodge dealer.
Build every Cub Cadet with the moves to work faster and the strength to work harder, so you can finally win back your weekend.
I used to think it didn't matter what deodorant I chose. Dumb. This test shows that Old Spice is the right choice. Take the Old Spice challenge. I did.
It has a 6-liter, 48-valve V12 engine with 510 horsepower, electronic active roll suspension, custom leather seats with 6 levels of massage, a voice command navigation system, and it all means nothing unless you have the right tires. For drivers who want to get the most out of their cars, it's Bridgestone or nothing.
Pedicure, $28 on debit MasterCard. Peep toe pumps to show off your pedicure, $96 on debit card. Adorable dress to go with your peep toe pumps that show off your pedicure, $150 on debit card. Yeah, right. Living in the moment, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything you must have right now, there's debit MasterCard.
A yard sign can attract home buyers, but only this yard sign with Yahoo Web ID brings them right to your online listing. Online Seller Advantage from Prudential Real Estate helps buyers see your home online.
Tim Duncan, a former #1 overall pick in the NBA draft. Hostile environment tonight as his Spurs go to Denver. Pivotal third game in their first-round series. Tips off about 40 minutes from now, Christian.
Dave, thank you very much. Back at the NFL draft, the champion Colts moved up to San Francisco. Gene Washington going to the podium. David Harris still on the board? Now, I don't know this, but if he is,
with pick number 42, the Colts have selected from Arkansas offensive tackle Tony Hugo.
Oh, okay. So much for getting defense eventually for the Colts. Tony Hugo, another Arkansas. Man, they're them Hawks rolling down the pike here, Mort. So a big tackle, athletic tackle, goes to the Colts now, Mel.
Very athletic kid with tremendously long arms. Look at a kid, 6'5 1/4", 300 pounds. When he gets coached up in the NFL, he has a chance to be a pretty good player. Still technically needs some work. Had a struggling day at the Senior Bowl practices down in Mobile. That hurt him a little bit, even though it was only one day. It still hurt him. A kid who was a shot putter at the college level. Look at a guy that really made strides this past season at Arkansas. Went from, I thought, a 5th rounder into the 1st round mix. Then that Senior Bowl day, I think, hurt him enough to push him into round 2. What helps him is the fact that, hey, after Tony Hugo, good luck trying to find a quality left tackle. And there was 4 that we knew, and this is the 4th. And now that he's off the board, you got to kind of scramble a bit to find that left tackle.
They threw the shot put, right? I mean, it was a big time field.
Yes.
Field. And so now Detroit is on the clock, and now moments ago, Drew Stanton. And you know, he played right up the road at Michigan State, and that has the look.
I think
that has the look of a draft.
The word was that Matt Millen, general manager of the Lions, really loved Drew Stanton, loved his toughness, his competitiveness. And I know from talking to Mike Martz felt like, you know, once you worked with him a little bit of mechanics, that he was a good knee bender, that he had balance, that somebody was going to be pretty happy with the guy once you ironed out some of the wrinkles.
They're going to have to work with his delivery. I'm telling you, he locks his wrist and he kind of cups the football and it takes his wrist out of the game. And that's where the accuracy comes from. For the end of the day, if you're going to work with Drew Stanton, you can change these things, but he's got to work on his delivery because everything else is there. The kid's, as you mentioned, he's tough as nails, great football player, but as far as that accuracy, he's got to work on that delivery.
Well, if it is indeed going to be Drew Stanton, he's right here, mind tucking the ball underneath and running with it, Mel.
6'3" and a quarter. You see he's up about 228, 230, so he's a big kid. You don't realize when you watch him just how physically gifted he is. Played on special teams early in his career. Very tough, very competitive football player. Led the punt coverage with 13 tackles back in 2003. So you know, in terms of guts and determination and want to, this kid has it. Arm strength is okay. Mobility is decent. He's a pretty good athlete. I think when you look at him this year, the offensive line let him down. His receivers let him down time and time again. They had the injury late, concussion, so I think you're looking at a guy who didn't finish strong. I still kept him at 3 overall at quarterback, ahead of Trent Edwards, ahead of John Beck and Kevin Cobb, for the reason that he's so tough. Steve, you touched on one of the concerns. And the fact of the matter is he doesn't wow you in any one area. And I think when you look at right now Mike Martz, he drafted Jeff Smoker coming out of Michigan State, goes back to that same program. I think when you look at this kid, how much difference between Brady Quinn and Drew Stanton? Because they could have had Brady Quinn. Now they get Drew Stanton. Brady Quinn will be measured against John Beck because Miami could have had him. He'll be measured against Drew Stanton. So we'll have to watch and see how these careers unfold to see whether these teams made the right decision in terms of passing on Brady Quinn.
And Mike Martz has done a terrific job with quarterbacks throughout his tenure in the National Football League. And you also got to understand, he drafted Kelvin Johnson. You got John Kitna there, who helped tutor Carson Palmer when he was in Cincinnati. And now he has an opportunity to tutor this kid.
Better get some defensive players still.
Well, here's a little note. As Brady Quinn, although it took a while to develop, local Ohio young man from Dublin, Ohio, going to the Cleveland Browns. Well, not only, is Drew Stanton from Michigan State up the street from Detroit, but grew up in Farmington Hills, Michigan, suburb of Detroit. So this is true, a hometown Lions guy that Matt Millen picked as well. So, Jaws, I don't know if Drew Stanton's going to wear your number, but Detroit now has a QB.
Detroit picked the right guy in Drew Stanton because they have a terrific coach in Mike Martz. When I looked at Drew Stanton, I saw a quarterback that was a project. But when you go to Mike Martz's system, he is going to coach you very, very hard. He will test you at every point of the game. As I studied Drew Stanton, he's kind of that Jeff Garcia type quarterback. The moxie, the tough guy, playmaker. But he has no patience in the pocket. He wants to leave the pocket. And Steve was right on with his mechanics. There's a lot of work to be done with his mechanics. I watched almost every ball he threw in college, and I saw very few spirals. He has a long way to go. He's a project, but he's in the right position with Mike Martz, Boom.
All right, Jaws, thank you. So now, there have been, 10 trades so far? We're not even midway through the second round. After a first round began kind of plodding along. We'll be back.
Middle is now the best place to be. It's Wendy's new Steakhouse Double Melt. Caramelized onions and mushrooms, bacon, creamy Swiss, and peppercorn sauce melted in the middle of 2 hot and juicy, fresh, never frozen beef patties. Get in the middle of one today at Wendy's and do what tastes right.
What is up, Chad? Get in the van. All right, listen up, bro. My circle's gotta go.
Why? Being able to choose the people you call for free no matter what network they're on is great. Now we can all be friends.
I don't want to be friends, so knock it off.
Okay.
We'll have to do stuff.
Like what?
Pinch him, do it. Come on, man.
Ow. You just pinched me?
Big time. More where that came from.
It's time to get what you want from your wireless company. To find out more, take the head-to-head challenge.
With every kiss, with every step, love grows. The Journey 7-Diamond Necklace from Kay Jewelers. Multiple diamonds arranged from smallest to largest to symbolize how love has grown.
Every kiss begins with Kay.
The pressure's rising on the road to the NBA Finals. Tonight, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony lead the Nuggets back to Denver, where Tim Duncan and the Spurs can regain home court with a win in Game 3. Then, with the Rockets up 2-1 behind Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming, the Jazz look to even the series. The NBA playoffs continue tonight on ESPN, with Game 3 between the Spurs and Nuggets at 8 Eastern, followed by Rockets Jazz Game 4 at 10:30.
Hi, I'm Joe D'Amico. I have more than 20 years experience of keeping cars running longer and in good condition. Here's another tip that can help you. These are brake pads and are a key component to making your car come to a stop. Checking your brake pads every 8,000 miles prevents unwanted damage and is important in keeping everyone safe. This sound is a warning. You need to get your brakes checked right away. Bring your cars to the pros at Jackson Auto. We'll save you money, and if you find a better deal, we'll match it. It's that simple. We're the certified technicians at Jackson Auto Group.
Straight talk. Great deals.
Hi, my name is Ed Buck, the founder of the A. Buck family of companies. As the Wise Premier Tax Planner since 1980, we currently help over 5,000 clients to annually benefit from the complexities of the federal tax code. Now, these benefits are usually reserved for a very select group of wealthy individuals such as Warren Buffett, but we have the ability to apply them to all income groups. Call now and we'll send you a free 12-page tax strategy brochure and invite you to a 2-hour seminar at the Alamana Hotel. If you too would like to benefit from the secrets of the wealthy, call now.
Dave Revson with the Sports Center 30 at 30 update. Let's get you the top NFL draft news first. Jamarcus Russell, #1 overall pick. The LSU quarterback goes to the Raiders. Notre Dame QB Brady Quinn slipped all the way to 22. The Browns ended up trading up to get him. ESPN's Ed Werder reports Cowboys owner Jerry Jones says he is committed to paying Terrell Owens his $3 million roster bonus due in June, meaning T.O. will remain in Dallas. And NBA news, the Pistons sweep the Magic out of the first round. Chauncey Billups 25, Rip Hamilton 19. Detroit wins 97-93. Details Sports Center 11 Eastern, ESPN2, ESPN News anytime. And don't forget, Manu Ginobili and the Spurs trying to take a 2-1 series lead over the Nuggets. Tipped off 8 Eastern time here on ESPN. Trey.
Dave, thanks. The wait continues for Dwayne Jarrett, the USC wide receiver. Still have not had a Trojan drafted yet in 2007. And the wait continues for Trent Edwards as well in Los Gatos, California. When will someone pick up the Stanford quarterback? The draft on ESPN continues after this.
Dear rookies, last year when I was the pick first, I was a little upset. But a year later, after the city of New Orleans opened their arms to me, we brought them their first ever NFC South Championship. So I want to take this opportunity to say one thing to those people who passed on me. Thanks. Welcome to Madden NFL 08. Product not yet rated. EA Sports, it's in the game.
Now through April 30th, all it takes is your signature. During the Mercury Signature event, there's no cash due at signing on any 07 Mercury. Like the Mercury Milan, a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. That 0 first month's payment, 0 down, and 0 cash due at signing on Mercury Milan for $256 a month. Ends April 30th at your Lincoln Mercury dealer.
I think this hot fudge shake combined with the Oreos is the #3 top invention in all of history.
What are the first two?
Well, #1 is the doorbell, and #2 is still open. I mean, it's anybody's game.
It's not like the radio or the telephone like that.
Not that I know of. But this thing's cool. What's this?
It's a visor.
All right, #2.
Hot fudge shake made with Oreo cookies. New at Sonic. A favorite childhood cookie blended with hot fudge into a cool, creamy treat. Pay the Sonic way. Swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car.
Meet Magnus Vermagnuson, the strongest man in the world. Mr. Magnuson can lift a car over his head, carry an anvil the length of a football field,
Magnus?
pull a 747 jet with his teeth. And at the end of a long, hot, strenuous day, what does the world's strongest man call for?
Coors Light.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Magnus. Hey, buddy, sorry.
Dallas Cowboy Roy Williams covers more ground than just about anyone in the NFL.
I'll be right there.
But even he can't be there for every child that needs his help. Hey, you're good with kids, aren't you?
What about me?
Maybe you can give them a hand. Help the NFL and United Way strengthen your community. Volunteer at unitedway.org.
Welcome back to New York. Gene Washington.
With pick number 45, Carolina has selected from USC wide receiver Wayne Jarrett.
Hey! He
He just 5 seconds ago turned to me and says, I hope they pick Dwayne Jarrett because I can teach him. I can show him how to play
teammate. Hey, I'm glad to have him. We're glad to have him as a teammate. This is a great pick. And the reason why it's a great pick is because we need another wide receiver. We need that third guy. I know we got Drew Carter and Kerry Colbert there, but this guy is much like me. I'm going to teach him how to be physical. I'm going to teach him how to play at the point of attack. He can gain a little bit of weight, but he plays exactly like me. And this is going to have a segue to me maybe moving into something.
Well, one of the things that John Fox, the Carolina Panthers coach, told me, he said that at some point we got to find a guy like Keyshawn in this draft, a bigger physical receiver, because we obviously have Steve Smith for a number of years.
Do you know him? Do you know him, Keyshawn?
I know him. I know him well. I know him well, and I told Dwayne, I talked to him a little while ago and just told him, just be patient. You're going to have the opportunity to be great in this league, and you're not going to worry about the money, because guys who go high, a la Freddie Mitchell, first round, bust, gone, not going to make any money. If you're Dwayne Jarrett, you want to go lower in the draft, and then you have an opportunity to hit free agency and get big money. A guy like Dwayne Jarrett, using his size, much like me. Look at that right there. Boom. Stick route, back outside, touchdown. They cannot do anything with it. Here you are right here, fade route. These are the things that we do a lot in the red zone with me in Carolina. So I'm extremely excited about what we've done right here.
You can retire next year now.
I don't know about next year, maybe a year after, but we'll see. 1 year at a time at 34.
Well, while he's auditioning to get a job with the Panthers second round, but you're auditioning in this business.
Well, we'll see. It works out for the best of us.
He's better than auditioning, man. That guy's...
Hey, certainly productivity. I mean, and what would you tell him coming into pros? I mean, the guy who you've known him to. You've gone to the games.
I think one of the things in watching Dwayne and being down at Arkansas, the first game of the year, and watching him against Chris Houston in Arkansas, and saying to myself, one of the things that he needs to work on is getting off the line of scrimmage, because they're going to press you. They're going to come up in your face, and until you become violent, then you're going to have some problems. Dwayne, I'm glad you're with me. I told you don't worry about nothing, and I'm going to take care of you as long as I'm down there.
Yeah, all right, man. I appreciate it.
Just smile. It's going to be okay. Are you happy? Are you glad that this is over with, Dwayne?
Yeah, man, I'm happy. I'm glad. You know, this is the best thing. You know, I've been blessed to get to this point, and you know, I got my support of my family and everybody here. So,
you know, it was tough just sitting around waiting to not know exactly what was going to happen as you started watching teams drop you down the board more and more.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it was tough, but you know, I'm just happy to be on the Panthers right now, and I'll see you there, Keyshawn.
With the advice that I gave you to stay in school, what did you feel about it at the end of the day as you watch yourself drop down the leaderboard?
You know, I think everybody has their own path. You know, I just did it for me and my family, and you know, I thought it was the best decision for us, and we're just gonna keep going from now.
And that's what I told you. Don't worry about where you're gonna get drafted. You're gonna make a lot of money and be very successful in this league. Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Teammate, it's the same school, everything else.
I'm excited. I really am. I'm really excited.
You're gonna see what you can do here?
I'm really excited. I'm excited. I really am for this pick. I'm extremely excited.
That's legit. He said it 15 seconds before the pick came out.
Now, I know it's not the same. Let's go back to one pick before, which is another wide receiver, which Minnesota made a trade with Atlanta. They picked Sidney Rice, wide receiver, South Carolina. So you and Mel can hop in on this. As a youngster, boy, he's really young coming out. And he only could have stayed another year.
So keep in mind, a few years ago they drafted Troy Williamson early in round one. He has not panned out for
South Carolina
for this position. And Sidney Rice, actually, I thought was better prepared to come into the NFL than Troy Williamson was. Obviously, speed. Well, he's fast enough. This kid is 6'3.5", 202 pounds, ran a 4.53, vertical almost 40 inches. Has a basketball background from high school. Caught 142 passes in the last 2 years at South Carolina. Redshirted his first year, so he's a third-year sophomore. But this kid has an awful lot of ability. Did a good job on Chris Houston when he matched up against Arkansas. This kid can play. That's a nice pick for the Vikings, King.
And it is. It's two skill positions for him. But you know what? When I looked at Sidney Rice and I watched this film, I said to myself, a couple guys are rated higher than him, in my opinion, because I'm a little scared of what Steve Spurrier does offensively. He had guys in Florida that put up big numbers and looked good athletically. When they got to the pros, they couldn't make that transition, and it really hurt them later on down the line.
Spurrier didn't have the big physical receivers at Florida. This guy is a big physical receiver.
All right, so a couple receivers go in a row. We're about the middle of the second round here in New York. When we come back, we'll give you Pittsburgh, Green Bay, then Jacksonville. Stay with us.
Drop. Keep your feet moving. Knees up. Drive them up.
It's gonna be big. Everyone can play in America's biggest bingo game.
You're a winner.
Fridays are National Bingo Night. Premieres May 18th, only on ABC.
Coach Ditka, did you really say you'd trade all your draft picks for a case of frost-brewed Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Okay, well then what about the teams that didn't trade for Coors Light?
You know, they're behind everybody else right now, and they have to catch up.
Coach, are you sure you're not confusing the NFL draft with draft beer?
I'm going to keep them loose, my trainer. Who?
Frost-brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I thought he couldn't see. Is this cool?
He doesn't seem as comfortable there for some reason.
Well, the Verizon Wireless Family Share Plan just got bigger, so I signed us up. Now you can IM and send text, pics, and flicks messages to anyone on any network as much as you want.
But we do that already.
Yeah, but now we can afford for Mom to quit her second job. Hola!
Now get unlimited IM, text, pics, and flicks to anyone in the U.S. on any network with the new Family Share Plan. Plus, buy one Samsung and choose another of equal or lesser value free. Verizon Wireless.
The extreme power of Energizer E-Squared Lithium, the world's longest-lasting AA battery and high-tech devices. Energizer, keep going.
We're not good with money.
Wait, we're not good with money?
I mean, knowing where to put it. This fund, that fund, please.
I know how to manage money. When I switched jobs, who took care of the turnover?
Rollover.
Rollover, turnover, whatever, with the IRA.
Oh, that's managing money? They did most of it for him at Fidelity. They would have signed your name for you if they could have.
I took exactly what they told me to bring.
Oh, please, you couldn't get the dog to roll over.
It's your dog.
No matter what kind of investor you are, Fidelity can help you make a smart move.
These are only some of the rewards of Hyatt Gold Passport. These are the great new places to earn them. Join now at goldpassport.com.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Frost-Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. And in part by Verizon Wireless and Energizer E-Squared Lithium. Keep going.
The San Antonio Spurs have won 8 of 9 first-round series under Greg Popovich. In jeopardy of going down 2-1 to the Nuggets tonight, though. They'll tip it off top of the hour here on ESPN. Chris.
All right, River, thank you very much. The Pittsburgh Steelers have stepped up and taken another defensive player, linebacker, defensive end Lamar Woodley from Michigan. Remember, in the first round, the new coach Mike Tomlin took Timmons for linebacker from Florida State. So Woodley in a 3-4 mel, you project him, where do you project him?
Some thought he could maybe make the move to an outside linebacker spot in a 3-4. Others thought he was best suited to be a down defensive end in a 4-man front. You watch him here, technique and the intensity level, the way he uses his hands and arms. Like I say, technically very sound, constant hustle is what you see from Lamar Woodley. Got a lot of coverage sacks, had 12 total this past season, forced 4 fumbles, very active. And the thing about him is 6'1.5", but he also has very long arms. So that indicates that, hey, even though he's 6'1.5", he can be very effective in the NFL getting after the quarterback. They'll try to play him on his feet, more than likely. Added Lawrence Timmons. We'll have to see if he can make that transition from a down defensive end spot to outside linebacker in the Steelers scheme.
Well, there's what the Steelers have done thus far. And now, right behind, I wonder if we're going to have 2 Michigan players in a row here, because right behind this at 47, the New York Jets have just gotten on the clock, made a trade in Green Bay spot. We still have David Harris on the board. Maybe that's a spot for the Jets to make a move, but we'll get back to that. Let's go out to Pittsburgh right now, where Rachel Nichols has the new head coach of the Steelers. Rachel.
Well, Boomer, with Coach Mike Tomlin, this is your first draft as a head coach, especially in this organization where you are on equal status with the general manager. What did you notice about the difference in level of intensity today, this experience for you?
You create the intensity. It's been awesome around here. We've having a lot of fun and acquired 2 young men that we think got a chance to be great football players. So it's been fun. It's been intense, but at the same time, exciting.
You went with 2 defensive players, versatile in position, pass rushers. Why did you guys decide there was a need there?
I just believe in getting young legs on defense. I won't be accused of being an offensive coach, that's for sure. But no, these are 2 guys that had some position flexibility. Their production spoke for itself. They were very good players on very good teams, and we just felt like they had great football character. What we were looking for, they could add to what we already believe is a rock solid defense, and give us some plays in special teams. So we're excited about that.
Now, you might not be accused of being an offensive coach, but you've made friends with the offense. Quarterback Ben Roethlisberger has been very complimentary about you, very supportive of you in this minicamp you guys had last weekend. What have you done to foster and encourage that relationship between the 2 of you guys?
I just think we need to have clean communication, and that's all you can do. Our relationship will be based on our shared experiences. I understand that. I'm not going to try to rush that. I'm sure he isn't either. But as long as we have clean communication, like I intend to do with all the guys, I don't anticipate any problems.
Now, this is a team that 2 years ago went to Super Bowl and then last year didn't have the season that it wanted to. You've watched all the film. Obviously, football is a multifaceted game, but if you could pick one aspect of this team that can improve this season, that will come to an improvement in the standings, what would it be?
I think we got to get off the field on 3rd down. You got to get off the field when you have an opportunity to. I think if we get better in those areas, we'll be a good football team.
All right, with the defensive-minded head coach of the Steelers, Mike Tomlin, back to you, Boomer.
All right, Rachel, Coach Tomlin, good luck out there in Pittsburgh. And now we told you that the Jets had just traded up midway in the 2nd round of the Packers spot. We'll get the tales of the trade in a moment. But this is a... I mean, should we wait till we hear it? Do we want to go with it? The New York Jets had targeted toward maybe the bottom of the 1st round. David Harris is the name we heard a lot during the week of moving up into the 1st round. I was kind of surprised that he's still there in the middle of the 2nd round, but David Harris goes to the Jets now, so they get Revis, they get Harris. That's pretty good. Now, we don't know yet what they paid for it. They haven't announced the details of the trade, but now he could have been a 1st rounder.
He was red hot. Everybody had talked to, hey, get Harris into that 1st round. That's where he's going to go. You thought New England. You thought maybe San Diego. And here he is in the 2nd round, which is, hey, we get some great players in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round. So let's not think the draft's over after round 1. Some of these guys will be better than the players that go in the 1st round. You look at David Harris, shared the MVP honors at Michigan this year with junior running back Mike Hart. He was all over the field. He was a complete player this year. 103 tackles, led that Michigan defense. A guy that really proved at the workout that, hey, I'm an athlete with speed. Ran a 4.59, checks in at 6'1", 2 1/4, 242 pounds, and the Jets want more 3-4 type of players on the defensive line and at linebacker. And David Harris, we thought would interest the San Diego Chargers. They played a 3-4. Here he is for the New York Jets. This is one of the better picks of the draft in terms of where a guy was rated and where he ended up being selected.
Vilma's a hell of a player in the middle, but he that size. They got now size in the middle to play the defense. Remember, they changed it over. And here is the reaction of the Jet fans a moment ago when they're on the board and they got a linebacker that they'd heard of.
They just helped themselves out a lot on defense.
We've been talking about that guy for about 3 hours now. His name's been coming up.
I'm surprised he lasted this long.
That's the thing. He's an inside linebacker. You look at the outside guys that can rush the passer. They're the guys that they prioritize a little bit more. And I think you still see Ryan Khalil, center guard from USC, one of the top players still on the board. We've been talking about him at the set for the last hour and a half. A guy that can play 2 positions and can come right in and help you. So I think we assume right now, well, what happened? The guys didn't go in the 1st round. Well, hey, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round gets you a lot of good players.
And they had a great defense until they win the Rose Bowl against Jarrett and company, but Harris now a Jet. We'll be back.
So now this DirecTV Superfan thing is going to show all these NFL games in beautiful high definition. Well, let's all run out and get bikini waxes so that we look nice for our close-ups.
Sign up for NFL Sunday Ticket today and get Superfan for free.
Grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
If these walls could talk, they'd say with field goal posts this narrow, threading the needle is not always done with your hands. If these walls could talk, they'd say you have to see it to believe it. Russell Athletic, ESPN Arena Football, Monday at 8 p.m. on ESPN2.
What are you being charged for internet service?
I don't know, maybe $24?
$23.90. What are you being charged for internet service?
$10.95.
$10.95. Millions are discovering the real value of People PC online. Go to peoplepc.com now to try us free for 30 days. You get unlimited internet access for only $10.95 a month. People PC Online has a smart dialer with more local access numbers than AOL for faster, more reliable connections. You even get security tools to help protect you from spam, pop-ups, and email viruses. And you can continue to use your favorite instant messenger. Compare us side by side with your current ISP. Go to peoplepc.com and start saving today. So the next time you're asked how much you pay, proudly declare
$10.95.
Go online or call 1-800-864-4785. People PC Online, a better way to internet.
A beautiful sunny day here in Denver, Colorado. Elevation 5,280 feet, the mile-high city. And Manu Ginobili, the San Antonio Spurs, going to run one against Denver soon. He's their spark plug off the bench. Meanwhile, Carmelo Anthony, folks, he is like your home run hitter. He's the guy you send deep, running that 9 route into the end zone. He's looking for the big home run for the Denver Nuggets as they look to get a leg up on the Spurs in this series. Back to the draft. Spurs Nuggets coming up.
All right, so NBA playoff action tonight all over our networks, and now back in New York. Let's tell you the Jets Green Bay trade, in which the Jets got David Harris by moving up. They obviously swapped the 2 with Green Bay. That was their later 2, the number 63 pick that was originally Chicago, but at any rate, that's that one. The Jets also give up a 3 and a 6, but they do get a 7.
Basically, it's a third-round pick they gave up.
Yeah, I mean, that's
not a bad deal at all for the Jets.
For a guy that they might have picked lower first round. So we have Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Tennessee. Mel, let's see now where's the board. Now
David Harris came off the board. He was up there at number 1 for a long time in terms of best available. But we do have some quality. Mentioned Ryan Khalil's name, the center guard from USC. He tops that board of best available. You want a versatile football player who's all about football. Running back, fullback, move tight end, H-back Brian Leonard, Steve Smith, USC wide receiver, still on the board. Tim Crowder, flashes first-round ability, wasn't consistent enough, but a good player potentially. And I like Samson Satelli. Doesn't have the long arms, but he's a center guard who battles hard. I think he will be a solid second. He's in the 3rd round. He's a steal.
Plus, he's a rainbow. He plays for Jude Jones. I like him.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that Rainbow, you look at Brian Leonard, and you talk about a guy who a creative offensive coordinator can do wonders with. They say, well, he's a fullback. He's not. He can be a running back, and Morton can be. And I'll tell you what, you can get him in that 1 back. You can play him in that spot. You can play him as an H-back. His hands are outstanding. Kid loves football. Brian Leonard's going to be a heck of a choice at some point. 2nd round. If he gets into the 3rd round, I would be very surprised.
Greg Schiano, the Rutgers coach, told NFL coaches that Leonard was maybe his favorite and best football players he's ever coached. And he looks a lot like Mike Allstott to me.
We'll see other running backs. Antonio Pittman, production at Ohio State. Granted, he ran behind a pretty good line. Granted, he had Troy Smith, he had Gonzalez and Ginn, but the kid has some speed to get outside, can run hard between the tackles. Kenny Irons from Auburn still there. Michael Bush, running back Louisville, had a first-round grade, hurt. When will he be 100%? He's still on the board.
Oh, only mid-second. I mean, these are big, important picks.
We're not in the 5th round. We're still in the 2nd round.
Right.
This is a good opportunity for some of these kids to come off the board.
Jacksonville, Cincy, Tennessee, and the G-Men coming up next. Middle of the 2nd round here in New York. We're just about 8 hours in. Steamrolling.
It was difficult to put a label on Jason Taylor. He was a basketball player and a football player. He was a linebacker and a defensive end. He was a good athlete, but a little bit skinny, and the scouts didn't know where he played. So in the 97 NFL draft, Taylor slipped to the third round, number 73. Picked after ends like John Harris and Nathan Davis. Who? Taylor made those who passed him over regret it quickly. Getting a sack in his first game, making huge plays week after week, and racking up sacks and Pro Bowls in record-setting fashion. Now the Dolphins have the perfect label for Jason Taylor, 2006 Defensive Player of the Year.
The draft matters. Go deep. The NFL Draft presented by Coors Light continues tonight at 8 on ESPN2.
Coach Ditka, did you really say you'd trade all your draft picks for a case of frost-brewed Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Okay, well then what about the teams that didn't trade for Coors Light?
You know, they're behind everybody else right now, and they have to catch up.
Coach, are you sure you're not confusing the NFL draft with draft beer?
I'm going to keep them loose, my trainer. Who?
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I thought he couldn't see. Is this cool?
He doesn't seem as comfortable there for some reason.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seem to help. I know downtown, downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. Everything's waiting for you.
No matter what you want to do in life, life takes Visa.
Yes, it's time to vacation, Dollar Millionaire style.
Road trip!
With outstanding McDonald's fries and outlandish legroom, this cabin is first class all the way.
Oh, these people don't fly coach, but they're pretty fly.
They're also decked out with decadent double cheeseburgers and other dollar menu delicacies. No, they don't need a 5-star hotel. They've got $5 million.
With 2 million vehicle listings to choose from on Cars.com, you can find the right car for you.
Blue is?
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
The Denver Nuggets getting hot at the right time, 11-2 this month, including the playoffs, trying to take a 2-1 series lead over San Antonio. It's coming up just moments from now here on ESPN. Chris?
All right, Dave, thank you very much. But don't worry, we're not going away on the draft. You just have to flick one station and go over to ESPN2, because at the top of the hour at 8 Eastern or 5 on the West Coast or at 2 in Hawaii or various other ports of call.
Maui.
We never give the mountain time. You're right. We should. It's
Start doing the
6
Maui.
mountain.
It's important to go Maui, not
I've been
Honolulu.
giving it for years. I already knew.
But Maui.
At any rate, we're going to have all the coverage in the late second and the third round on ESPN2. So, Justin Durant has gone to Jacksonville, outside linebacker from Hampton.
First non-Division 1A player to be selected, 1AA Hampton in the MEAC, and a guy that's been a tackling machine for 3 years in that conference. You go back to it, even his sophomore year, had 99 tackles, was Defensive Player of the Year. Kid, you look at him, not real big at 6'1", about 228 to 230, but tremendously strong. Did 25 reps at the combine, vertical 36 inches, and ran a 4.5. Indicates that, hey, you play on the outside. Remember, when Ray Lewis came into the NFL, he was about 225 to 230. Justin Durant ran well, tested well. A little bit. Some people say, well, it's a little bit of a reach. He didn't do it against the big boys. He didn't do it against top competition. That is a factor. But Jacksonville got Rasheem Mathis out of Bethune-Cookman in the second round a few years ago, a corner. Did well with Mathis. They hope that the jackpot here with Hampton's Justin Durant.
Well, they go with 2 players on defense. Nelson, the safety. Remember, they lost Deion Grant to Seattle earlier. And now Justin Durant, hungry like a wolf at linebacker from Hampton. And now, meanwhile, we talk quarterbacks. We thought maybe 2, 3, 4 could go in the second round. Cobb was a surprise pick for Philadelphia. Then, of course, we had Drew Stanton went with Detroit. Beck went a little earlier to Miami. And the guy that's waiting is the young man from Stanford. And that would be Trent Edwards, who, you know, injury prone, but boy, I mean, he kind of tried to do it himself. He was almost like at the Alamo, wasn't he? The line and the team they had, and he hung in there. I mean, he's got moxie.
I'm a season ticket holder to Stanford football, and it was unwatchable. He had no help whatsoever. Trent Edwards was undefeated in high school, was a champion. I don't question that at all. Although he was 0-7 as a starter, he did some really good things. He's a very smart, intuitive football player. A coach that I talked to said that tested him on his reads and progressions and so forth, really put him through his paces, said this kid is ready to play football. So that's why I'm a little surprised to see him not go yet, but he's going to be a great value for somebody here in the second round, I believe, because he is a great quarterback in waiting. I think he's all set to do it, and I wonder if that 0-7 record for Stanford is hurting him.
I think the durability concern hurt him. The injury definitely hurt him. There's no question about that. Look at the time missed. He didn't finish the process strong, getting hurt with that foot injury. Obviously, the offensive line let him down. He had 2 receivers hurt. I mean, he got hit a lot. He had injuries not only this year, but prior to. But he did have a great junior campaign when he was at full strength. And I'll tell you what, Drew Stanton, John Beck, Kevin Cobb, you get a Trent Edwards now, you're getting a nice pick because he's as good as those quarterbacks that went ahead of him.
Whereas I had one team tell me I think he might be a little bit shell-shocked. That worries me. I had another team say this could be an elite quarterback, and he is tough. He has a chance.
Our coverage is going to continue on ESPN2. We get to say adieu to our compatriot from BYU.
We don't want to run up the score, so that's it.
Steve, what is it? You can't finish?
In September.
You can't finish.
Awesome to be with you, boys.
Turn over to ESPN2. Been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, NBA.
The 2007 NFL Draft is now open.
The protrusive and rugged and rounded shoulders of the Rockies, the backdrop for tonight's game between the Denver Nuggets.
Welcome back, everybody, to New York. 2 minutes left with the New England Patriots on the clock. They have 2 of the next 5 picks. They have 10 picks, which is tied with a few other teams as the most in the draft. They don't have a second, but they have a bunch of 6. But the big news is they have 2 first-round picks. Mel, let's just look at the board for value and the guys you think should go next. If you just pick it on grade.
No question, Greg Olsen, once he ran that 4.48, 4.5, flat at 6'5", 255. I know his blocking needs to improve. He had a shoulder injury early on. He's going to get in a weight room and get stronger. Ben Grubbs, I think, is one of the best football players. 17th overall on the big board. Heck of a pure guard. Joe Staley, a left tackle, the 18th best player still available at this point. David Harris has moved way up. An inside linebacker was productive, then had huge workouts. And Anthony Spencer, as I said, my candidate for defensive rookie of the year. You want a pass rusher from the defensive end spot or a 3-4 team that you could maybe put on his feet like a Adalius Thomas. He would fit the bill. That's a good group of 5 players still available.
And Bill, usually when push comes to shove, would rather go defense than offense. I'd have to look at it. I don't know that he's ever picked a linebacker in the first round, although that would certainly, as you say, fit the bill. But Spencer's an interesting player who's there as well. And hey, look, this is a team, as we said, that is not that far off from being defending Super Bowl champs. We told you the players that they've signed.
And they're using all their time on the clock here, which is interesting because, you know, if somebody wants Greg Olsen, the Miami tight end,
yes.
Look at Carolina picking behind him. This is a spot where you say, you know, New England's always willing to trade. This is a spot where somebody could say, hey, let's go jump in front of Carolina and get Greg Olsen. It's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, time for them to get it too, which they don't have. But, I mean, New England, the big pickup in the free season is Adalius Thomas. And they fell in love with him at the Pro Bowl. He's a guy that, here it is, the pick is on its way up. A couple of years ago, they had 2 first-round picks, and they picked Vince Wilfork and Ben Watson. Ben Watson still is yet to ba-boom, but I think this could be a year. And Vince Wilfork is a force.
Couple receivers. Their receivers got 1-year deals that they signed, basically, so they can pick a receiver in this slot.
Right.
There's some other things with New England, just as we catch up on them. And Junior Seau definitely retired. Remember, he actually played pretty well. He isn't ruled out next year. Troy Brown, could he come back? But Methuselah for the Pats? Yes, he might. Rodney Harrison signed and ready to play. So that gets into some of the names that you might wonder about. Let's go to the podium and get the first of 2 picks for New England.
With the 24th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Brandon Merriweather, safety, Miami.
Well, that's a little bit different for reasons we've been discussing. Brandon Merriweather, safety, Miami.
Miami safety who didn't have a huge year. I think when you look back early in his career, was a guy that had a higher grade, leveled off. Of course, there were a lot of distractions. The team at Miami had to deal with an awful lot of adversity this year. Obviously, Larry Coker moves on. Randy Shannon in for next season, but a guy who has a ton of ability. This season, I didn't think he performed up to that level, but you got a guy who certainly has coverage ability, missed some open field tackles, didn't look as aggressive in the Senior Bowl as I thought he would be in some of those practices, but the talent is there, and he can reestablish himself as a real force in that secondary, and obviously New England's going to coach him up. He's with a team that's going to win a lot of football games. Brandon Merriweather has talent. It's just that I think he needs to put it back all together. I didn't think going into the year you'd have thought he'd have been a top 15 pick. After the year you thought second round, so New England is rolling the dice that he can revert back to his old form.
Well, we know what he can do, but here's another piece of video that's going to be played, and this is, of course, that Miami-Florida international brawl where there's Merriweather there, and he was involved. I mean, that. What do you say? A picture's worth 1,000 words? Those words aren't great.
And this is a team, the New England Patriots, that can feel comfortable enough taking him if you've done your work on him. I talked to some teams that got comfortable with him because not only was there that video where he stepped on somebody's head, he had a situation with a handgun in which there was a shooting. Everybody, I think, knows about the incident, and that bothered some people. But, you know, I heard one team said, hey, it was a handgun, he owned it, it was registered, it was stored, all those things. We're comfortable with the kid. The Bengals couldn't have taken this guy. The New England Patriots felt comfortable enough to take him.
And you go back to the stability of the organization. This organization is as stable as anybody in the league, and they believe they can take somebody, bring him into the culture of the Patriots, and they can not just rehab, but they can take troubled guys and turn them around. Now, that's not necessarily the case with Corey Dillon, other names, other issues, but I do believe that they feel they're so stable we can make a chance here.
And they, like I spoke about earlier, they have a veteran team. They have leaders on that football team, so they don't have to worry about whatever character issues or red flags is out there about this individual. He is a hell of a football player. He can really play the game the way it needs to be played.
And they're addressing needs. You know, we don't. Rodney Harrison, we don't know. He got hurt for the second straight year. You mentioned that earlier, Boomer.
Well, yeah, and that's an area where they're a little thin. Remember, they have another pick and a few more. So let's go up to Trey Wingo and the guys in Bristol. Trey?
All right, Boomer, thanks very much. As we continue this discussion of character with Brandon Merriweather, we should point out the incident against Florida International was not the only flag on his resume. There was the shooting incident. He returned fire at a man who had just shot at his roommate. By the way, the police said he did use the gun legally there, but there is a gun issue as well as the stomping on the field. Michael, how much do you think that hurt him in this draft process, falling to New England?
I think his talent far outweighed their minor concerns about his character. You look at the fight against FIU, they chalked that up to the heat of battle. He was on the field, loyalty to a teammate, if you will. And then you talk about the gun incident. Yes, that was poor judgment, but as Trey mentioned, it was legal. The thing about this guy, they're not just addressing one need at safety, but two needs. What they call the star position at nickel corner inside is a spot that they needed help on. Ellis Hobbs, in those situations, moves inside. They bring in another guy outside. Ellis Hobbs, not the best guy playing at nickel corner covering slot receivers. Brandon Merriweather is versatile, and you know that's a key word with Bill Belichick. He's versatile enough, talented enough, and smart enough to do that. The need for those two positions, safety and nickel corner, his talent far outweighed their concerns, which they signed off on.
What did I say earlier? If it's a flag that's not waving and it's not that big a deal, people are going to take them if they can help you win. Yeah, but you know what? We're going a one-time incident in both cases. They weren't repeat with a gun and weren't repeat on the field. Now, what Brandon Merriweather did on the field against Florida International was Bush League. But that being the case, you look at it and say, you know what? On the field, heat of battle, getting into it. I believe that the New England Patriots, and I agree with Steve Young completely, that with Bill Belichick and with Scott Pioli, I think there's almost a fear factor when people come there. I don't know when the last time a guy with a character problem left New England that had a character problem. They may get rid of guys that they don't like because they don't think they can play anymore, but when it comes to character, I think that Bill Belichick has a fear factor that hovers over him, says you're going to do it my way or you're not going to come here. I don't think it's going to be an issue because Belichick will loom large with this. I think it's a good pick.
I totally agree with you. I do think it's a good pick, and I think Belichick's such a leader that he gravitates that towards players, and they come to this organization knowing that they're going to set their bad ways straight in the right direction. But the bottom line is, everybody talks about this is a team with veteran leadership. No, this is a team with Super Bowl veteran leadership, and that carries a lot of weight with players coming into this program. When a Tom Brady sits you down, with any player on this football team, a Tom Brady sits you down, Vrabel sits you down and says, this is the Patriot way. We accept nothing else because we're here to win championships. That's what really opens up a lot of players' minds.
Can I borrow one of those Super Bowl rings?
Had your chance. By the way, Merriweather quoted as saying, I was a leader and I should have known better. Patriots, of course, have another pick. See where they go there. But right now, it is the Carolina Panthers because of that trade with the Jets. They are on the clock. Of course, we're employing a Panther right now. Might they take a wide receiver? Oh, Keyshawn would be upset.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
So DirecTV's got this super fan business that lets you watch 8 NFL games on one screen. If I watch all the games on Sunday, what am I going to read about in the John on Monday?
Sign up for NFL Sunday Ticket today and get Superfan for free.
We do have a commercial writing. Copy that, black SUV. We do have a vision.
Introducing the all-new Dodge Nitro. Careful, it's Nitro Active. Now get an all-new Dodge Nitro for just under 20 grand. Discover America's hottest products at your Dodge dealer.
Hot soup, $4. Cold medicine, $11. Blanket, $24. Making it all better. Priceless. With PayPass on your MasterCard, just tap and go.
If you're a man over 50, it's time to take the Avodart quiz. Are you always going? Do you have trouble going? Are you going at night? Maybe you think you have a going problem. But what if it's a growing problem? What if it's not your bladder, but instead you have an enlarging prostate? 50% of men over 50 do. And you may be able to do something about that going and growing with Avodart. Most medicines only treat symptoms. Avodart, with time, actually shrinks the prostate and improves urinary symptoms. Only your doctor can tell if your symptoms are from an enlarged prostate and not a more serious condition, such as prostate cancer. So have regular prostate exams. Avodart is for men only. Women should not take or handle Avodart due to the risk of a specific birth defect. Tell your doctor if you have liver disease. Rarely sexual side effects, tenderness, or swelling of the breast can occur. Have you called your doctor? Avodart, for your growing problem.
No,
what about the linebacker? What about?
Let me look.
Harris.
Discuss that with him.
Could,
certainly could.
Yeah, I got to believe it's going to be the linebacker.
We're back in New York. Moments ago, Carolina on the clock with the original Jet spot, the trade that they had made earlier. Thank you, Mr. Roger Goodell with Keyshawn Johnson's Carolina Panthers. And here was the pick.
It's a good pick. I like it. I like it a lot.
With the 25th pick in the first round of the 2007 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select John Beeson, linebacker, Miami.
So 2 in a row defensive players from Miami. By the way, a moment ago when Merriweather went, we've never had 4 safeties go in the first round of the draft. Now, John Beeson, to Carolina. Remember, Morgan's had injury problems.
Yeah, an intangibles guy, always been viewed as a great leader on this football team. Certainly a guy that, when you look back 2 years ago, I thought had a very good year. Was more productive in terms of stats this year. Wasn't necessarily overwhelmed by his performance at Miami, but hey, there was a lot of things going on with that Miami program. Only ran a 4.77 at the combine. That kind of red flag went up there, saying, hey, he's not as fast as we thought he would be. But I'll tell you, a guy that does have the ability to make plays, does a good job in coverage. You could say he's complete. I just feel like Blake has seen more impact plays this year and a better 40 time, but overall, at this point in the first round, you can't argue.
But I think he had some knee, tweaked his knee, maybe a little back issue there when he was running those 40 times in the offseason on tape. The evaluator said this guy can play football. And yes, he mentioned Dan Morgan. Remember, Dan Morgan, former University of Miami linebacker, who was a first-round pick by the Panthers, missed the entire season last year because of concussion problems. They had to address linebacker at some point in this draft. There is uncertainty about Morgan.
University of Miami's had a history of having good linebackers in the National Football League. So this pick for me, I really like it. I really do, because of the issues that Dan Morgan's had. We lose Chris Draft, so this gives us the ability to stop the run and also rush the passer.
Dan Morgan was, well, I mean, he had his days before you were there, but man, I remember what championship game against Philadelphia. He's on the clock now. What, 18, 19 tackles? I mean, that would be a big miss.
And the year that I got there, they lost Witherspoon, so we also need to try to replace some of that.
You mentioned former Miami linebackers. You're alluding to Ray Lewis, who went, I think, didn't Ray Lewis go about 25? 24. Right about 24, 25 this area. So, yeah, if you pick a Miami linebacker, you got a chance to hit on a player.
The Carolina Panthers a couple of years removed from the Super Bowl. Then just a year ago, when the championship game fell back to 8-8 last year. But you have what it takes to get back in the playoffs, Keyshawn?
I think we do. If we can keep Jake healthy and we can do some things offensively and stop the run, I think our secondary will get better. We obviously have to address maybe the safety somewhere later on in the draft, and I think they'll do that. But I think they're putting the team together to really make a run.
Well, let me ask you this, because I think internally they do feel better about Jake Delhomme than maybe the speculation. But they bring on David Carr. Isn't that put pressure on Delhomme? Is it Carr's job to steal?
We all got somebody behind us. We all have somebody looking over our shoulder, and I think Jake understands that. He knows that he had a problem with his health. And if he gets healthy, then I think we can make the plays for him. The running game gets better, we're going to have a hell of a job.
Chris Winkie, the former backup, didn't win games. You guys might have made the playoffs had he won those games when Jake was out.
We were that close to making the playoffs, and Coach Fox kept preaching that to us all year long.
All right, well, while we're discussing Carolina, very interesting trade partners here. Philadelphia, I think they were looking at Merriweather among other players. They've just made a trade with Dallas.
Whoa.
Which is just interesting, to say the least.
You would expect that there would be a pretty good value on the Philadelphia side to make that trade, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be something.
Dallas coming up to take a number one pick. Okay, what are you going to give us? So Philadelphia,
one of the few teams in the NFL you can really say did not have a priority area of need. You said they better get a guy at this spot or they're in trouble. It was really hard to find a guy in the first round for Philadelphia you really felt comfortable with when you're trying to project this thing.
Who's enticing enough for the Cowboys to come and get? Is it Joe Staley?
Well, you got the cornerback.
You got the corner, or you got the corner?
You got wide receiver Meacham.
You got wide receivers, like Robert Meacham.
Wide receivers, corner. You talk about corner. Henry, they would like to move with safety. Aaron Glenn is a little older than at the wide receiver position. Remember, I mentioned to you earlier that Terry Glenn's 33 years old. Terrell Owens is 33. Patrick Creighton will be an unrestricted free agent next year. So you start to look at that starts to look interesting to them.
Well, we'll get the details of the trade. Here are the players that you could look at here. A couple of them are wide receivers. Jarrett, Rice. So the Cowboys, who opted out of the first round a little while ago to allow Cleveland to trade up to get Brady Quinn, now move down, well, essentially just 4 spots and get back in the first round. Certainly career-wise, you're going to put up 20,000 yards between T.O. and Terry Glenn and go, you know what? Good careers there.
They want obviously more productivity opposite DeMarcus Ware. Get more pressure from that other side, not put it all on Ware's shoulders. So you do have a guy like Anthony Spencer, who, as I said earlier, could play on his feet in that 3-4
It's a great one because Wade Phillips is now the head coach of the Cowboys, and he's going to attack the quarterback more. And Spencer, the great guy to pick out here. Don't forget, Sean Merriman, Sean Phillips, all those guys. Wade Phillips is going to bring heat on the quarterback.
To jump in front of New Orleans, you'd expect it wouldn't be a receiver. It would be probably a pass rusher.
Well, we thought cornerback for New Orleans and Chris Houston, the kid from Arkansas, who obviously Jerry Jones connection with Arkansas and all that. But, Chris Houston's the kind of kid that you would have thought New Orleans would have been looking at one pick later here.
But they really, I got to give the music the nod here. They went from Philadelphia Freedom and Rocky as soon as they made the trade. Now we got country. Well, they're on their game here in the first round.
This is the second time we've had country because it's the second time the Dallas has been on the clock. It's the same song. We got to keep hearing it over and over again.
Well, it's big country hit.
Key, you were in Dallas. How do you think this transition goes from a guy who's kind of a iron-handed guy like Parcells to a more laid-back guy like Phillips? Does that work with players?
I think it will. You have a couple people on that staff that was under Bill Parcells, and so it'll kind of stay the same. I think Jerry Jones knows that he had some success under Bill Parcells in terms of turning that team around from where they were before. So if he can keep that intact, then I think they'll do fine.
All right, well, here's the trade, and here it is. It's news to me. So the Eagles get a 2, a 3, and a 5. Okay, for giving up the 1. So Dallas, wheeling, dealing, they're on the clock. They got about 5 minutes left to make the pick. We'll be back.
What's he got? He's got some serious skills.
Right.
So, you've been going out, huh? Big parties, music, pretty ladies. Son, we need to talk about protection.
Dad, I'm 26.
Yeah, I know. But you're never too grown up for your old man to give you one of these.
Oh, man. Dad, thanks.
Every Coors Light can has a protective liner to lock in that refreshing frost-brewed taste.
You can never be too careful.
Frost-brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Not good.
The board's asking questions. Hard questions.
About our global integration strategy.
Global integration strategy?
You know, the world is flat.
Do we have a strategy for that?
That's what they want to know.
Uh-oh. Boy.
Oh, no.
Not good.
They're looking for innovation.
A plan.
A schedule. Answers.
Soon.
Yesterday.
No. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Not good.
What do we do?
All new.
I've been seeing Carlos.
You're lying.
What?
You always laugh like that when you're telling a lie.
4 all-new episodes. 4 Sundays in a row, leading to an explosive season finale.
I am totally, hopelessly in love with 2 men.
All new Desperate Housewives, Sunday at 9, 8 Central, followed by an all-new Brothers and Sisters only on ABC.
Hi, I'm Joe D'Amico. I have more than 20 years experience of keeping cars running longer and in good condition. Here's another tip that can help you. These are brake pads, and they're a key component to making your car come to a stop. Checking your brake pads every 8,000 miles prevents unwanted damage and is important in keeping everyone safe. This sound is a warning. You need to get your brakes checked right away. Bring your car to the pros at Jackson Auto. We'll save you money, and if you find a better deal, we'll match it. It's that simple. We're the certified technicians at Jackson Auto Group.
Straight talk. Great deals.
My dream home is just a simple country house. Anything close to work.
Something a little humble, not too extravagant.
Secluded on a farm in the middle of nowhere where it's nice and quiet with a waterfall.
Easy maintenance.
I have a big family, so I want a double-decker house.
Find your dream home today with Hawaii's largest classifieds online or inside the Honolulu Advertiser.
We are back, our direct TV breakdown now. Who will be the next quarterback taken? Will anybody still move up in the first round to maybe get who they think is better, Edwards or Beck? Or Stanton, or someone else who are the suitors. Who's the next guy? Mel, what do you think as you rate your board?
I think if you look at Miami and Detroit as teams that would certainly like to get up and get a quarterback. Miami passing on Brady Quinn. You think they would look at Becker Edwards, and you know Detroit would, passing on Brady Quinn as well, taking Calvin Johnson. So I think you look at the court. Drew Stanton has slid back a bit. In terms of my rankings, I put him ahead. He was a first rounder going into the year. Had some struggles there. Offensive line let him down. The receivers let him down. Edwards has moved ahead. Beck has moved ahead. Cobb, I think, is a little bit overrated. Smith has dropped into the third or fourth round. So I think when you look at quarterbacks right now that you can expect to hear within the next, say, 10 or 12 picks, it would be Trent Edwards and John Beck.
Well, it's interesting because the Lions are sitting there. We think they're going to take a quarterback. Mike Martz, their offensive coordinator, likes a lot of quarterbacks in this draft. And even he's in love with John Beck from BYU. But Matt Millen loved Drew Stanton, the Michigan State guy. So it'll be interesting to see if the Lions use their pick.
I sense that John Beck will win that competition. I really do, with all the talent that he has. And we know that Drew has some come the issues of how he...
Well, here's the pick now by Dallas. Strange bedfellows, Cowboys and Eagles.
With the 26th pick in the first round of the 2007 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Anthony Spencer, defensive end, Purdue.
Okay, he was the last one of that ilk left, correct, Mel? So I get it, right? Now you see why they made the move. If that's what they wanted, the last one you probably had rated at that level.
Heck of a football player. Like I say, it was my pick back 2 or 3 months ago to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. And you say, why? Because I believe the easiest position to transition, in addition to running back, is that hybrid, that defensive end / outside linebacker. You can certainly put this kid on his feet, help out DeMarcus Ware, so it's not all about Ware on that one side. You got Spencer on the other to really get after that quarterback and attack. Ironically, Wade Phillips has Sean Phillips out of Purdue. Now he gets Anthony Spencer, another Boilermaker, who had 26.5 tackles for loss, was all over the field. I asked Joe Thomas on ESPN Radio 3 weeks ago, I said, Joe, who challenged you the most at defensive end your entire career? He said, without hesitation, Anthony Spencer. He breaks at every play, just like Penn State's Tom Bahali did.
And Levi Brown of Penn State identified Spencer as the toughest guy he went against. And if the Philadelphia Eagles watch Donovan McNabb get hit about 7 or 8 times next year against the Cowboys by Ware and Anthony Spencer, people will second guess, why did you make a trade with your division rival?
Well, that'll be in Philly. That'll be anything second.
Yeah, that's correct.
Same with Dallas when it comes to the Cowboys. This is not some by the way trade. But we should mention that the Cowboys defense, last 5 games, there was the fall off. They had things rolling. Then all of a sudden, a lot of things. They figured out Romo a little bit, and they also couldn't stop anybody. So Wade Phillips, you pointed it out, defensive coach, attack style, makes sense. Spencer, good player.
And Greg Ellis was injured, so that hurt him a little bit the second half of the season.
And Ellis is coming off an ruptured Achilles tendon. Those guys don't come back in their first year, and he's up there in age. It usually takes 2 years to come back to full peak from that injury, so this makes sense.
All right, so Dallas picked in Philly's spot, so Philly will end up with no first-round picks. The New Orleans Saints, who made it all the way to the NFC Championship game last year, they're on the clock. We'll be back.
Hey, Josh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
The Contender Challenge, UK versus USA, continues Tuesdays on ESPN.
Not good with money.
Wait, we're not good with money?
I mean, knowing where to put it. This fund, that fund, please.
I know how to manage money. When I switched jobs, who took care of the turnover?
Rollover.
Rollover, turnover, whatever, with the IRA.
Oh, that's managing money? They did most of it for him at Fidelity. They would have signed your name for you if they could have.
I took exactly what they told me to bring.
Oh, please, you couldn't get the dog to roll over.
It's your dog.
No matter what kind of investor you are, Fidelity can help you make a smart move.
Desire. You say love forever. You're right. Want another. Everybody wants your sunshine. Everybody wants you so fine. Everyone can have you, but you're not
Everybody wants the new LG from Altel Wireless. Get yours today.
The kids have a surprise for you.
The Leo Diamond, certified for superior brilliance. Hand selected to match beautifully by K Jewelers.
Every kiss begins with K.
You want to trade?
Break away from boring. Try the new Breakaway baskets from Long John Silver's. Get 2 crab cakes stuffed with lobster or 2 pieces of chicken, each with fries and pups for $2.99. Only at Long John Silver's.
Coach, would you agree it's a little hot in here for a mock turtleneck?
I wouldn't disagree with it.
Coach, my buddies tell me when it's this hot, nothing's more refreshing than a cold Coors Light.
You know something? They're right sometimes. More often than not, they're right.
Coach, doesn't this guy's hat look awesome backwards?
A lot of guys might not have reversed that.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Did your place kicker make this onion dip?
It didn't look like he made it from where we were standing.
The New Orleans Saints, with the pick in, can change their history for a long time.
With the second choice in the 2006 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Reggie Bush, running back, USC.
A moment almost unimaginable is here. The Saints back in New Orleans, back in the Superdome. Look out, right through, a pick-up, it is scooped and scored, touchdown, New Orleans!
From rags to riches on the football field, 3-13 to 10-6, representing a city that's hopefully going from rags to riches itself.
Handed off inside to Bush, nothing there, comes to the near sideline, inside the 5, diving for the pylon, he's in! Destiny's darlings are still alive, and New Orleans, let the party begin.
It simply was one of the most uplifting stories in football this or any other year, and it went beyond football. A city we all know what happened with Katrina, and then the Saints just uplifting those. So many had moved out or had to make temporary homes elsewhere, and those that remained, they flocked back to the Superdome. We were there that night. The nation saw it, and then to turn a team into a 10-6 with that excitement and the way they scored the points, and Breeze playing and Bush running and Colston catching when they got in the 7th round, and then going up into beating Philadelphia in a wild playoff game, going into Chicago before they finally ended the season. It was a season that will be talked about forever. Pretty good first year for head coach Sean Payton, I would say.
You're not used to the Saints picking in this spot, and I think Sean Payton wants to make sure he stays in this spot in the first round and doesn't drop next year. So this pick very important.
But to do that, they're going to have to get their defense going. Yeah, they got a lot of offensive weapons, but they've got to get their defense going. Whether that's a linebacker, whether that's a defensive back. We've talked about some guys. We talked about Chris Houston of Arkansas possibly here. Or if they go offense and get another weapon, who do you think they would get if they actually went offense?
Well, you would have to think tight end Greg Olsen. They had Eric Johnson do a one-year deal, but I think you look at the tight end spot. You also look at the linebacker spot in the secondary at the cornerback position. So I think Chris Houston's name would come up. Greg Olsen, Paul Plus-Lusney from Penn State is still here at this stage of the first round. So the way it's falling right now, some of their needs can be addressed.
Even though their offense scored a lot of points, and that would be 413 points. Would they take a guy like Ben Grubbs, who you had on your board as a high...
Good football player. He's one of the best pure football players on the board. And the reason why he hasn't gone already is because he's a pure guard. He doesn't have the versatility to play tackle. Those versatile guys tend to go a little higher. Ben Grubbs is a guard. And that right now, he is one of the top 15 to 17 players still available.
You know, let's look back also what Drew Brees did. He went in, and remember that Miami, well, you can't play the physical. He went in to play New Orleans. I'm going to live in the city. So not only was he a symbol of the Saints going from 3-13 to 10-6, he was a symbol of the resurgence of the city. I don't think you can overlook what Drew Brees did.
He was a perfect example of resurgence for that city because he'd already resurgenced his own career while he was in San Diego. It was on the bubble there the year before, and during that offseason, he went in, and we talk about aptitude, that ability to go in and dive in deep into football. He studied, put his body in shape, and played great football the year before he was let go and gone to New Orleans. He came to New Orleans with the right attitude, and he is one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in this league because he is so accurate and he has great leadership and that aptitude issue. I think that Drew Brees is going to be around for a long time and be a Pro Bowler, and I think he's got the perfect marriage with this coach now, and that city loves him. That is a love affair that will go on for quite a while.
You know what? It's going to be a fun game. It's the Saints, I believe their first home game this year was as if we we had last year on that Monday night when they were 2-0 and they played 2-0 Atlanta, and you saw Gleason with the block hip punt. That was great. This year, the opening game of the Saints at home is another Monday nighter. Vince Young in Tennessee at Reggie Bush and New Orleans. We'll see that on Monday Night Football, which is our segue to Mike Tirico and the gang. How was that, Mike?
Yeah, it was pretty good, Chris. You've done this before, right? That will be 364 days after September 25th of 06, and any of us who were in the Dome that day will never, ever forget it. You know, you talked about Drew Brees, guys, here with the Saints on the clock and 4:20 till their pick, or till their time runs out. It kind of dovetails with Brees here, the top of the second round where he was selected with San Diego a few years back. This is right around the time round where you expect to see quarterbacks taking a few of them, and Mel said Drew Stanton is his next quarterback, followed by Trent Edwards, John Beck. How do your quarterbacks line up?
Oh, clear to me it was John Beck. I love when I look at the tape of John Beck. I saw a quarterback with tremendous awareness. He knew where to go with the football, and he found completions. In other words, there was pressure on him. He couldn't get to the primary or secondary. He would check the ball down and move the chains. He was that kind of quarterback. As I study quarterbacks, the most important trait they have to have is anticipation. Do not wait for the receiver to get open. Throw the ball before they get open. That's exactly what John Beck can do.
When you study college quarterbacks, you look for NFL throws, like the skinny post. It's an anticipation throw, delivered before the receiver makes his break. Right here is when John Beck made the decision to pull the trigger. Look at where the receiver was. He had not yet reached the top of his route. You do not see a lot of anticipation throws from college quarterbacks. Beck was an exception. Here's another. On a deep comeback from the far hash, a litmus test throw for projection to the NFL. Again, here is where Beck made the decision to deliver the football. His receiver was still running vertically. That showed NFL timing, anticipation, and of course, accuracy. One more thing. Beck's understanding of how to manipulate the secondary. Here he moved the deep safety with his body and his head. You have to be able to do that in the NFL. And look at the throw. Great touch and accuracy. On tape, Beck looked very comfortable, and he found completions.
Another great quality is that accuracy, and Steve Young always talks about the quarterback throwing accurately. I also know that Beck can throw the football with that firm stick, hard throw when he has to, but he knows when to make the soft throw and when to make the hard throw, Mike.
You see Beck hanging on your every word, Jaws, as he's standing by in Provo, Utah, where he calls home, of course, the home of BYU. He's waiting for the selection. Now, Ty Detmer wasn't available.
I hope he liked my stuff.
I hope so. Ty Detmer wasn't available, so we found another BYU quarterback in Steve Young, who has more on Beck. Steve?
It's Jim McMahon, though. Don't worry about him. No, Beck's a great quarterback. You know what? He really impressed me this season, how he handled this football team at BYU, who had been struggling for a long time. He led them to their record and to the bowl win, and he led them because he was savvy in how he went around throwing the football. He was smart. I watched him against Air Force. I watched him against Utah. I got in a lot of games in this year, and personally, I was very impressed with his subtlety. They compare him to Drew Brees for a reason. Drew Brees is also very subtle in how he moves, how he uses his backside. He's aware of the backside, even though he's looking this way. I enjoyed watching John Beck, and in many ways, you talk about the quarterback factory. John Beck starts that factory back up again after being off for quite a while. I expect him to go here in the next 10 picks for sure.
All right, we'll see. Dallas, of course, the last pick was Anthony Spencer, defensive end Baylor. First round pick from Baylor since Ron Woodson went in '87. Now, the New Orleans Saints, Final Four team, have made their selection. The commissioner.
With the 27th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Robert Meacham, wide receiver, Tennessee.
Wow. Well, I said John Gruden. Wow. Sean Payton. Sean Payton, he likes offense. Wow. Firepower. They lost Joe Horn.
I understand that. And they like Joe, but he wasn't healthy enough. And now they get Colston in the 7th round last year.
3 wide receiver sets, 3 receivers out there. Bush. A lot of weight, a lot of talk.
Breeze, and now Meacham.
Big wide receiver, boom, 6'2", 215. He talked about the ability this year that he showed with Eric Ainge at quarterback. Put up big numbers. Areas against Chris Houston. Houston in coverage. Meacham with a touchdown. And if you look at a guy that played well in the big games, this is early in the season against Cal. Yards after the catch. He was huge in that game. Big all season in terms of average per catch. Catches 71 receptions. Did something that he didn't do the year before, which is have a lot of productivity because the quarterback situation at Tennessee was just not very good. When they got to the point where Eric Ainge was in there solidly at the quarterback spot, Robert Meacham emerged as a big-time player and certainly a prospect that a lot of teams in the middle of the first round on have had their eye on.
You know, and in this division, I think that you think about offensively, they're going to put some points up. And in this division, if you score 28 points, you're going to go undefeated in the division in many cases. So I think that they're saying to themselves, they could go a lot of different ways here, but this guarantees them that they're going to be one of the more dynamic top 5 offenses in the league.
And now with Meacham going along with Harrell, that gives a pair of balls that were selected. Miami has a pair of players. They always have first-round players selected. But wait, as they say on late night TV, but wait, there's more. LSU, of course, has a trio of players that have already been picked. Florida has a pair of players, Moss and Nelson, and Texas with Griffin and Moss. So wondering how these teams did last year. I mean, these 5 schools with at least 2 one team picked already. We're not even done with the first round. So New England now on the clock with their second first-round pick. We'll get back and address the Patriots, but now let's go up the pike to Trey Wingo. Trey?
All right, Boomer, thank you very much. Again, as Boomer said, the 28th pick of the first round, second for New England. Time for a little 3-and-out presented by Hummer. You guys ready?
Yep.
All right, let's, Sean, start with you. First question, the best pick so far in this draft?
To me, it's a no-brainer. It's the best football player in this draft, and it's Calvin Johnson with Detroit, especially with the fact that Matt Millen, they had to have the guts to take this receiver, their 4th first-rounder, especially with the 2 that didn't work out in Mike Williams and Charles Rogers. This was the biggest no-brainer pick of the draft. If he'd have been picked 1st, 6th, 3rd, 4th, this is no questions asked. As close to a guarantee as we have in the NFL draft this year. I think he's a star in the making and a great kid. He goes over the middle, can go deep, can do it all. Best one without question.
And John Kitna did throw for over 4,200 yards last year, so it just adds to that arsenal.
5,000 now.
We know Mike Martz likes to throw the ball a little bit. All right,
CFL player now.
That is correct. Mark May, question for you. Biggest reach so far?
Well, I think with the Cleveland Browns, they made a reach when they had to move from 36 to 22 to get a quarterback in Brady Quinn. When John Beck was still on the board, Trent Edwards was still on the board, and they gave away next year's first-round pick, which could possibly be a top 10 pick. But the biggest reach of the day, the Miami Dolphins. Cam Cameron, what are you doing? Your first year at head coach there? You take Ted Ginn Jr. He's not 100%. You want him to be a number 1 receiver? He's not a number 1 in the NFL. He's going to have problems getting off the line of scrimmage. He won't go over the middle to catch balls. And those difficult passes where he's going to catch the ball in traffic, he's not going to get there.
And by the way, Mark May's not the only one that disagrees with that. We brought in some footage, and we were watching it earlier, of Cam Cameron, the Dolphins head coach, telling the Miami faithful at a draft party that they had drafted Ted Ginn. There was more booing than there was cheering, and that's your hardcore audience. Yeah. Those are the guys that show up for a draft party, and Cam Cameron greeted to boos with his first-round selection. Tough crowd. All right, number 3 on our 3-and-out, Michael Smith. Best first round so far, in your opinion?
Well, Cleveland certainly had the most newsworthy and exciting first round, but the most productive first rounds, in my opinion, belongs to 2 of the most underachieving teams in the league last year, and that's the Carolina Panthers and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Carolina making a trade with New York and picking up, I think, an extra second-round pick and moving from the 6th to the 5th round and still getting the guy they targeted at 14, which is John Beeson. Might have gotten a little nervous with New England on the clock after 24. They passed on Beeson. They're getting their guy. Now they got 2 second-rounders. You look at Jacksonville. They moved down with the Denver Broncos, pick up a 3rd-round pick and a 6th, get the guy they had targeted at 17, Reggie Nelson. So teams dream about dropping down and getting their guys, adding extra picks. This was the most substantive and productive draft, the Carolina Panthers and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, in fact, Carolina dropped down 11 spots and still got the guy they were going after in John Beeson. We'll see if they can turn it around now and get some more production offensively and defensively, because people think it was all offense the problem last year in Carolina. They had so many fourth-quarter leads, they couldn't close people out.
Go to Steve Smith.
Yeah, that, you know what? That might work.
That's obvious. I can't comment my man. He's sitting there right there. He knows that.
USC guy who just decided to go to the Utah wide receiver.
Oh, man.
Keyshawn's going to call you in about 5 minutes.
It's a no-brainer. That's my guy.
If it's a no-brainer, we're the right guys to deliver it to you. The Patriots are on the clock, 28th pick in the first round. Second selection for them in round 1. Coming up in a minute.
Bye, hon. Find us a good one.
Bye.
2 million vehicle listings to choose from on Cars.com. You can find the right car for you. There it is. Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
These are only some of the rewards of Hyatt Gold Passport. These are the great new places to earn them. Join now at goldpassport.com.
Hey, LeBron. Hey, Mr. Big Man. Who's got the moves now, Mr. Superstar?
The new Cub Cadet Time Saver I-1000 zero-turn tractor. The only mower that maneuvers like a zero-turn and drives like a tractor. So you can keep up with the Jameses.
Who's got game, baby? Bring it. Go left? Am I going right? Am I...
The middle is now the best place to be. It's Wendy's new Steakhouse Double Melt. Caramelized onions and mushrooms, bacon, creamy Swiss, and peppercorn sauce melted in the middle of 2 hot and juicy, fresh, never frozen beef patties. Get in the middle of one today at Wendy's and do what tastes right.
Traffic ahead.
Incredible. You found a golf course near the conference. Awesome Chinese. Now you find me a way around traffic. I love you.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around.
Take Market Street exit.
You're right. We'll just keep it professional, you know?
Go everywhere, find everything. Ball hard for the new Wear 2 GPS at Avis.
Hey, Jimmy, need a little help? Sure. You know what else would be good?
Cobalt tools are so comfortable.
Let me use that screwdriver. No.
You just don't want to quit working.
Yeah. What do you think? Great tools.
Cobalt, the next generation of tough tools.
Well, anything else we can do? There's always my wife's car.
Available exclusively at Lowe's.
Trey Wingo here in our studios. Don't forget the Patriots still on the clock with their second selection of the draft of the first round. That's coming up. Meanwhile, over on ESPN, the Busch Series race at Talladega, Casey Mears in a caution under 10 laps to go in that race. Now let's go back to New York and Mel Kiper Jr.
Got some good players still on the board. I think when you look at the guys, a variety of positions are still available. Teams in the late first round are going to find some real bargains, guys they normally would not expect to still see there. Greg Olsen, Chicago Bears have to be excited about him still on the board. Baltimore Ravens, Grubbs and Staley still here as we speak. New England, David Harrison, Puz Leslie still there as well. Quality football players still on the board late in the first round. And I'll tell you what, the teams are in good shape. You look at Ryan Khalil can play center and guard. Sears can play guard and tackle. Ugo, the fourth left tackle available that you thought would be late first, early second. Dwayne Jarrett, Brian Leonard, a jack of all trades. New England Patriots on the clock. We'll be back.
Coach Ditka, did you really say you'd trade all your draft picks for a case of frost-brewed Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Okay, well then what about the teams that didn't trade for Coors Light?
You know, they're behind everybody else right now, and they have to catch up.
Coach, are you sure you're not confusing the NFL draft with draft beer?
I'm going to keep them lose my trainer. Who?
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I thought he couldn't see. Is this cool?
He doesn't seem as comfortable there for some reason.
Being created today. From tires that help make your car more fuel efficient and safer, to earth-friendly production and recycling methods, Michelin is striving to help you find a better way forward. Michelin, a better way forward.
The
this hot fudge shake combined with the Oreos is the number 3 top invention in all of history.
What are the first two?
Well, number 1 is the doorbell, and number 2 is still open. I mean, it's anybody's game.
It's not like the radio or the telephone like that.
Not that I know of. But this thing's cool. What's this?
It's a visor.
All right, number 2.
Hot fudge shake made with Oreo cookies. New at Sonic. A favorite childhood cookie blended with hot fudge into a cool, creamy treat. Pay the Sonic way. Swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car.
Bethan!
What's up, you?
Your cell phone bill is what's up. All this texting.
OMG, INBD.
It is a big deal. Who are you texting 50 times a day?
IDK, my BFF Jill.
Tell your BFF Jill that I'm taking away your phone.
TISNF.
Me paying this bill, that's what's SNF.
Now, too much texting is NBD. Singular brings you unlimited texting, just $5 more a month. And get Mom a red pearl for Mother's Day. Singular is now the new AT&T. Your world delivered.
This is the NFL Draft on ESPN, presented by Coors Light.
Welcome back to Radio City Music Hall. 5.5 hours into this first round. We still have 5 picks left. The New England Patriots working on their second first-round selection. Brandon Merriweather, the safety from Miami, chosen 24th overall. Now this is 28 overall. And so the New England Patriots trying to retool. I had a feeling New England wouldn't keep 2. The Patriots just traded their pick with the 49ers. So we'll come up with that one. Reminder of 1981 when was it 82 when they paid the Niners got Russ Francis.
Niners. We talked about the Niners and Mike Nolan, the head coach. They're trying to build the defense and just so they could go a lot of defense in this draft. On offensive linemen, they do have need for that. They have a wide receiver need. They still have needs, even though they are building this the right way. Scott McCloughan, their personnel guy, and Mike Nolan, they're putting this thing together piece by piece, and they are a physically tougher team and a mentally tougher team than before they were when Nolan came.
And they have 10 picks. They have a lot of picks to play with here, so they can give up 1 or 2 to go up and get some. I mean, I don't know exactly who it's going to be here.
I got to believe to jump in front of Baltimore looking at a couple of offensive linemen. But this might be a spot for Joe Staley, offensive tackle, where he's going to go the next couple of picks. This is a chance for the 49ers to jump up and take an offensive lineman that's going to be around for a long time.
Well, the 49ers took Patrick Willis way back with the 11th pick earlier in the day. 49ers are interesting. You touched on it before, and we know we can elaborate with them on the clock. And we'll get the details of the trade in a minute. No Norv Turner. Alex Smith made huge strides last year. You see him continuing, or are you concerned?
I think you have to be concerned when you get that kind of symbiotic relationship that they had going. And I think that's why they wanted Norv so badly to stay, and they couldn't believe it when he ended up in San Diego. They thought that they'd passed all the opportunities that Norv would have. They started to rest and take a deep breath, and all of a sudden, boom, they lost him. And so I think that was a big shock to them. And they had a great relationship with Alex Smith. And then they've got to kind of continue to pick that up from there. I think the big issue right now is, can the 49ers make that next leap? They definitely came from the bottom. They've pushed forward to the next level now. Obviously, the next level is playoffs.
Well, here will be the details of the trade.
With the 28th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Joe Staley, offensive tackle, Central Michigan.
And then a good couple of young linemen on the team, last year that started to play some key roles. Quayne Harris, this could be a signal of the end.
He struggled, and I think he struggled so badly that at some point they had to kind of address that. They're going to fake Alex. If they're going to increase his productivity, they're going to have to increase it by giving him some protection.
Very athletic kid. You talk about a kid who was 215 coming in. Now he's 305, 6'5.5". His strength is improving. He's 27 reps at the combine. Great feet, athleticism, certainly get down the field into that second level. A guy that can play right or left tackle, you would think, in the NFL, getting stronger. I think he surprised some people with the fact that, hey, he's not that far away from needing where you need to be from a strength standpoint. His best football skill ahead was even a tight end early on with the Chippewas. So this is a kid is not yet as good as he will be, Mort. And teams like the so-called word upside, and they have it with Joe Staley.
And he was a sprinter in high school, and I know every line coach, a lot of line coaches who watched his workout or worked him out personally, fell in love with the kid. And Mike Nolan, again, trying to get character guys, and he wants guys who love football, and Joe Staley meets all that, not to mention a pretty good athlete.
And so the Niners end up with 2 picks in the first round. They pick Joe Staley along with Patrick Willis. Baltimore's on the clock. We'll get you to trade as soon as we come back.
Baltimore will stay true to its board.
You know, we have Ditka on the show. We always do Mike and Mike and Mike.
Yeah.
I was thinking if we get Mike Singletary too, we could call it Mike and Mike and Mike and Mike.
Oh, you're a genius. I got a better idea. How about if we cut every Mike that exists in the world of sports and we call it Mike and 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 Mike.
All right. Pass me the highlighter.
What makes them different makes them great. Mike and Mike in the morning.
Tonight, with the series tied, the Nuggets come back to Denver to take on the Spurs in Game 3. Then, with the Rockets up 2-1, the Jazz are out to even it up. The NBA playoffs continue tonight on ESPN with Spurs Nuggets at 8 Eastern and Rockets Jazz at 10:30.
All across the country, fans are seeing football in a whole new way. With unprecedented access to the NFL, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Fans have made NFL Network one of the fastest growing networks in television history. So when you want access to the National Football League, connect to the place where football season never ends.
Like I said, we live in a society where the individual ego and the group dynamic are in constant struggle.
Response?
Yeah, I have a response. What?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Nobody said this was going to be easy.
Now, see, if Geico.com had taken that approach, instead of telling everyone it's so easy a caveman can do it, I wouldn't be having an existential meltdown right now.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
9 enter the battlefield to protect their treasure, the diamond. 1 stands up to them all to bring it all home. It has all come down to this. Who will come out victorious in high school baseball? Join us for our live coverage of the OIA Baseball Playoffs. The quest for glory begins this Wednesday night at 6:30. OIA Baseball on OC16. Brought to you by Zippy's, Pizza Hut, and the Tony Group Autoplex.
I'm Dave Rebson with a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. Biggest stories of the NFL draft so far. As expected, Jamarcus Russell, the quarterback out of LSU, going first overall to the Raiders. That was expected. This was not. Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn lasts until the 22nd pick. Browns traded up to get him. And ESPN's Ed Werder reports Cowboys owner Jerry Jones says he's committed to paying Terrell Owens his $3 million roster bonus due in June, meaning T.O. will remain in Dallas. SportsCenter 11 Eastern, ESPN2. ESPN News anytime. More from New York next.
If these walls could talk, they'd say with field goal posts this narrow, threading the needle is not always done with your hands. If these walls could talk, they'd say you have to see it to believe it. Russell Athletic, ESPN Arena Football, Monday at 8 p.m. on ESPN2.
What is up, Chad? Get in the van. All right, listen up, bro. My circle's gotta go.
Why? Being able to choose the people you call for free no matter what network they're on is great. Now we can all be friends.
I don't want to be friends, so knock it off.
Okay.
We'll have to do stuff.
Like what?
Pinch him, man.
Ow. You just pinched me?
Big time. More where that came from.
It's time to get what you want from your wireless company. To find out more, take the head-to-head challenge.
Having a half-ton with the most legroom and a fancy rear seat is great, but truckers want to know if it's still got some truck left in it. We'll put it this way. If it'll draw bar pull 6,400 pounds of dead weight, towing 10,100 pounds is a walk in the park. Hello, Dolly. Available on the all-new Tundra Crew Max, the truck that's changing it all.
So this DirecTV superfan tchotchke lets you watch an entire game in 30 minutes? There's no shortcuts in football, Buttercup. Football is hard work. And groin pulls.
Sign up for NFL Sunday Ticket today and get Superfan for free.
day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Now get all your favorites in one box. Introducing the new Variety Big Box from KFC. Popcorn chicken, a crispy strip, a drumstick, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, a biscuit, and a large drink. Fill up on all your favorites at KFC.
It's time to feel free with Chase Freedom. Feel free to choose points for rewards like travel.
I'm free to do what I want.
Or feel free to choose cash back.
I'm free.
Then feel free to change back again.
In the old time.
Without losing a thing. That's freedom. That's Chase Freedom. Get it free at chase.com/freedom.
We are back here in New York. So here is the trade. Very interesting. The Niners moving up to get a second first-round pick from New England and picking tackle Joe Staley. In return, the Patriots get next year's number 1 from San Francisco and a 4th. The bottom line is New England now won't pick again until the 3rd round. They don't have that extra 1. They don't have the 2. But they get a 1 next year from San Francisco. So they get 2 ways to look at it. There's a direct TV breakdown. For New England, who once again gets a 1 next year. You know, they get San Francisco's 1. And for San Francisco to give it up, if Joe Staley becomes Tony Baselli, they're geniuses. If Joe Staley becomes Tony Mandarich, they're fools.
Well, you're talking, we've now got 2 teams here, Cleveland Browns and San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers are making some progress. We don't know on Cleveland yet. If next year these picks are top 10 picks, we're going to be dissecting this decision today pretty well.
Well, the Niners won't be a top 10 pick, but I think from New England's angle, one little thing here to put in, they improved themselves so much in free agency. Not we don't need the draft. They would never think like that. But unless there was a special guy there, they figured we've already improved ourselves greatly. So there was no need to make a kind of a reach.
Joe Staley was up on their board, and I think in the middle of even when they were picking back earlier in the first round, he was there. So when he ended up being close, they knew that Baltimore was probably going to take him or Ben Grubbs. Right. We're going to have to do this now. I think he figured the 1 next year, no matter where it is, if I can get this kid that I think was worthy of being earlier in the first round now, let's just jump on it. I have a huge need right now. Let's get it fixed right with a kid that's going to be around for 10 years.
Especially
and
left
I think
tackle.
that's what
Left tackles normally
Mike Nolan
never
always,
around this late in the first.
Exactly.
Of this ability with a guy like Staley, who's not yet a finished product. Right. See a guy like this on the board this late in round 1. I think New York Giants, Kansas City kind of did the 49ers and maybe almost Baltimore a favor by allowing Staley to get down to the point the 49ers could make that move. Baltimore now gets a heck of an offensive guard and in my opinion, one of the top 15 to 17 players in this draft in Ben Grubbs.
In New England, obviously, in my opinion, they won in this. They actually won in this one because these teams that's given up these picks, they had some strides. They had some strides a year ago. San Francisco loses North. Let's just face it. They're not going to be that good. They're going to be okay. So now all of a sudden you look up and that pick is 10 or so. Now what?
The 49ers had a heck of an offseason.
Yeah,
they had a great offseason.
They fixed some things on defense. It'll be interesting.
The expectations will be if they don't make the playoffs, the 49ers, it'll be a disappointment. With what's happened last year and this offseason, it's completely expected.
Are they going to make it?
Why not? Pick is in. Baltimore has made their selection here with the
29th selection in the 2007 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Ben Grubbs, guard, Auburn.
Well, a guy that we thought might go a little bit higher than this, so the Ravens getting good value certainly here, Melda, as you pointed out, a pure guard.
Exactly. Former tight end and defensive tackle, moved to guard spring practice prior to the 2004 season. So you're sitting there thinking, is he inexperienced as an offensive lineman? Does he need time to transition in? Absolutely no chance of that happening. He will start right away. This guy played in started 38 consecutive games, played in 50. 3 years as a starting guard in the SEC on that Auburn offensive line. The other guard, Tim Duckworth, has a chance to be a pick late first day, early second day. Great at pulling out, leading the back around the corner. Can trap as well very effectively. A kid who I thought, as I said, you're getting a guy at pick number 29 who you could have made an argument is in the top 15 on your draft board.
I thought it's huge. Remember, they got Willis McGahee, the running back from the Buffalo Bills, in a trade. And the Baltimore Ravens need some road graders. Auburn offensive lineman, not bad. Marcus McNeil went to the Chargers last year and ended up playing in the Pro Bowl. He was from Auburn. They can put out some guys who can put people on their backs.
I'm actually surprised that Grubbs can't play a lot of positions, that he can only play guard because he's from eclectic Alabama. We'll be back with San Diego next.
Coach, when it's this hot, can any beer be more refreshing than Coors Light?
No, I don't believe that. That's not possible.
We'll save a cold one for you, Coach.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. It really am.
How do you choose between Coors Light and cold refreshment?
Well, I don't believe I can segregate the two.
It was a trick question.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Hey, Coach, we still got a 12-pack and 4 ice-cold cans.
Well, 12 and 4 is pretty good.
Right now at Applebee's, it's steak time, where you can dive into a juicy house sirloin, a Bourbon Street steak topped with Cajun spices, and Chef Tyler Florence's seared ribeye with garlic chili shrimp. Only at Applebee's.
With 2 million vehicle listings on Cars.com, you can find the right car for you. That's it. And the seller who has it.
My SUV. Yeah, I posted it yesterday.
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
Now you guys look like you're totally gelling.
Oh, we're not just gelling. We're gelling. If you understand what we're telling.
Gelling. Did you get it, Ellen?
I do, Helen. Gelling is something very compelling.
Are you gelling? We put 2 kinds of gel into Dr. Scholl's new and improved massaging gel insoles. Outrageous comfort, guaranteed.
We're gelling.
You're not.
You're not. Are you gelling? Dr. Scholl's.
The extreme power of Energizer E-Squared Lithium, the world's longest lasting AA battery and high-tech devices. Energizer. Keep going.
The internet has changed the way home buyers find homes. And now, it's changing the way home sellers find buyers. Online Seller Advantage from Prudential Real Estate, powered by Yahoo. It's the future of real estate now.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. And in part by Applebee's Neighborhood Grill and Bar, eating good in the neighborhood.
All right, we are back in New York, and now the team with not the Super Bowl champ, but the team with the best record in football is now on the clock, the San Diego Chargers. Now, will they pick a receiver from up the road from Keyshawn's alma mater, Dwayne Jarrett, USC? Will they pick Steve Smith, the slot receiver, USC? There are a couple of the guys that are out there. And Keyshawn, they're just 2 guys that you obviously know quite well. Give us plus and minuses for those 2 players.
Well, I think that, first of all, when you talk about Steve Smith, he's climbed up the board here in the last couple of months because he did a tremendous job out there in his workouts and running fast and catching the ball. I was there watching him, and I said to myself, in my eyes, he looked better than Dwayne Jarrett. But when I went over the last couple of years and watching Dwayne Jarrett play and watching some of the things that he did in college, he reminds me of myself a lot. And I said to myself, if they can get him in San Diego at this pick, then they got a chance to do something. And I know North Turner well enough to know he likes wide receivers like Michael Irvin.
You say remind you of yourself. What reminds you of?
Well, he's tall, he's long, he's rangy. Football's caught far out in front of him. He can position himself very, very well to position itself like that, to rebound the basket. Football, it fades and things of that
How about
nature.
the speed factor? You look
Speed is overrated at the wide receiver.
4.6 as opposed to, what did you
Speed
run?
I was in the 4.4s at
He's
220
4.6
pounds.
too.
But speed is overrated. I went number 1. You don't have to run 4.4 to go where he's going to go.
What about getting people off of his body? You know, bump and run, people getting into that tall frame. I know you've had to deal with that over the years with your strength. Does he have that strength?
His ability to get into the weight room and do some of those things, Steve, you know you can push. You can touch a little bit and get guys off balance. Dwayne will be fine. I counseled him. Let me tell you, I said it early on back in December. I said, you know what? He needs to stay in school to learn how to be a wide receiver on a professional level. Now that he's come out, I think this is the perfect spot for him. You got a good head coach who likes big receivers. Remember, he drafted Westbrook up in Washington.
Norv Turner did that when he was the Redskins head coach.
Well, we'll see if that's an area where they go, but we do know this. Let's just set up the San Diego Chargers for a moment because, A, they had the best record in football last year at 14-2. Then, of course, you know what happened. Does Marty Schottenheimer stay? Does he go? Well, then first the coordinators left. Wade Phillips was gone. Cam Cameron was gone. Marty was there. Then he was out. Norv Turner is in as the new head coach. Meanwhile, what happened during the season? LaDainian Tomlinson had a season to break all the records, 31 touchdowns that he scored, breaking the old mark of Sean Alexander by 3. Only once in the history of pro football did a player break the touchdown record by more than 2. That was Don Hudson in the 40s. LaDainian Tomlinson did it last year. You start to wonder, though. There is a ticking clock on a back as marvelous as Tomlinson. This is what, year 7 for Tomlinson? Year 2000? Right, so in the next couple of years, here you go. They went with Phillip Rivers at quarterback. This is what they're doing now. There are 2 models that San Diego likes. 2 years ago, Pittsburgh had the best record, 15-1. Didn't get to the Super Bowl. They won it the next year. The next year, Indianapolis, 13-0. Didn't get to the Super Bowl, but they won it this past year. San Diego, the best record at 14-2 last year, didn't get to the Super Bowl. Do they make it 3 times the charm? They're certainly good enough.
Well, you got to know they're going to score plenty of points. I asked Mel and Mort, what about David Harris? Is an inside linebacker? They need that help. I mean, we were talking about the San Diego Chargers, the Superchargers.
But before we get to that, think about this. They fired a coach in Marty Schottenheimer who had 207 career wins. I think it was 7th or 6th on the all-time list. Went 14-2. You lose to the Patriots. There's no disgrace in that. There's a lot of pressure on Norv Turner as head coach here because they're saying you've got to win in the playoffs to maybe get to the Super Bowl. And obviously A.J. Smith, the general manager, who clearly wanted this move. So I think that just puts that much pressure on this team when you fire a coach like Marty, who's popular with the players as well, by
Especially with the dynamic offense they had last year. They scored plenty of points. You come in as an offensive coordinator, as a head coach who's also very offense-oriented, you've got some big shoes to fill. Tremendous amount of pressure.
But Norv is in the best position he's ever been in his coaching career. He went to Washington. He did okay there. The new owner comes in, gets him out. He tries to take over a Raider team where everything was just all up in the air. Now he moves. He goes to San Francisco. He gets the offense going and moving in the right direction. Now he finally inherits a football team that has some ability, has some talent, and I expect him to do really well.
Well, he'll put that in, right? I mean, you talked about it. He was there 1 year on the staff, and a lot of that offense is still Norv.
I know other coaches that might have criticized this move. They said it makes sense because Norv's did put this offense in, and it makes sense for Phillip Rivers.
Well, will it be more offensive, push the envelope? We just saw this a moment ago. That's Greg Olson happy. But remember, they got Gates. Could be off by a team. We'll see.
Dad's making dinner.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Houshmandzadeh. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ House of Vanilla. All right. TJ, who's your mama?
NFL.com Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Houshmandzadeh. Got it. Championship.
Go to NFL.com/fantasy for early bird special sign-up offers.
There's a new secret to looking younger.
an advancement so profound.
Hi, I'm Joe D'Amico. I have more than 20 years experience of keeping cars running longer and in good condition. Here's another tip that can help you. Dirty oil and filters can make your engine use more gas, and not having enough oil can lead to costly repairs. So check your oil level once a month and change your oil and filters every 6 months or 5,000 miles. Bring your car to the pros at Jackson Auto. We'll save you money, and if you find a better deal, we'll match it. It's that simple. We're the certified technicians at Jackson Auto Group.
Straight time. Great deals.
Ready for a different local newscast? KHNL News 8 is live.
UH receives help from an unlikely benefactor.
KHNL News 8 is local.
Fire crews were able to keep the flames from spreading to other units on the 25th floor.
KHNL News 8 is late breaking.
Online or on the air, KHNL News 8 gives you up-to-the-minute news that matters to you.
It's the new wave of TV news. KHNL News 8, live, local, late breaking.
Spencer.
Select Brady Quinn.
And welcome back to New York. You're getting a look at the new San Diego helmet. It's almost the old powder blue helmet from the AFL. Not quite. You don't see the black numbers on the side, but it's a combination of the old lightning bolts of the 60s and a kind of a new wave. Some of the players were involved with this too. The uniforms change, but it's not powder blue. I'm just telling you the facts.
If you're going to go back, then go back.
Well, they're
the best
back
uniforms
somewhat.
in sports. Why do you go halfway back?
They're going to wear the powder blues a couple of times, but at any rate, the issue is they're going to pick up that phone right there. That's a helmet phone. And let's see. Usually I have the Tijuana taxi here. I think it got stuck at El Cajon, so we're going to have to find out what the Chargers do and see if Norv pushes that envelope at a position.
They got to get a new stadium before they can get new uniforms.
Yeah, well, one miracle at a time, right? So the San Diego Chargers, is this their year? We shall see. You know, there are a couple models by which you would say, yes, it could be. A couple years ago, Seattle hadn't won a playoff game in a long time. Bang, bang. They won.
The bar is set high for the Chargers.
Absolutely.
14-2, and you fire a coach who's won 207 games.
Chicago hadn't won a playoff in a long time. Bang, bang. They won.
But did they really? Did they fire their coach?
Here we go. New helmet, semi-new uniforms. Here's the pick.
With the 30th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Craig Davis, wide receiver, LSU.
Well, we thought that, and just think for a moment, Mel, as you break him down, Jamarcus Russell was throwing to two wide receivers that also went in the first round. Bo and Davis now to the Chargers.
The other wide receiver at LSU, look at Craig Davis, 6'1 and a quarter, 205 pounds. After the catch this year, he's outstanding here, beating the cornerback for the touchdown. You look at a kid who runs very well, ran a 4.43. Some thought he would even run faster than that. I tell you, there were some teams that were a little skeptical about whether he, in fact, was worthy of being a late one, early two. Some thought, well, he'll probably end up being a third-round pick. You could argue they reached a little bit. The consensus was not that Craig Davis was a late one. It was more he was a mid to late 2 or 3. But a guy that certainly has a lot of talent. And playing through injuries is the one thing he needs to do. He has a nick or he has a little minor injury, play through it, stay on the practice field, stay in games when that situation occurs to maximize all that ability. Because athletically and yards after the catch, he got it done at LSU.
Well, this is the third time in history that a pair of wide receiver teammates have gone together in the first round. Ike Hilliard and Anthony went in 97. Santana Moss and Reggie Wayne, you would certainly say those two warranted first-round selections in 01. And now Dwayne Bowe and Craig Davis here in 07. So, wow.
Maybe, what happened to the Southern Cal receivers,
I'm a little disappointed in terms of that. But I do think that I felt that they needed to take a wide receiver. I didn't think that they would take this kid, but hey, they got a good one.
Speed. Wayne Jarrett's not as he's a 4.62, 4.43 guy. Sidney Rice, 4.53. This kid's a 4.43. You look at Anthony Gonzalez, more of a slot guy. To me, they went with speed, but also over the size and the productivity.
I think Mike Williams has scared a lot of people. I think the Mike Williams factor, what they've done here, is saying, oh, you're in a system. We got to scheme so much around Dwayne Jarrett and Mike to get them open. that, you know what, we can get them in the second round and maybe even slip them into the third round and steal them. So this is where you start to get value. And whoever gets Dwayne Jarrett and Steve Smith, trust me, they're getting good football players.
And we can second guess the Chargers for firing a 14-2 coach, but one thing you can't, their draft choices over the years under A.J. Smith, the general manager, and Buddy Nix, their personnel guy, have been unbelievable. So you have to give them a benefit of doubt here, even though Craig Davis surprises people. But the system, I have heard that before with some of these Southern Cal receivers.
And that is true. That is true.
Well,
In a West Coast system, you can scheme guys and do a whole lot of different things, put some on the stick nods and sluggle seams, do some of those sorts of things. And Dwayne Jarrett and Mike Williams have both been guilty of that. And that's one of the reasons why I told Dwayne, stay in school, work on your skills so that you don't have everybody out there scrutinizing your ability. When I was in college, I didn't have schemes. We didn't do that.
So it was a mistake for Dwayne Jarrett to come out early.
Yeah.
How much faster is he going to be this time next year as opposed to what he is
He can be a better football player.
He may well be, but at 4'6", he's always going to be there. He's always going to be 4'6".
Factor doesn't matter.
They didn't like him now. They're 1 year ahead of the game.
A better football player.
Let's go back to the pick. What this pick does is if you have the best running back in the league lined up behind you, Phillip Rivers now, take it, put it into his belly, pull it back out, and somebody can go to the post, someone can go to the seam route, someone can do a lot of things off of play action, and that's why that speed factor is so much more important, because they offer that play action, the best running back in football. That's what you want.
Remember, McCardell gone, so the wideouts are Parker and Vincent Jackson. Oh, you mean the deal a couple years ago with the Manning Rivers and they got Merriman with it? That would have been a good deal engineered by A.J. Smith and Buddy Nix.
Yes.
We'll be back.
Knees up, elbows, knees up.
who are going to be higher off in the draft obviously are playing very well. They're successful teams in the past season, so they're not going to need quarterbacks.
Well, Chris Mortensen has reported that Cleveland has been working hard to move up. What have you guys heard on your side?
Something the same. But really, I've just been trying to calm my family down. I think they're probably a little more affected, by all this than I am.
What did you imagine this whole situation was going to be like?
I don't know. I mean, I think I never anticipated really falling past 9. I think from my time working with Coach Cameron and working with Terry Shea out in Arizona, I figured that'd be a good fit, at least from my standpoint. But again, that's the whole point of this draft is it's not my pick, it's the team's, and they're going to pick based on what they need. At
this point, what would you say is best case scenario?
I don't know. That's tough because I think, again, when you look back at your experience through the combine, the draft, and your visits, I didn't really have an opportunity to speak with a lot of the teams, towards this end of the draft. If I did, it was only for a small moment in time, and I didn't have a chance to visit either. So it's hard to get a sense for really how you, kind of anticipate things coming up here.
So at this point now, what's your game plan?
I mean, really just kind of sitting back and waiting. I mean, there's nothing else really you can do. Maybe ordering some food or something because we don't know how long we're going to be here.
So you're prepared to wait it out?
I'm here in New York. I made the decision to come here and knowing, keeping this in mind. So I'm definitely going to be here.
Thanks for coming out again.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, Chris.
Susie Brady, thank you. At age 4, Brady Quinn, Dublin, Ohio, wore the Cleveland Browns colors.
There's no game today, right? There's no football going on, but you're learning a lot about a kid right now. Watching a kid under pressure, and look how he handled that. Look how he answered the questions. Look how he's dealing with. You want to learn about how a kid's going to handle pressure on the field? Watch him in that interview.
Trying to calm his family down.
I'm telling you, that is very, very mature. It's everything that we talked about. In fact, one of the assistant coaches I talked to who interviewed him said, in 12 years I've been interviewing for the draft, the number one interview by dynamic, by control, by leadership, every element, you talk about a quarterback, it's the number one interview, you said, in all 12 years. That says something about this. So when you talk about some of the flaws that he has maybe physically, these things are the way truth in football in the NFL is that can you handle all of it? The intangibles, we talk about them all the time. It's not just a strong arm. It's not just your legs. It's all these other intangibles that make success in the NFL. If you have that all handled, risk factors go way down if you have a kid like this.
I had a general manager who said, look, I rank him right behind Peyton Manning and Phillip Rivers in terms of intangibles. He was struggling, the general manager was, with some of the physical part, but the intangibles, off the chart. Would you like to have a guy like that as a teammate?
You always want, whether he's my teammate or not, speaking for him, you always want a quarterback that has poise and not rattle. You look at the Michigan State game, in that rain or whatever was going on there, he handled that team with poise. He came back. The UCLA game, he did the same thing. Now, it didn't work out against my Trojans, but that's okay, too. He's going to learn, and that's what he's showing right now.
In many ways, this might be the best thing that ever could happen to him. We now learn a lot about him. He's going to get very big kudos for how he's handling this, and he'll end up with a team, maybe the Chicago or some other team that's like ready to go to the Super Bowl with Brady Quinn. I mean, forget about this little window of time. It's all positive, right? My mind for Brady Quinn.
If Aaron Rodgers would not have slipped a few years ago to Green Bay, then we would have been looking at Brady Quinn as the heir apparent to Brett Favre.
We'll see where Brady Quinn goes. Quickly to Michael Smith back in Bristol. Michael.
Where did that come from? Well, as far as the Green Bay Packers go, I mean, you got to keep this in mind about general manager Ted Thompson. He is a best available player on the board type of general manager, and that's who he's taking. Now, if Adam Carricker from Nebraska or Jamal Anderson were on the board right now, they'd go there. But another guy they've got rated highly is Robert Meacham. The guys in New York are on the right track. An outside receiver for Brett Favre, some help in that offense is a need for the Packers. But I think it's going to be Meacham over Bo. That's a discussion going on in the draft room, I think. But I think at the end they're going to go with Robert Meacham, who has a run after the catch ability. Bo's a solid player, but I think they're going to go with Meacham over him.
We'll see if it is receiver Michael. Mel, let's go to your board now, because now, like the corners, and of course we still have one left. Now, after the very first receiver, Calvin Johnson, there's certain value here.
You look at next group of receivers, Dwayne Bowe at LSU, the favorite target for Jamarcus Russell. Good size, not great speed, but certainly fast enough. Robert Meacham had a dynamic year for Tennessee. Eric Ainge stepped up at quarterback. Robert Meacham's stats went through the roof. Dwayne Jarrett, we said he could drop into the late first, early second round. Sidney Rice is a forgotten standout. People don't talk about him. This kid can play. Had he gone back to South Carolina, we'd have been looking at him as a top guy next year. He figures to be an early second. And Steve Smith, a guy that people say was possession receiver, then he runs a real good 40, 4.44, and all of a sudden he's in the second round mix. So I think you got some guys here that are about to come off the board. Most notably, Meacham and Bowe are the two best wide receivers at this point.
Receiver named Rice. Imagine they could be good. That's amazing. The Green Bay Packers, the pick is in. Pack took their time. We're right in the middle of the first round here in New York. And after Green Bay comes Jacksonville and Cincinnati. And the teams are right at the 8-8 mark. We're right at that point in the draft here at Radio City. The Packers pick Commissioner Roger Goodell.
With the 16th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Justin Harrell, defensive tackle, Tennessee.
There's the scene in Green Bay. I don't know what they think. Well, he was the next D lineman that I asked you about, Mel, when the Jets made the trade.
He was healthy, and that's a guy that was a real force, a real factor on that defensive line for Tennessee. We said, hey, they look at Robert Meacham. Well, they looked at the Tennessee defensive tackle. Torn biceps injury early in the year prevented him from going through this draft process with momentum. Having that great senior year wasn't possible with the injury. But you look at a kid, you look at a guy that can play defensive tackle, four-man front. People from 3-4 teams liked him an awful lot. A 300-pounder with great athleticism is Justin Harrell. I think you look at a guy, as I said, the injury, that torn biceps early in the year, to show his determination, his character. He tried to play through it against Florida early in the year. He had the torn biceps, knew he had to address it, and he still goes out there and suits up for the Florida Gator game. Had a couple tackles in that game, 6'4.5", 302 pounds, 30.5 vertical, 24 reps at the combine when he wasn't even 100% yet. Means that reps will be over 30 when he is healthy. And a guy, as I said, we talked about him earlier, Boom, where would he have gone had he been healthy all year? Probably in the top 10.
And they build their defense. Remember, A.J. Hawk, this gives them another body to let A.J. Hawk run free and make some plays behind.
Well, just looking at your list of needs for the Green Bay Packers, I see up top, running back, wide receiver, tight end, fullback, offensive line. Brett Favre comes back another year. I'm sorry. If I played for 15 years, he played 17 years. You look at the first round draft choice. What's the statement? I know you said nobody cares. That's fine, Mort. But I'm sitting back there. I'm saying, look, you got these top receivers on the board, and we go for a defensive tackle. I need the help. You say
they have a plan. Listen, think about it. I'm telling you, it's a deep draft for wide receivers. You can get one on the second, third, and even fourth round. Randy Moss is in play here for the Packers as well. If Marshawn Lynch had been in there, the running back from Cal, now, yes, that would have been an offensive player that helps Brett Favre. I'm just telling you, philosophically, by the way, they were 25th in defense last year, too.
Does it not say
score points? You got to score points. And
does
Brett
it not
Favre
say
coming
something
back.
to Brett Favre? It does it not
But
say
let's
something?
let the draft play out. Let's let this weekend play out before we totally criticize it.
I'm not criticizing. I'm saying, does it not speak something to Brett Favre?
You're talking about wide receivers,
some level.
young Steve, and like Brett Favre, like guys with experience. Well, Greg Jennings, a second-round pick out of Western Michigan, had a good start last year, then hit a wall. Did nothing the last month of the season. So sometimes these receivers do need a little time to adjust. But hey, Robert Meacham sitting there, it's not like he would have been a great pick. It would have said, what? I mean, Dwayne Bowe's sitting there. They're projected to be mid to late first. Justin Harrell would have been, as I said, had he been healthy, you could have marked him down as a top 10 pick. And he does give you a little versatility.
I know all the years that I played, every year that he come to the first round and they didn't take an offensive lineman, and we didn't take, it said something. It didn't mean that it was a disaster. It just speaks a little bit to you.
Well, they have to take a wide receiver.
So the Packers have picked. We're at the midway point exactly of the first round. Jacksonville, Cincinnati, see? Jacksonville up next.
Sixth round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
NFL.com Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Go to NFL.com/fantasy for early bird special sign-up offers.
Things you love about basketball. Quickness. Athleticism. Desire. You're a fan. You just don't know it yet. Watch MLS Primetime Thursday nights on ESPN2. Presented by Adidas.
Aloha, I'm Joe Moore. Tune in to Leahy and Leahy every Wednesday night at 7:30 for insightful conversation about Hawaii sports and other living things. Wait a minute. I was on that show. We didn't do anything like that. What, do you change the format just to the week I come? Hey, we carried you for a half hour, pal. Carried.
OC16, 100% original, 100% local.
On today's show, we're delivering a message about a disease that could affect everyone in Hawaii. West Nile disease has not reached Hawaii yet. It has, however, reached 48 other states. On today's show, we'll talk with a world-class scientist about West Nile virus, its origins, symptoms, and effects on Hawaii if the disease were to reach us. Later, we'll visit with a veterinarian who specializes on equine animals and discuss the effect West Nile could have on our horses and other livestock.
This is the NFL Draft on ESPN, presented by Coors Light.
Welcome back, everybody, to Radio City Music Hall in New York. Midway through the first round of the 2007 NFL Draft, and Brady Quinn is yet to find a home, the quarterback of Notre Dame. He's waiting. He's handled it with aplomb, but now he's in there with a list of Reggie Nelson, defensive back Florida. He could be tabbed pretty quickly, as could Jarvis Moss, defensive end of Florida. Of course, we saw what they did against Ohio State. Just rolled over everybody into the backfield. Leon Hall, Michigan, we're still waiting. And so now the Jaguars, the Bengals, the Titans, the Giants, and the Broncos, as far as Brady Quinn is concerned, well, they all seem to be pretty well situated.
But with Jacksonville, it's interesting. You know, we've been saying Brady Quinn where? Now, Byron Leftwich, former first-round pick, has 1 year left on his contract, and it's not showing up for the offseason program till next month. So, you know, David Garrard didn't work out quite last year. So, yeah, we say Brady Quinn, no Jacksonville, but the quarterback situation in Jacksonville is up in the air. When you have a quarterback on a 1-year contract, and the Jaguars are one with Byron Leftwich, the former #1 draft pick, and the Bears are another with Rex Grossman in his last year, you must at least have a discussion about the quarterback position.
We were a couple of times in Jacksonville for Monday night games last year, saw them in person. That defense is going to be good for a while. They have some size and speed and toughness, and if they can score points and get that quarterback situation completely stabilized, it's got to be enticing at this point to think about it, Brady.
Even though they'll tell you they need more speed on the edge on the defensive line.
Yeah, they will, but they're the second-ranked defense. They are the classic, and we said it not to be funny, but that's the way they were all year. But we saw them twice. They humbled the Steelers. They shut down the Giants. They could beat the Colts. I mean, but then they turn around and lose to Houston. I mean, they're a riddle, Jacksonville. Yeah, but every time not quite. So I mean, with that defense.
I know this much, and you're right about the but thing. Nobody likes to play the Jaguars.
Right.
Nobody likes to play them because they beat you up. And even though their defense is powerful, they still need an edge rusher,
safety,
and they need a safety. Reggie Nelson of Florida had been mentioned there.
A guy like Ed Reed, that's what Reggie Nelson is.
And on offense,
type player.
On offense, they have a new offensive coordinator in Dirk Cutter, the former Arizona State coach. He's a downfield guy in terms of how he wants to run the ball, throw the ball downfield.
4 straight years more. They've gone offense in the first round. You've had Matt Jones, Reggie Williams, guys like Mercedes Lewis last year. I think Reggie Nelson would make an awful lot of sense here as that center fielder that they need.
Well, at Jacksonville on the clock, and they've got about 5.5 minutes to go. Steve, you brought up the Chicago Bears. Could they get in the mix? Could they sit where they are? Might they make a move? Should they think about quarterback at all? Let's get the thoughts of the Monday Night Football game. Mike?
Chris, it's a good point because you look at the list, guys, and Tony, you were just talking about this. Here are the Bears. Would that be a team that should say, hey, let's move up and go get them? Because as you guys were talking about, we have a good defense. If we get a quarterback in place, we can do bigger things.
I'll tell you this. I mean, we like Rex Grossman. He's great to chat with and all that. But as late as the 12th and 13th game last year, people were asking Lovie Smith every 5 seconds, are you replacing him? Have you seen enough? Are you going to get rid of him? So I'm not sure that he's not skating on somewhat thin ice in Chicago.
I don't think the right move is to go for another quarterback. I still believe that Rex Grossman can play. I think you have a quality backup in Brian Griese. And Mike, you did mention a very good Bears defense. This is a defense that really struggled the second half of last season and in the playoff as well. I think they have other needs that are much more important than the quarterback position.
But do you think that the Chicago Bears are totally confident in Rex Grossman for the next 5 years? Do you?
I do not, but I do not, but they will tell you they are. So.
Jacksonville's selection is in, and guys, that becomes the question now. If you are going to be a team that says we are close, we can win now, why would you go get an inexperienced quarterback? Because that guy may not be able to plug in right away and take you to
Mike, I totally agree with that. When you bring in a rookie quarterback, an inexperienced quarterback, you almost always take a step backwards. I don't think the Bears are looking to take a step backwards. They went to the Super Bowl. They have a chance to go back to the Super Bowl with some astute moves. I think they have some problems they need to address.
You see on the bar on the left hand of your screen, they announced that Jacksonville had made a trade. I beg your pardon for not hearing it correctly. So Denver is on the clock. Denver has slid up into this spot, and the Broncos have had an extraordinarily active offseason, making lots of moves. And Chris, let's go back to you as we now shift gears away from the Jaguars to the Broncos.
All right, Mike, gang, thank you very much. So the Denver Broncos, the Broncos were a team that we heard could come up to 9 to 10 to 11. And what's the move here? We'll get the details of the trade in a moment. Defense.
I got a chance to talk to Mike Shanahan yesterday. He said he wasn't anxious to move up to 9 or 10, but if they got in the middle part of the rounds and he saw somebody he liked that he needed, he was willing to go get him. And we've speculated a lot. Hey, listen, they need a defensive lineman, certainly, a defensive edge rusher. With Anthony Spencer or Purdue or somebody, they need a defensive tackle. Is that Alan Branch of Michigan? Or you need a linebacker. Certainly they need a linebacker. Mel, David Harris of Michigan, right, is one of those guys.
I think you look here at a hot guy like David Harris. If you had an interest in Patrick Willis, as Denver may have for that middle linebacker spot, you should have an interest certainly in David Harris. Anthony Spencer, I said about 3 months ago, was my pick to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. A great pass rusher, led the nation with 26.5 tackles for loss. They had had no pass rush in Denver whatsoever the last couple of years. So the best pass rusher from a defensive end spot is Anthony Spencer. There's a defensive tackle, Alan Branch, who's a boomer bust type, but a big body, a defensive tackle. And then there's the middle linebacker, David Harris. I got to believe it's one of those three guys.
Well, the Denver, remember, and the middle linebacker thing would be Al Wilson, right? Didn't pass the physical, has been such a great player.
They just released him this week.
Right. So maybe, but here's your rookie quarterback starting. Here's your rookie quarterback, Cutler, starting with an arm that when you saw him make a few throws, fellas, last year was, whoa. Do they need some weapons? Rod Smith can't play forever. I'm just throwing everything out there.
You got Javon Walker. And why move?
I know.
It's one guy. I mean, he's an offensive coordinator. He's an offensive genius. We know about Shanahan. So picking a wide receiver would make sense in this spot.
You would take a wide receiver if you're Denver here?
I probably would.
You got Jarvis Moss, Anthony Spencer, all these defensive players. And
to pair him with Walker is probably a good thing, so I probably would.
They like Javon Walker. They have Brandon Marshall. They really like. They drafted from Central Florida last year. I don't see a receiver here.
Mike.
Let's get the details of the trade first, as Denver is moved up 4 spots.
Okay, this is just the details of the trade that just took place. Jacksonville trades this pick, the number 17 overall, to the Denver Broncos for the Broncos' first-round pick this year, number 21, the Broncos' third-round pick, the 86th pick, and the Broncos' sixth-round pick, number 198.
So a 4-spot move costs a 3 and a 6.
Well, Mike Shanahan always, when he was an offensive coordinator with us in San Francisco when we went to the Super Bowl, he would often comment that truly it's not just offense. The unsung heroes of the 49ers' glory years were their defenses. And so I think he understands, too, that this is not just about scoring 50 points a game. Although Mike's the best at scoring 50 points a game, it's also about defense. And he cannot stand not putting pressure on the quarterback.
We saw Leon Hall on the board.
Yeah,
I mean, we got a lot of good defensive players.
And even though they have Champ Bailey traded, and they got Dre Bly. Remember, they lost Darren Williams in that tragedy during the offseason there, immediately after the season. So I still see it being defensive line or linebacker.
I would think. All right, well. Here's the Broncos pick.
With the 17th pick in the 2007 draft, the Denver Broncos select Jarvis Moss, defensive end, Florida.
Speed. We're talking about speed. Their ability
Did
to
you
get
watch
to
that
the quarterback.
national championship game? Oh, my God. The whole team was in the backfield.
They were in the backfield, and they made Troy Smith maybe a 3rd or 4th round at one game, and that was a lot of Jarvis Moss. You look at a guy 6'6.5", tall, rangy defensive end. Actually, had him going to Denver a month ago. Took him off of Denver recently because it looked like Moss's stock dropped just a bit. Anthony Spencer was on the board. They go for Jarvis Moss. Athletic kid. You talk about speed off the edge. He has that. He's got to get stronger in the weight room to be able to be a guy that holds up against the run effectively at the pro level. Talked about that earlier, where you're going to be one-dimensional or you're going to be a guy that can do your job against the run. Right now, that would be a problem with Jarvis Moss. But as a pass rusher with that wingspan and that quickness and that explosion, he can give them what they have been lacking for 2 years for. Somebody can get after the quarterback.
They have a new defensive coordinator in Jim Bates. Don't forget, when Jim Bates was in Miami, he had a guy named Jason Taylor who was tall, lean pass rusher. Maybe Jarvis Moss can give Jim Bates some of that.
Mike Shanahan wants the ball back. When he gets to give it up, he's going to score points. But what he can't stand are those long drives, not putting pressure on the quarterback, and he can't get the ball back. Here's a kid that can help you get the ball back quicker. And Mike knows if he gets another opportunity with the ball, he's going to score some points.
Here's the trade recap. They swapped 4 spots in the draft. And to move up, the Broncos cost them a 3, but they had 2 of them. So they still have a 3rd-round pick. And the Jaguars also get a 6, and the Jaguars will be picking now in just a few. It's the Bengals, Tennessee, and the Giants, and then Jacksonville coming up. And the Broncos go defense. When we return here to Radio City Music Hall, the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock, 3.5 hours in.
My allergy medicine put me in a fog. So I only ride Claritin Clear. Claritin relieves my worst allergy symptoms for a full 24 hours. And it's proven to make me alert and focused, not drowsy. So I stay razor sharp. Live Claritin Clear.
Some real estate companies leave home sellers in the dark. They can't tell you if people are looking at your home online. We can with Online Seller Advantage from Prudential Real Estate. Tracks and reports online interest in your home every day.
Changing, yeah, everything's changing. But I'm through with all this changing. I like the way I'm living, and I got my reasons why. And I'm not gonna go changing. No, I'm not
Coors, the banquet beer.
You know those stories you hear? A high school kid takes a job at McDonald's. They work hard, take advantage of opportunities. And years later, that kid who was working at one McDonald's now leaves thousands. You believe those stories? I did.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seem to help. I know downtown, downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. Everything's waiting for you.
No matter what you want to do in life, life takes Visa.
I'm Dave Revson with the Sports Center 30 at 30 update. In case you're just joining us or in case you have a really bad memory, Jamarcus Russell, as expected, the overall #1 pick in the NFL draft. The LSU QB goes to the Raiders. Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn surprisingly remains undrafted through 17 picks. Qualifying at Talladega, Jeff Gordon on the pole for tomorrow's Aaron's 499, his third pole in 9 races this season. Sports Center 11 Eastern, ESPN News anytime. Let's go to Trey Wingo.
Dave, thanks. Back on the NFL Live set with Mark May, Sean Salisbury, and Michael Smith. Jarvis Moss goes to Denver, defensive end out of Florida. A couple of things to look at with him. First of all, athletically, what he brings to the table. And he is one of these guys, along with Marshawn Lynch, that had a character flag on their resume before they were drafted. First of all, as a player, what do you like about Jarvis?
What I like is his height. He's 6'6", 250 pounds, can really turn the corner, has that burst, can get upfield at the quarterback. Highly productive at Florida.
And with I was just sitting here thinking, as I'm watching you, Moss also in a tough division with the San Diego Chargers. I mean, you want to get after and be able to stop the run and get after Phillip Rivers in that division. I'll tell you this about character. As long as that flag Trey's talking about is sitting there and not waving, if it helps the team win, they're going to draft the guy. It's that simple, and that's why you do it.
And the flag on Jarvis Moss isn't too significant. It was a suspension for the Western Carolina game for violating an unspecified team rule. That could be a number of things, or it could be something as benign as missing a team meeting or missing a practice here, Michael.
I think most franchises, generally speaking, do enough homework on these guys, especially the talented guys that they just can't take their eyes off. They do enough homework to the point where, is he talented enough for me to feel comfortable with his issues? You take a guy like Marshawn Lynch, for example. Keep in mind about this kid. He was a high school prep star in the Oakland, California. Stayed in the Bay Area, was a big deal in Oakland. A lot of people hanging around him, very family-oriented, rough around the edges, but everybody says there's no big deal with the situation happened with the assault. Everybody's comfortable with it. So if you're comfortable with the kid and he's talented enough, you look past the past history.
I think a lot of people are looking for, repeat offenders, so there's not a repeat offender type thing.
Well, let's take a look at the Denver defensive line now. They've got some depth now with Jarvis Moss going on that line, and right now it is Cincinnati on the clock. If there's ever a team that needs to draft on character after some recent memories in the season they've been through, it would absolutely be the Cincinnati Bengals. We will see what happens. Jarvis Moss is in Denver. Cincinnati looks like they're getting ready. Let's go back to Boomer.
Thank you very much. 9 arrests in the Cincinnati Bengals since the end of the 2005 season. 6 of those 9 are guys drafted in the last 2 years. Of course, the most heralded one, Chris Henry, now suspended for 8 games. But the Cincinnati Bengals, oh, by the way, back on the field, with many of these disruptions. We're 30th in the NFL in defense, even though we know there's an offense that could really light it up. So the Bengals, who fell back to 8-8 after being a playoff team the year before, there's no team, and maybe the next team, Tennessee a little bit too, no team that all this has affected as much perhaps as the way they look at the draft is the Cincinnati Bengals. They made their pick. We'll discuss it after we find out from the commissioner who the Bengals are going with in 2007. Now they're going over the card, I guess, another minute or so, but the Bengals, and something we talked about, but we understand a lot of you weren't with us at the very beginning of the show, or actually the show before the show, is that teams are culpable. Back to that in a moment.
With the 18th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Leon Hall, cornerback, Michigan.
They can't believe that Leon Hall was sitting there, had a need for them at 18, Mel, a corner.
One of the best value picks in the first round so far, definitely Leon Hall. You could have argued he could have been the 10th pick overall to Houston. Nobody would have had a problem with that choice. I think you look at Leon Hall and Darrelle Revis, very similar. Revis gained momentum late. Hall, after struggling against Ted Ginn and Dwayne Jarrett late in the year. People, I think, were a little maybe concerned about that after looking at some film evaluation. But you look at a kid, 5'11 and a quarter, 193 pounds, led the Big Ten with 18 pass breakups. You see him ability off the edge in a cornerback blitz situation, get after a quarterback there and make the play in the backfield. I think when you look at a kid here, dynamic in terms of his overall performance on a week-to-week basis. I know he struggled late in the year, but this kid has great anticipation, great awareness, made a lot of big plays at Michigan, has good hands for the interception, has great leaping ability, had a 37-inch vertical jump, gives you a little bit in the return game, but I think a guy that was a true playmaker. I compare him to Ty Law. Ty Law did not go in the top 10. Ty Law went 23rd overall in the 1995 NFL draft.
That turn.
We look at Ty Law as a heck of a player. They had some issues about him. He didn't have the phenomenal recovery speed, and Paul ran a 4.39. He'd say, boy, he doesn't play as fast as he times. Just look at how Ginn beat him and how Jarrett beat him. Bottom line is his overall body of work at Michigan was outstanding. He also is a great tackler and a heck of a run support corner.
And the irony here is that Leon Hall is a really good, high-character guy, and it's the Bengals, and yet they get a bargain, because what the Bengals have done is that they've always said, as these bad character guys have fallen in the draft in past years, and say, oh, it's a bargain, we got to turn his name in. Marvin Lewis, the head coach of the Bengals, reiterated to me this week, and here's a quote that he had: there's been a tendency to buy a bargain. I don't think we are in position to do that anymore. We're spending too much time trying to change habits instead of coaching good guys. And that's something Marvin echoed to me, and he said, look, we cannot afford to flip over one of those cards that we've eliminated. In other words, we can't always say it's a second or third round, say, oh my goodness, it's a bargain, we got to turn him in. No more for the Cincinnati Bengals, at least for a couple of years, that's for sure.
Well, you know what, real quickly, Keyshawn, Leon Hall, some people, the scouts, described him as a guy that doesn't like receivers. Be careful.
Okay.
Just on notice, that's all. And if you're going to be compared to Ty Law, that means you're probably pretty good. We'll talk more about the Bengals and Tennessee when we come back.
I'm Brady Quinn. I'm Alan Branch. I'm Paul Posluszny. I'm Jamarcus Russell. We need a speed. I think we need a face.
Let's call him up and give him an offer then.
You're watching the NFL draft? And you're watching the NFL draft on ESPN. On ESPN. We're on the clock.
Coach Ditka, did you really say you'd trade all your draft picks for a case of Frost Brewed Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Okay, well then what about the teams that didn't trade for Coors Light?
You know, they're behind everybody else right now, and they have to catch up.
Coach, are you sure you're not confusing the NFL draft with draft beer?
I'm going to keep them lose my train. Who?
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I thought he couldn't see. Is this cool?
He doesn't seem as comfortable there for some reason.
Bye, hon. Find us a good one.
Bye.
With 2 million vehicle listings to choose from on Cars.com, you can find the right car for you.
There it is.
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
Yikes, you got the middle, but that's okay. You got Wendy's new Steakhouse Double Melt. You know how good the middle can be. caramelized onions and mushrooms, bacon, creamy Swiss and peppercorn sauce melted in the middle of 2 hot and juicy, fresh, never frozen beef patties. It's gone. Good move, Mr. 14B. You just landed in the best position to do what tastes right.
Greg, this should get your business going. Thank you, Bob. Perfect.
With dedicated account managers who understand what you need when you need it, we're there. CDW.
So now this DirecTV Superfan thing is going to show all these NFL games in beautiful high definition. Well, let's all run out and get bikini waxes so that we look nice for our close-ups.
Sign up for NFL Sunday Ticket today and get Superfan for free.
Last week, Alfonso Gomez helped Team USA take the lead. Now, can Jerson Ravello carry the momentum against the UK's Paul Buchanan? The Contender Challenge UK versus USA continues Tuesday at 9 on ESPN.
The Green Bay Packers select Justin Harrell.
Whoa, Nelly.
But if you try sometimes, it's just my fire. It's just my
fire. Back here in New York, the Tennessee Titans are on the board. A very exciting 8-8 season last year when they won a ton of games at the end behind the guy they drafted here a year ago, Vince Young. Of course, the Tennessee Titans also making news along with the Bengals for reasons that they wish they didn't. And, of course, the poster child, if you will, for a lot of this is Pac-Man Jones, suspended for a year by Commissioner Roger Goodell for a series of events. And I would turn at this point to a current player, and certainly a guy that excelled and is a good enough Hall of Fame player. But just part of it is, and Keyshawn, you brought it out yesterday when we were talking about it, as a player in the league, doesn't it hurt you to see, and do you support this sort of new Titan policy vis-a-vis players who disobey the law?
I support it, and one thing that you got to understand in this situation is you have to have veteran leadership in the locker room. Eddie George, gone. Steve McNair, gone. Kevin Carter, gone. And anytime you draft a guy with character issues and you know that he's gotten into some problem at some point, you need to really evaluate what you want to do in terms of taking this guy, because at the end of the day, you got to feed your family. I guarantee you, a lot of guys now are rethinking drafting guys with a lot of character issues.
In the past, the NFL's been so worried about whether you have your socks up. I remember playing, and I'd be in the last drive of the fourth quarter, and the head referee say, pull your socks up. You know, all these things that the league nitpicks on. This is one of them I think that they've done very well. Mort talked about it. They went around the league and talked to old players, young players, management, everybody involved to come down with a policy that says, look, we are going to hold everyone associated with the NFL accountable. Players, staff, people in New York, everywhere. You do something wrong, we're going to come after you and hold you accountable for it, including the team. I think there's that overarching policy that Roger Goodell has brought on that I completely support, because the NFL has to be accountable from within, just like anyone on the football team.
Well, more on this, and it's certainly going to be a topic not only draft time, but all season long. Let's go to the gang at Monday Night Football. Mike?
Yeah, it was when we were in Cincinnati, because Cincinnati, Tennessee sandwich picks here. That was the week Roger Goodell reached out to the Bengals last year when we were there, that Monday night game, and said, hey, maybe you need our help here.
Yeah, it's can we help you, which means you've got a problem. It doesn't mean can we help you. It says we're identifying that there is a need here, and we're stepping in. And that was, I think, the beginning. If Roger Goodell is known for anything so far, it's sort of a return to law and order in the league. I fully expected these two draft picks in a row to be the Pope and an Eagle Scout, because they're not going to. These two teams are not fooling around.
Did it affect the way teams stack their board going into this?
I don't believe so. You know, and character has always been important in the National Football League. I think it's come to the forefront with Roger Goodell. He obviously is making it very important. But I believe at the end of the day, when coaches are thinking about putting together their football team and how they're going to run their football team, it's about talent. The players turn over about every 3.5 years. The coaches seem about 50% every 3 years. It's about winning, and you win with talent.
And I agree with that. But if there's an atmosphere now that says you don't even need a conviction to go away, got to consider that when you draft anybody with talent.
Again, I believe the character is important, but it's going to be about the guys that can help you on the field.
Probably not different for the teams that always weighted high, and for the teams who have been in trouble, probably changing the way they look at the draft. We have Tennessee on the clock, and as you see, Giants fans, your turn coming. Jacksonville, Dallas, all the teams waiting in line. The Titans pick and the continuing Brady Quinn watch as we roll on the draft 2007 from New York.
Jorge.
Yeah.
What's going on with your hat, man?
What's wrong with my hat, man?
I mean, it doesn't look like a ball player's hat. I mean, it looks all brand new, you know?
Just come out of the box. I'm a catcher, man. I never had to wear that thing. You gotta bring this thing in. Hey, Wally. Wally. Hey, it's not what you think.
You all right? It's like having the first pick in the draft. It's a lot of pressure. Get the granola. It's like picking a great defensive player like Brian Urlacher. It's smart, it's sensible. You'll never regret that. Dandy doodles. You took the flashy wide receiver with the attitude problem.
What makes them different makes them great. Mike and Mike in the morning.
I heard.
Share your individuality with people just like you. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
Every drop is important, hence the available 7-speed automatic transmission. See a larger gear ratio spread and intuitive gear selection enhance performance and fuel efficiency. Translation, 25 exhilarating highway miles per gallon. At Mercedes-Benz, it's all about the little things.
See your local authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for a special lease offer through Mercedes-Benz Financial.
Trey Wingo here. Back to the draft in a minute. Tennessee, 19th overall selection, waiting to make their pick. Reminder on ABC, Juan Pablo Montoya leads the Aaron's 312 Busch Series race at Talladega. Tennessee on the clock with the 19th selection in the first round. For more on the draft, we send it back to New York and Chris Berman.
All right, we are back here in New York. The Tennessee Titans have made their selection, the 19th overall in the first round. A team that came on like hotcakes the second half of the season to finish 8-8. And Vince Young, my goodness, the sky's the limit. What should they do here? Where are they looking?
They have two needs. Running back, which is why they've been talking to San Diego about Michael Turner. They've been talking wide receiver too, as you know. And they've had discussions with Detroit about Mike Williams, the former Southern Cal guy. But Key, what do you say receiver?
I say wide receiver. Meacham out of Tennessee.
All right, well, it doesn't matter what we think. It matters what they think, and the commissioner's going to tell us what the Titans think.
With the 19th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans take Michael Griffin, safety, Texas.
You talk about receivers and running backs, and they'll take a safety on you.
Well, just the big part here, and Mel, you can analyze Griffin. Now we have what we thought. Defensive run toward the middle of the draft. You're going to get good offensive value low. 7 in a row defensive players now with Griffin.
You look at Michael Griffin early in his career. I thought he reminded me a lot of the great Ronnie Lott when he was with the 49ers, certainly a Hall of Famer. You look at Michael Griffin late in his career, you'd say, well, he leveled off just a bit. He had so many of those vicious hits, those Ronnie Lott type hits early on. You watch him here, destructive kid, 5'11 and a half, 205, makes his presence felt. When he arrives on the scene, he hits you and he hurts you. And you know Michael Griffin's on the field. The kid's tough and key when you watch him as a receiver and you know Michael Griffin's on that field. It's got to affect your concentration.
We both got to remember Jeff Fisher was a safety, so he wants to build on defense. When they went to the Super Bowl, they had a great defensive scheme with Bishop and those guys. So
They blocked a lot of punts during his career. It's a school record in that area, so he will help you on special teams. My question is, and they're going to have to address wide receiver at some point. Vince Young lost Drew Bennett and Bobby Wade. He's got to have somebody to throw to. Ted Ginn, I think, would have been the pick, but Miami reached for him with a 9th pick.
One thing in mind, 32nd, dead last ranked in defense.
That's right, and that does address that. As far as the offensive needs, yes, they got to address running back. We've talked about them having some discussion with San Diego and Michael Turner. They also have to address receiver. There's been some discussion about Mike Williams, the former Southern Cal receiver that the Lions may end up unloading, especially now that Calvin Johnson is with the Lions. So I think they're going to get to that help for Vince Young because they got to help. Because Travis Henry, the running back, is a big help to Vince Young last year too. He's not there.
And Vince was great last year at doing what rookies have to do. Stay on the field, don't flop around, dropping the football, throwing interceptions, and move the football no matter how you have to do it. This is the year where you start to settle in and need weapons and start delivering the football to orchestrate. That's that development, that next step that Vince needs to take. And you need weapons for that. So I think a guy like Robert Meacham, who's local town hero, I get more emotional in the first round. That's my problem. Probably that's why I'm not a GM. I think a local kid like that can come in and help your young quarterback that had so much success last year. How do we get to that next level with Vince Young? Yeah, defense, fine. But I think it really speaks to getting that young kid some help. Hopefully they'll find another place.
And they can do that with the trade for Mike Williams. And Mike Williams can get some help from Norm Child because they've been together. He knows him. He can embrace him. And a lot of times, some of these young players need to change the scenery. And this may work best for Mike Williams.
Instead of get a college reunion going on in Nashville, of all places, huh?
SC.
Spoken like a true alum. When we return, the New York Giants are on the board. Brady Quinn has not come off the board. Lots brewing.
The NBA playoffs continue with a doubleheader tonight on ESPN.
It's time to vacation, Dollar Millionaire style.
Road trip!
With outstanding McDonald's fries and outlandish legroom, this cabin is first class all the way.
Oh, these people don't fly coach, but they're pretty fly.
They're also decked up with decadent double cheeseburgers and other dollar menu delicacies. No, they don't need a 5-star hotel. They've got $5 million.
Coach, when it's this hot, can any beer be more refreshing than Coors Light?
No, I don't believe that. That's not possible.
We'll save a cold one for you, Coach.
Yeah.
Excited. I'm looking forward to it. It really am.
How do you choose between Coors Light and cold refreshment?
Well, I don't believe I can segregate the two.
It was a trick question.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Hey, Coach, we still got a 12-pack and 4 ice-cold cans.
Well, 12 and 4 is pretty good.
Hey, Steve. Oh, hey, Rick. You don't have Verizon Wireless. Oh, it's this new thing. They're letting people test drive them for a month. So far, I'm a lot happier.
You guys never let me do that.
Rick, it's not what you think.
I think you're not as reliable.
Then it is what you think.
Now you can test drive America's most reliable wireless network. Try Verizon Wireless for 30 days. If we're not the best network you've ever had, take your number to one of the other guys, and we'll pay for the calls you made. Verizon Wireless.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Hummer, proud sponsor of the 2007 NFL Draft. Hummer, like nothing else. And McDonald's.
Welcome back to Radio City Music Hall. I'm in the green room, which has been vacant for quite some time, including Brady Quinn, who remains sequestered in a private quarters set up by Commissioner Roger Goodell. But I just spoke with Brady Quinn's agent, Tom Condon. He told me they have gotten calls from 3 different teams who have all expressed interest in Brady Quinn, and now they know that they all need to make some sort of a trade if they want to move up ahead of Kansas City, which it seems now is interested in Quinn. Chris? Chris?
Well, Kansas City would be a hot button, you would think, Susie, as one quarterback, Trent Green, still there, 37 years old. Damon Heward is 34, although they did draft Brody Croyle last year, was their 3, and they got to move up to at least 2, but that could be a spot. And Kansas City is picking 23rd, but the New York Football Giants are right now on the clock at 20. The Giants had a tumultuous season that began off beautifully last year, stumbled down the stretch, but still were able to make the playoffs and just lost at the gun to the Eagles. However, Tiki Barber, of course, now retired, gone into our business. That's a huge loss, and of course, LeVar Arrington was hurt in the middle of the year, but left tackle Luke Pettigrew is a big loss for the Giants, trying to protect blindside of Eli Manning, and after years and years and decades of great service in the league, Bernie Accorsi, no longer the general manager of the Giants, he retired. Jerry Reese is the new GM. It was a mercurial season in which would Tom Coughlin survive? Yes, he did. Eli Manning, now he's stripped of his big running back. Now, you know, the Giants, it's kind of a decision time season for the New York Giants. You heard Joe Staley could be a tackle, although he played it, I shouldn't say although, because that conference is certainly big time. Paul Posluszny, who's much decorated linebacker at linebacker U Penn State. Would that be it? The Giants need linebackers. Remember, about a year ago they had none. He could be. And then there could be Hugo is another tackle they could pick. And Mel, here's what they had. Pierce did a good job. So tackle, linebackers are what they could use.
I think left tackle, you got Eli Manning. He's your franchise. You got to protect him. They were not able to do that last year. He was throwing and falling back. He was not striding into throws. Eli Manning is a guy you got to keep upright. You got to maximize his ability. And I think left tackle Joe Staley will be an ideal pick here. They have a need of corner. Right now, who's going to cover those wide receivers that the Giants go up against? You have Aaron Ross from Texas and Chris Houston from Arkansas still on the board at this point. I would say wide receivers in need as well, but I would be looking at either the corner, and my number one priority would be the left tackle, Joe Staley.
Well, remember, they did cut Luke Pettigrew, their left tackle, at the end of the season. Right? Surprised some people. He's down in Tampa. They were just tired of him being hurt too much, and I know Coughlin's big concern was, okay, if we're going to say goodbye to Pettigrew, who's going to replace him? Because remember, Eli Manning and the Giants were 6-2 at the midway point last year when Pettigrew was playing good left tackle, and Amani Toomer was playing good wide receiver. Those guys went down, and the whole thing fell apart for not just the Giants, but obviously for Eli Manning as well.
Giant fans are ready. They see the pick is coming in. He even left the house like that this morning, by the way, that fellow. So the Giants, did they get their left tackle, or did they get their linebacker, or is it something else? Big year for Eli. Big year for Eli Manning, Steve. Talk about it in a minute.
Get him some help.
I know where. The beauty is everybody has an opinion there that's yelling on who to pick.
Look at that guy.
We all have opinions. That's why we're all here.
No surprise, more New York Giant fans here today than Jet fans. I thought the Jets would be more Jet fans.
Give it up. Here's the pick for the G-Men.
The New York Giants, selecting 20th in the 2007 NFL Draft, select Aaron Ross, cornerback, Texas.
Okay, we gave a lot of needs. Rome wasn't built or rebuilt in a day.
It was a great pick for them because they're going up against Terrell Owens and those guys down in Dallas. That whole conference and that whole division, we've got a lot of wide receivers in the NFC that can play. This guy can obviously play football, else he wouldn't be selected here.
Well, they go away from the left tackle, so Eli Manning better look out for those defensive linemen getting after him again unless they address it at some point. But the section option for me would have been Aaron Ross, a physical, tough, aggressive corner, 6'1", 195 pounds. I thought recovery speed would be an issue with him. Then he ran a 4.44 at the combine. I think when you look at his size, his productivity, his ball skills were excellent at Texas. And I think a guy decided caused some impact plays. You talk about jarring balls loose from receivers. He did that in the Nebraska game for a key hit that preserved that victory over the Cornhuskers, and time and again, he made his presence felt. Does have some punt return skills that'll add to a little bit of that versatility that you want from a first-round draft choice, but he's going to make his mark at corner for a team that has a big problem on paper at that spot. All these veterans are on the downside of their career. Corey Webster hasn't materialized. They needed a corner. They needed a left tackle. They opted for the corner.
It's not a big problem just on paper. It was a big problem on the field last year. There were more wide receivers running wide open against that defense. And I know some people said it might have been some scheme problems, communication problems, but that was a major area of weakness for the Giants last year.
Here are some of the guys that they brought in just the last couple of years to try to help. Wilson's a good player. Webster they drafted a couple of years ago. McQuarters, the one-time Niner. Demps, Sam Madison, the veteran. Michael Stone. So they've drafted Aaron Ross. Ross, you showed, could make returns. He's from a very football-famous town in Tyler, Texas. I mean, the Earl of Tyler. Once you hear a football player from Tyler, Texas, you immediately bump him up a few spots. And the one little knock on him a little bit, is he quite fast enough? His girlfriend is an Olympic gold medalist sprinter, Sonia Richards.
Well, that'll
maybe they get her on the field then.
That'll pay off.
I'm just giving you the news. Just give it. It's a long draft.
I know.
Okay?
From a quarterback's perspective, whenever I watch the draft and they pick defense, if they picked a corner in the first round, I'm like, okay, that's a difference maker. That's fine. Otherwise, give me a tackle, give me a receiver, give me something that can help me. And I'm sure Eli Manning's probably saying the same thing. I'm struggling a little bit. I'm going to make a statement this year. How do I get help? Corner does help, even though you don't get it on offense.
There was a lot of speculation about Tom Coughlin and his job at the end of last year. The thing that ownership met with Tom about was, listen, how are we going to get Eli Manning going? How are we going to fix the offense and defense? They have changed out both coordinators on both sides of the ball. They've got to get Eli help. Otherwise, clearly, we're going to be talking about this again. We'll be talking about Coughlin's job status next year.
Yep.
But Jerry Reese, the general manager, trying to put a stamp on this draft. Let's see how they do this.
Only one pick. It's only one pick. You're right. Watershed year for Tom and for Eli in a lot of ways. We're going to go up north. Let's sit Trey Wingo and the gang up at NFL Live. Trey.
All right, Boomer, thanks very much. Mark May, Sean Salisbury, and Michael Smith here with me as we cross the top of the hour. Brady Quinn still not picked, the quarterback out of Notre Dame. Next three teams picking, guys. Jacksonville at 21, barring a trade, Dallas at 22, Kansas City at 23. You could make the argument all three of these teams have quarterback issues. Do any one of these three teams take a run at Brady Quinn?
I think if any of the three make a run at Brady Quinn, I think it's going to be the Dallas Cowboys. I think that's the best possibility. But if he falls by Dallas, I believe if Cleveland doesn't trade up to get him late in the first round, he will fall into the second round. That's nothing against Brady Quinn, but the bottom line is it was tough for him. As soon as the season started this year, he was on every college football magazine as the poster child of college football.
I can understand now why Jacksonville would like him because they've had some troubles with the competition there. I don't know if that's going to happen. You take a look at Kansas City, drafted Brody Croyle from Alabama in the third round and gave Damon Heward a big contract this offseason. Trent Green's still there. And then you look at Dallas. The one intriguing thing for Jerry Jones is that he's a trophy quarterback because he's got that look and that feel. Maybe this is the one, and maybe they're not tied to Tony Romo.
Now, this is Romo's stats, first 7 games as opposed to last 5, Michael. And look, they signed him to a new contract extension, but it was a one-year deal that's cap-friendly now. So if you're thinking, oh, they've signed Tony Romo already, it would not hurt them in the long run financially if they went after Brady Quinn.
And the interesting thing is Tony Romo had the opportunity to sign a longer-term contract, but he didn't want to do so. He wanted to come in and maybe test, get more money down the road and see what else he could do for another year. But if Dallas Cowboys are probably the best option here because the Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't believe Shaq Harris and Jack Del Rio would give up on Byron Leftwich. I know they like Byron Leftwich. And Brody Croyle, they hired him in Kansas City and there are needs elsewhere. So Dallas is a very good possibility. And keep in mind, Bill Parcells isn't there anymore. This new coaching staff and Wade Phillips, Jason Garrett, they don't have an investment or an intrigue or interest in seeing Tony Romo succeed the way that Bill Parcells and Sean Payton.
Yeah, but I also know that they still like Tony Romo's skills, and I don't think they're ready to quit on him just yet.
Well, again, the issue would be if they take Brady Quinn, would it be for what they likes on the football field or the marketability of getting that Notre Dame star, Brady Quinn, to play under the star? Chris, it's going to be interesting. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. Jacksonville up, then Dallas, then Kansas City. So remember, Jacksonville dropped down after making that trade with Denver to pick up a 3 and a 6, moving down 4 spots. So the Jaguars 8-8 last year with that rock'em, sock'em defense. Let's see what the Jaguars do.
With the 21st pick. With the 21st pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Reggie Nelson, safety, Florida.
Well, that's 9 defensive players in a row. We had 2 in a row go from Texas a moment ago, and now back to Florida, who just had one Jarvis Moss go a few bit. So both teams involved in that trade took a Florida Gator on defense.
You give Jacksonville's organization a lot of credit. I mean, you talk about ending up with an extra third-round pick, still getting the guy that you would have taken earlier at 17. You get him at 21 in Reggie Nelson. I talked about him already today, about a playmaker in the Ed Reed mode. You talk about a guy who covers a lot of ground. Some think he could maybe even be a cornerback at 6 foot, 198 pounds with that 4.46 speed, and an awful lot of athleticism. This is a kid who the Florida people have said from day one, when he came over from the JUCO ranks, was the best football player, arguably, on that team. That's a talent-laden team that won a national championship, not just on defense, but overall, the best player on that football team was Reggie Nelson. And I'll tell you what, for Jacksonville Morton to get him by trading down, they lost nothing. They got the guy that would have taken 5 picks earlier.
Great job by James Harris, their general manager, and Jack Del Rio, their head coach. And Reggie Nelson is a guy that Mike Smith, their defensive coordinator, had dinner with. And I've heard, I know people that love LaRon Landry who said Reggie Nelson might be even more of a playmaker in terms of being able to cover the field and make a play on the ball.
So here's their defense last year. Remember, Deion Grant went to the Seahawks, so there is a vacancy, if you will, there with Jacksonville. And again, we saw them up close. We're going to see them at home again this year on a Monday against the Colts, which would be a classic spot.
The only problem with this pick is it lowers the average weight and height of that team, which is the hugest team I've ever seen. The human beings on it. You got to go see Jacksonville Jaguars play if you get a chance.
Right.
Look at them up close. They're fearsome. This does reduce a little bit, but great.
Stroud and Henderson, it's a joke.
Defense only getting better with that pick.
Let's flip over a little bit. Dallas Cowboys now on the clock here. We've talked about, okay, they have Tony Romo, but when they look at Brady Quinn, what I am now hearing is that the Cowboys are fielding calls from those teams interested in Brady Quinn. We know the Cleveland Browns were calling around. Are the Bears calling around? The Cowboys, Jerry Jones, the general manager and the owner of this team, hey, he likes that old Jimmy Johnson stuff where you trade back and you keep up getting extra picks and what have you. So the Cowboys fielding calls here from some teams who might be interested to jump in front of Kansas City to try and grab Brady Quinn. It's one of those possibilities.
We've seen the Brady Quinn section here with the first 10 picks and it waved by. This is the next referendum on Brady Quinn. It's that Dallas, Kansas City, and that New England first pick that we think maybe someone could trade up into. If that passes, that's another sign that something's big is happening with Brady Quinn.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys, so they're on the clock. What's happened in the last year? Bill Parcells will be working with us. Wade Phillips is their new head coach. Tony Romo replaced Drew Bledsoe at quarterback at midseason. Drew is now retired. T.O. had an interesting season in Dallas. Keyshawn is 1 year removed from Dallas. We'll talk to him shortly. And so the Dallas Cowboys at 9-7 lost a heartbreaking game last year in the playoffs to Seattle, but they were certainly in that conference close. Ed Werder very close to the Dallas Cowboys. Although he is in Oakland, he's never far away from the star. Ed, what do we know here?
Well, Boomer, you can never discount the possibility just because Jerry Jones has Tony Romo, a young Pro Bowl quarterback, that he wouldn't take Brady Quinn here. Remember, this is the same team that took Troy Aikman and Steve Walsh with first-round picks the same year back in 1989 when Jerry took over the team. So you can't discount the possibility. I did exchange text messages with Tony Romo earlier today as Brady Quinn was falling down the board, and he would be astonished if Jerry Jones went and signed Brady Quinn with this pick. I think what you're more likely to see is Jerry's looking for an impact player on offense, a wow player, he said. 2 receivers fit that bill. Robert Meacham right here would be one of those guys, and then Dwayne Bowe from LSU. Jerry also told me that even if he does take a receiver with his first-round pick, he's already committed. He's made up his mind. He's paying Terrell Owens the $3 million bonus for his roster spot in June, so he will remain a Cowboy. That's the first time that he has said that without any kind of equivocation. Boomer, I think the other possibility here is a trade down and try and pick up Brandon Merriweather, a safety later, or the pass rusher Anthony Spencer from Purdue.
All right, Ed, thank you very much. So the Cowboys, about 8.5 minutes to go on their pick. Keyshawn, you know that team very, very well. How do you look at them going into this season? What could they use?
I think they can use another wide receiver. They can use a safety. They can use a corner. And Brady Quinn sitting there, although they had invested some money into Tony Romo. Remember, that was a Bill Parcells system he was running. This is totally different now. Tony Romo's not used to what's going to come in. He has to learn some new things. So they may not be sold on him, but Dwayne Jarrett is sitting there, Bo's sitting there, Meacham is sitting there at the wide receiver position. You got two guys that are a little bit older, and you don't know that both of them will be around. Plus, Patrick Creighton will be an unrestricted free agent next year.
Plus, here's the guys you mentioned, plus Dwayne Jarrett, who was from your alma mater, USC. Rice, you talked about before. I want to get back to Romo and you in a minute, Keyshawn McMell. So on this board here you go as exact value for Bo and Meacham, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. I think you're looking at late first rounders, all these guys, and a couple will slide into the early second. We thought Jarrett could, thought Rice could, thought Smith could. So Bo and Meacham look like they should go in the first round. But I think when you look at Meacham right now, with the kind of year he had, Eric Ainge throwing the football, this is about the time where Robert Meacham and Dwayne Bo both become very attractive.
Keyshawn, you were with the Cowboys when, of course, it wasn't Romo starting, so I don't know how many reps you got with him. But yet, you know him some, and this is, of course, Tio and Terry Glenn. They're two guys that know their way around the track, and this is their careers. Back to Tony Romo. Does he have what it takes to be, well, we certainly saw it a half a year, perhaps. Does he have what it takes?
What they did with Todd Haley and that staff and Bill Parcells and them they put him in great positions to make plays. They put him on rollouts, sprint options, things of that nature. And he made some throws that you would be very scary about and saying you shouldn't have made those throws. And those guys made plays for him that you wouldn't like in your quarterback to do in giving him tough situations.
Even though Parcells is gone now, they're going to maintain a lot of that system. In other words, Tony Sperano was the guy who did the play calling last year. He's their line coach. He and Jason Garrett, who's the offensive coordinator now, they'll share this. But I've heard they don't want to change much for Tony Romo because they are actually negotiating a contract extension for him. So they seem to be latched on to Romo. I'm not sure they anticipated Brady Quinn being here.
But I was going to call him Coach Jones. Jerry Jones likes those quarterbacks.
Coach Jones, you got it right.
He likes those quarterbacks.
Coach Jones, you got it right.
From what I know, the big question, of course, we debated on our shows ad nauseum after the play with the fumbled snap and the winning field goal. Could he overcome that? I think the Romo we know, of course. He had the presence of mind to pick it up and almost made a first down, which a lot of guys would have hummed it. So I know in Dallas, how can he come back from it? I wouldn't be worried about that at all. However, the Cowboys pick another QB, then we call it competition. We'll be back to see what the Dallas Cowboys do here in the first round.
I'm Jamarcus Russell.
Jamarcus Russell, touchdown LSU.
I'm Brady Quinn.
He's going in. Notre Dame has scored.
I'm Alan Branch.
Alan Branch came back.
I'm Paul Posluszny.
Posluszny's got him.
I'm Troy Smith.
Missed the throw. Caught, touchdown.
Meet Michael Johnson, the world's fastest man. Michael holds the world 200 and 400 meter records. When he turns off the lights at night, he's in bed before the room gets dark.
Still got it.
Brian, what's up?
Hey, Michael, how are you?
Moving this quick can make you hot in a hurry. So what does the world's fastest man call for?
Coors Light.
Frost Brewed Coors Light. The world's most refreshing beer.
These are from Michael.
Ladies.
Hi, Michael.
When it comes to banking, satisfaction means different things to different people.
Someone knowing my name is no small thing.
Having a dedicated fraud specialist if my identity is stolen is reassuring.
Not needing direct deposit with my free checking is truly free checking.
Customers come first at Wachovia. That's why we've been rated #1 in customer satisfaction for the 6th straight year. Watch the toughest finish on the PGA Tour, the Wachovia Championship.
Hey, Rooks. I didn't get picked first in the draft. Didn't start my first 3 games. Didn't sit still. Didn't want to play another position. And definitely didn't want to lose my first NFL game back home in Houston. But I did do one thing no one expected. I did get Rookie of the Year. Welcome to Madden NFL 08. Product not yet rated. EA Sports is in the game.
Love this 7-layer dip. You can't jump with dip. No, it's a 7-layer crunch wrap. 7-layer dip wrapped up. See? It's good to go. It's good to go. That's good to go. Uh-oh.
Taco Bell's new 7-layer Crunch Wrap. Hearty beans and warm nacho cheese sauce layered with cool sour cream and guacamole. Wrapped up and good to go. To get the great taste of 7-layer dip, think outside the bun.
The new F-Series Super Duty features an all-new 6.4-liter Power Stroke diesel with dual turbos. One to get things moving off the line, and another to keep things moving at higher speeds. Together, they let you tow more than any other pickup, up to 24,500 pounds. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
ABC Sunday, the NBA playoffs continue at 12:30. First, the defending champion Miami Heat look to avoid being eliminated at home, trailing 3 games to none against the Bulls. Then at 3:30, Kobe Bryant's Lakers look to even the series against Steve Nash and the Phoenix Suns. All on ABC, home of the NBA Finals.
Welcome back to the 2007 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
There you have the best available player still on the board. Boom, you look at Brady Quinn still there waiting. Does somebody like Cleveland get back into the first round by giving up a #1 pick in next year's draft? Greg Olsen, could he be there possibly for the Bears? We thought he might go to Carolina. That didn't happen. The Bears at the end of the first round could certainly use him. Ben Grubbs and Joe Staley, both those kids will look great in a Baltimore Ravens uniform. And David Harris, wouldn't he look good for the New England Patriots, looking to get younger at that inside linebacker spot?
Now that's what's coming up. The Dallas Cowboys have about little less than 2 minutes to go. You think they're burning trade lines? Or?
There's no question that they're burning trade lines. Jerry Jones, he's going to burn it. I mean, he does like trading back a lot. We keep thinking he always wants to move up and make a splash. But no, we know there are teams, including the Browns. We could suspect the Bears. I'm not sure on that one. No, I don't. Detroit. No, I don't think Detroit would be thinking about coming up there. I think Detroit's content with some other quarterbacks in this draft. But certainly, they're fielding these phone calls. They're having these conversations. And if somebody is worried about Kansas City possibly taking Brady Quinn, which is picking right behind Dallas, then you would call the Cowboys and say, "Can we get there?"
Does this mean for the other quarterbacks like Edwards and Beck, maybe Stanton, but Edwards and Beck? Here's the trade, and it's Cleveland. So there you go. We'll let them announce the trade, but as Paul Harvey would say, now you have the rest of the story. Right?
The Cleveland Browns are now on the clock.
Yes.
And we know what this is. And remember, we alluded to Phil Savage, the general manager of the Browns. Hold on. There's something else going on.
Maybe they made the trade and the Browns made the pick right away, which means maybe we get to take that little 4-year-old picture out and show it again.
But let's remember, we talked about this earlier. Phil Savage, general manager of the Browns, was in Baltimore when everybody thought they should have taken Kyle Bowler early. They passed on him, but when Bowler slipped to about this spot, by the way, right around this area, the Ravens traded next year's first-round pick to get back into the first round to take Kyle Bowler. Regardless of how that worked out, it was a strategy they used, and certainly one the Browns are exercising here, at least it appears.
There he is.
There it is. There's the picture. Thank you. I have my man Josh Hoffman. He listens. He gets right up there. Mike Feinberg. These guys are there. And now here comes the pick. Here's the trade. Here's the pick. And here's the news. Doctor, give me the news.
With the 22nd pick in the NFL 2000 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Brady Quinn, quarterback, Notre Dame.
So Brady Quinn does go to the team coached by Romeo Crennel, who was the coordinator of New England on defense, when Charlie Weiss was the offensive coordinator, and they won Super Bowls. Sometimes stories take a long time to have a happy ending, but this truly became a bedtime story for Brady Quinn, but in the end, a pleasant one.
Phil Savage had to be shocked when Miami passed him. I think who would expect that he'd have the opportunity to do this? Give him credit for jumping up and getting into the first round and getting the quarterback that, in my mind, is a perception maker for the Cleveland Browns. Good job for everybody.
And it is his hometown team, so, you know, as hurtful as this was for him, and trust me, it hurt. It hurt his family. He's now got Joe Thomas, by the way, Wisconsin tackle, blocking him and protecting him whenever he gets gets up and playing for the Browns.
They'll move Kevin Schaefer over to right tackle, and all of a sudden that offensive line, Eric Steinbach adding in free agency, all of a sudden that offensive line looks a heck of a lot better. They get Joe Thomas, Brady Quinn, Phil Savage, finally some good luck going the Browns' way. They've had terrible luck on the injury front with Gary Baxter, a veteran player, with Charles Bentley, the draft choices, Winslow and Edwards. Now they get some good luck on draft day when Miami passes on Brady Quinn and allows them to slide all the way down to pick number 22. They get the pick from Dallas ahead of Kansas City. What better than that for Phil Savage, Romeo Crennel, Lerner? Everybody's happy.
The state of Ohio would
shock everybody.
It'll be interesting as we watch Miami gain. Dan Marino falls all the way to him, and they make it. Now they pass on what maybe Brady Quinn their whole career will be looking at Miami, staring that down and pick number 9, saying, "Oh, you passed on Brady Quinn." Be interesting to see how that plays out.
But they also played their cards right because now they got a guy that's from the Midwest. You know, the coach has been together. They got receivers. They got a tight end. They got the golden boy. Everything just works wonderful for them.
It worked good for Cincinnati back in 1984 when Boomer Esiason fell in their lap, and it works great for the Cleveland Browns today. I mean, you're thinking about a guy at pick number 3, and you get him at pick number 22, all because of one team, the Miami Dolphins. Pretty amazing.
So a young man that wore the jersey at 4 years old now is going to wear it at 22 years old. It's a nice story.
And how about the Browns, who clearly, they really were considering, do we take Brady Quinn? Do we take Joe Thomas? Do we take Adrian Peterson? And they end up with 2 of those 3 guys. That's pretty good day's work so far.
Well, we'll get the details of the trade. We don't have that one yet, but we know they got up and they got their man. And so now, and these are the 2 guys of what they've done. Joe Thomas and Brady Quinn, 2 guys play up in Big Ten. Obviously, Notre Dame, not the Big Ten, but Big Ten country guys playing in the Big Ten. Joe Thomas, of course, is on a fishing trip right now on Lake Michigan. Maybe the boat sails right through everything through Detroit and on the lake area, and you just go to Cleveland. And now Brady Quinn doesn't have to take a long ride to go to Cleveland as well. Dublin, Ohio is outside of Columbus. That's just a couple of hours. Here's the trade.
Just used to select Brady Quinn to the Cleveland Browns. In return, the Browns gave up their second-round pick, number 36, and the Browns' first-round pick in 2008.
Next year's number 1.
And that's the formula. You know, you can talk about chart or whatever. That's the formula. It was used in Baltimore. It's been used by other teams. And obviously, if the Browns are picking in the top 5 or top 10 next year, we'll second guess it. But right now, they're doing what they passionately believe they had to do to grab a quarterback. And to think that it's Brady Quinn, I think it's special.
Well, if you believe, and you work it this way, and you never know, that if you believe that Brady Quinn was, okay, maybe not at 3 for Joe Thomas, but if you believe that he was an 8, 9, 10, 11 overall for the Cleveland Browns, so you get him a year early with a number 1 that you would have spent at that point next year, if you believe that.
And I'm sure Charlie Weiss, as it was mentioned, Charlie Weiss, as Keyshawn mentioned earlier, the Notre Dame coach I've spoke to, and he loves Brady Quinn. And I'm telling you, Charlie, there's no doubt he got on the phone with Romeo Crennel, or certainly could reinforce this guy is going to be an outstanding quarterback in the league. And so that connection doesn't hurt, certainly reinforced. We know that Randy Lerner, the owner of the Browns, was fascinated with Brady Quinn, but he did not impose his will on Savage by making him take him with the 3rd pick, and now it has worked out.
Well, we've gotten to know Brady Quinn a little bit, and so have all of you out there across America, worldwide. Gotten to know Brady Quinn and his poise under pressure and disappointment. Now with Susie Colbert in a little bit different setting. Susie?
Well, Brady, Chris Mortensen was just talking about Charlie Weiss. How many phone calls did Charlie make today on your behalf?
I don't know. I didn't have the opportunity to talk to him once the draft started, but I talked to him this morning, and obviously he was on some calls and actually, talking to some teams this morning as well. But I'm not sure how many he made during this period of time.
How did this all work out for you?
Not the way I had anticipated it, but I think it's a great situation. I'm almost speechless. I couldn't be any more happy, having the opportunity to go to Cleveland a little later than I thought, but it all worked out.
What does Cleveland mean to you?
I mean, it's really living out a childhood dream, and it's funny how when you think the opportunity has passed you and you don't think you're going to be there, you're not sure what to expect, because after the 9th pick, I wasn't really sure where I'd go, and you don't really count on a team coming back into the picture like that, but obviously it happened, and it really is a dream come true.
What was it like for you when you visited the Browns?
It was fun. almost surreal putting yourself in the situation of being the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. And it's something that you worn the uniform, as you guys saw on TV for earlier when you were younger, and it was finally starting to come true for him.
So how would you describe what this day was like for you?
It's pretty much been a synopsis of my last year at college. Just a roller coaster of emotions, ups, downs, and finally back up again.
And the end result?
Just getting exactly what I was hoping for.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We will see you in Cleveland.
All right.
Chris?
He gets to play home games, right? He gets to play home games. As we said, he grew up outside of Columbus, Dublin, Ohio, a couple hours from Cleveland, and it's a nice story. It took a while to develop, but it's only one day out of a lot of days in your life. Mike, gang, Monday Night Football, your take.
Couple of notes. Week 6, Cleveland, Miami. Week 3, Cleveland at Oakland. Will that be Jamarcus Russell against Brady Quinn? Probably not, but just throwing it out there. And by the way, the guys are talking about the Kyle Bowler selection. Interesting, that team, that Baltimore team that year, went 10-6, so that pick ended up being 23. Dallas got more than 23. Cleveland's not going to go 10-6, you would not think, in the stacked AFC. So they really gave up more. So you can draw the comparison, but also know that the price paid here was pretty heavy. Your feelings as you watch him get picked?
Listen, I think that's a great ending for his terrible, terrible day at this point. There was an ovation in this room unlike anything else all day. Even when the Jets and the Giants. He became the most sympathetic figure in this draft, and when he walked out there, he got a standing ovation. And a lot of those people don't like Notre Dame.
Right.
And they got nothing with Cleveland. So on a real level, Brady Quinn won the day.
Usually outside of South Bend, the Notre Dame quarterback is not the sympathetic figure.
Right. No, you're right. Absolutely right. And I had to pull my notes out as this day was going on. Here's some of my notes on Brady Quinn. Handled adversity well, mental toughness. Boy, did that come to the forefront here today. He was really put to the test, and he did handle it very well. He can also play the quarterback position very well. He's been under the microscope at Notre Dame for 4 years. We all know he can throw the football very well. There's been a little bit of knock on his accuracy, and it is a little bit inconsistent. As I've studied Brady Quinn, he's not afraid to make the tough throw.
A throw that has become increasingly important to make in the NFL is the seam throw. And Brady Quinn has showed the ability to make it with consistency. And in college football, it can be a more difficult throw because the hash marks are farther apart, tightening the windows to the short side. The end zone angle shows the breakdown. You see the tight end. He was matched on a linebacker. As a quarterback, you have to trust that he wins. You can't wait for him to break open. You throw with timing and anticipation. The defender Quinn had to beat was the deep safety. Prevent him from rotating over the top and making a play. Watch Quinn. As soon as he came off the play action, he got his head around and looked right at the safety. That's how you manipulate the secondary. Brady stayed in rhythm and delivered the right throw. Firm, with a little touch and precise accuracy. That's a throw that projects very well to the NFL.
The other thing I like about Brady Quinn, he does not throw interceptions. That's the key. He's very judicious with the football.
So Quinn, what are you doing?
What? I was talking to Mel. I was ordering for Christmas. I was ordering the guide, like 15 for friends and family from Mel. I'm sorry. I'll get back to you.
Are you leaving now, by the way?
I am.
It was like a show of solidarity. You're going to stay as long as Brady was here.
Till Brady got drafted.
Many of us were hoping day 2 for that reason alone. So, see ya. Kansas City's on the clock. They'll have the Chiefs pick as we continue with the draft from New York. How long does it take for a nightmare to turn into a dream? For Brady Quinn, it was 4 hours on draft day 2007. The Ohio kid is a Brown.
It was difficult to put a label on Jason Taylor. He was a basketball player and a football player. He was a linebacker and a defensive end. He was a good athlete, but a little bit skinny, and the scouts didn't know where he'd play. So in the 97 NFL draft, Taylor slipped to the 3rd round, number 73. Picked after ends like John Harris and Nathan Davis. Who? Taylor made those who passed him over regret it quickly. Getting a sack in his first game, making huge plays week after week, and racking up sacks and Pro Bowls in record-setting fashion. Now the Dolphins have the perfect label for Jason Taylor, 2006 Defensive Player of the Year.
The draft matters. Go deep. The NFL draft presented by Coors Light continues tonight at 8 on ESPN2.
What's up? Nothing. Check this out. Is that what you call a chair in Minnesota? It's game time. Bring it! Oh, yeah.
Go to NFLShop.com to get your new NFL Draft Day hat. I want that! NFLShop.com.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about this. Lunch, we've been tight for a long time. Dinner, I couldn't do it without you. But I gotta say, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. That's why I'm serving breakfast all day.
Yes! I've always heard people say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, but coming from you, Jack, this is just awesome!
The most important meal. Served all day.
Well, that...
When it comes to choosing a career, consider the laborers and union contractors. When you think of the laborers, think construction, healthcare, landscaping, environmental services, and much more. With a time-honored practice of apprenticeship, you'll be trained in starting a dynamic new career as a laborer. The Laborers, with its great benefits of employment security and training opportunities, will provide you valued skills. You can have a secure career in the construction industry. The Laborers are now recruiting and training statewide.
I'm Dave Rebson with the SportsCenter 30 at 30 update. As expected, LSU quarterback Jamarcus Russell, the first overall pick of the NFL draft. He goes to the Raiders. The big surprise of the first round, Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn, who dropped all the way to number 22 before the Browns traded up to get him. Other news, Joe Torre, the Yankees manager, his job could be in jeopardy if the Yanks get swept by the Red Sox this weekend. This according to reports in both the New York Post and the New York Times. Details, SportsCenter 11 Eastern, ESPN News, anytime.
Welcome back to Radio City Music Hall. Brady Quinn waits more than 4 hours, but finally selected at number 22 by the Cleveland Browns. As I reported earlier, there were 3 teams that were interested. It was Baltimore, Kansas City, and of course Cleveland. Brady spent quite a lot of time on the phone with Baltimore, and then that's when Cleveland placed the call, and they knew they had to move up ahead of Kansas City to get their guy. Chris?
Susie, thank you. So Brady Quinn, Browns, now Kansas City. With just seconds to go, they are the Kansas City Chiefs. Last year made the playoffs under Herm Edwards, his first year as head coach. 9-7. They lost to the Colts in the opening round. The Chiefs are the oldest team in football. That includes, we talked about the quarterback position, but from top to bottom, they average the oldest team in football. You can't survive like that. So might they go... Well, there are a lot of places they can look. That line's been good for a long time.
But it needs rebuilding.
Sure does.
Willie Rofe retired last year, their tackle, a Pro Bowl tackle, but maybe a Hall of Famer. Will Shields, a guard, perennial Pro Bowl. He's gone. So they've got to rebuild the offensive line. They need speed, certainly, on defense.
Joe Staley.
Joe Staley of Central Michigan certainly is somebody that they are
left tackle prospect, and there's no question about that. So. I mean, this guy, they need help at right and left tackle, Kansas City does, and they may have a problem at center. I mean, they got a lot of issues on that offensive line at Kansas City, and Joe Staley, a left tackle with his feet and his athleticism, normally isn't on the board all the way down here at pick number 23.
Now the Chiefs, here comes the pick. See what they do to get younger. We know this guy's going to help you. We know that much.
With the 23rd pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Dwayne Bowe, wide receiver, LSU.
There's one of your values, Mel. So they go wide receiver. How would they have Eddie Kennison and then... What do they have? I mean,
Well, Eddie Kennison was their leading receiver last year with 53 catches. I'm still surprised. Herm Edwards, his philosophy is, hey, we're going to run the football. We're going to run the football, but obviously...
this is a great pick for them. You got a wide receiver who's big, who's strong, who uses his hands. They're bringing in a new quarterback that can have a guy like this help him out. Now, Eddie Kennison isn't going into his 12th year, but he can be a compliment of this guy as he learns how to play the position and teaches him the do's and the don'ts about playing in the National Football League.
As long as the quarterback has time to get the ball to Dwayne Bowe and those receivers, that's a big question mark with the Kansas City Chiefs. You can't fill all your needs with one pick. I realize that, but I think when you look at Dwayne Bowe, big receiver with decent speed, and certainly had a huge year along with Jamarcus Russell. That was his primary target. You had Craig Davis on the other side. Davis could be anywhere between the second and third round pick. A lot of depth. They went 3 and 4 deep at wide receiver, but a big wide out who had a great end to a season. Had some drops early on, but finished up as a very productive, very consistent option. I just wonder big time about that offensive line of Kansas City. It looks, about looking awful on paper, on the field this year. That's going to be a major issue that they're going to have to address in the picks to come.
Well, Dwayne Bowe now becomes the third LSU player to be selected in the first round, and we still could have Davis go with the other wide receiver possible in these last few picks of the first round. Russell began the day, quarterback going to Oakland. Ron Landry going to Washington. I'm still going to get used to that. A Landry in Washington. And then Dwayne Bowe, of course, just going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's see here. Reception leaders. Of course, Tony Gonzalez is a certainly different sort of player, but the last wideout to lead the Chiefs in receiving, and with Tony Gonzalez there, admittedly, it's going to be hard to do, was Andre Bad Moon Rising back in 1997.
They just give Gonzalez a whole lot of money, and in a way, when defenses are actually doubling your tight end, maybe with all the money you got invested in Gonzalez, you better take some heat off him.
There's a team now that's speaking to their quarterback, Damon Heward. We got you some help.
Damon Heward, Trent Green's there. They're going to get Brody Crowell's going to start a lot of their preseason games. And, of course, if Trent Green goes to Miami, then Damon Heward will be that insurance policy.
Got a wide receiver that'll block, who'll help the running game out. They got another compliment, like I said, for Eddie Kennison. So, and they, got rid of Hall. So there, that replacement is for that third slot.
Well, and now we come to the only team with 2 first-round picks, and that would be the New England Patriots. We're picking now at 24. This is the pick that they got from the Seattle Seahawks for sending Deion Branch, the one-time MVP a couple of years ago in the Super Bowl, on to Seattle. Then they have their regular pick just 4 spots later. The New England Patriots, of course, last year at 12-4, won an amazing playoff game against San Diego, lost a heartbreaking playoff game to the Indianapolis Colts. They have been busier than anybody in the free agency. They've gotten Dallas Thomas, who's a marvelous Pro Bowl player, to play several different positions for them, and they got to know him as coaching him as a Pro Bowler. Belichick and his staff were the Pro Bowl coaches of the AFC. They used a franchise tag on Asante Samuel to keep him around. You already saw that Welker and Stallworth and Kelly Washington, and actually a pickup I like a lot, quarterback Torrey James, which is just in the last 10 days. So the New England Patriots have made many a move already to help their football team, and now they have 2 number 1 picks. So here's a team that's not too far off from getting back to the Super Bowl.
It was remarkable to watch Bill Belichick at the Pro Bowl because he didn't want to be there. It meant you lost the AFC Championship game, but he went there and he just didn't call it in. Not only did he coach his rear end off on the field for an hour every day, he studied Adalius Thomas, who was a free agent of the Ravens, and he had his coaching staff in their rooms at night looking at tapes of all the prospects in this draft. So he made the most of a week in Hawaii. It wasn't just vacation.
Well, they certainly have a situation where some of their proudest players, maybe backers, like a Teddy Bruschi. How long does he go? Mike Vrabel's getting up there a little bit. They have a situation where they're hoping to get Rodney Harrison back, but is that a bit? They could look a few places, but they've already helped themselves greatly. Let's go up to Trey Wingo and the gang.
All right, Boomer, thanks very much. The story of this day, what the Cleveland Browns have done, and Brady Quinn falling possibly from 1 all the way to 22. What to make of what Cleveland did? Let's bring in via Coors Light video conferencing the man who made those decisions. That's President and GM Phil Savage. Phil, first and foremost, what was the deciding factor for you in going back into the first round and making the trade to pick up Brady Quinn?
Well, I think number one, Trey, we were in a situation where we were at the top of the draft, number 3, and we felt like that we needed to do something to solidify our offensive line. We did that with Joe Thomas, and quite frankly didn't expect Brady Quinn to fall as far as he did. And once he fell out of the top 10, we started calling teams at number 12 and just continued to work the phones all the way through. We had Brady rated very high on our board, just not in our top 3. And when you have an opportunity to add a left tackle and a quarterback in the same draft and factor in the possibility of Kellen Winslow Jr., Braylon Edwards, we added Eric Steinbach and Jamal Lewis in free agency, we think we're well on our way in Cleveland of turning the fortunes of this team around. So we feel like our luck has changed.
Phil, I don't know if you heard, Susie Colbert was reporting that Brady Quinn was on the phone potentially with the Baltimore Ravens. How concerned were you that you wouldn't get back into the first round in time to pick him up?
Very concerned. Like I said, we work the phones from number 12 on all the way through. There's obviously certain teams we didn't call, but as we work through it, we felt like as we got into it that there were teams that were going to be in the late 20s and maybe have a pick in front of us that would be able to make a better deal to the Cowboys or the Chiefs. And it seemed like the Cowboys and the Chiefs were the two teams that were doing the most talking about trying to get out of the first round, or at least considering a future number 1 pick. So, Jerry Jones and I had never done business before, and we kind of talked the same way, so we were able to hammer it out.
Phil Savage with us via Coors Light video conferencing. Phil, for the trade to go back into the first round and pick up Brady Quinn, you give up your second-round pick, 36th pick overall in 2007, and your first rounder in 2008. Now, this is for a team that has now drafted a quarterback in the first round and is coming off a 4-12 season. There's the potential, Phil, that could be a very high first-round pick. What do you say to those people that say that's a stiff price to pay for Brady Quinn?
Well, I think it's a stiff price to pay for a quarterback, period. And when we factored in what might be available to us next year, and the belief that we now are going to have Brady Quinn a year in advance of a different quarterback that we might have had to take next year because you don't know how your season's going to go. We're confident that we're going to win more games. I'm sure that was somewhat of an attraction to teams that we were talking to because they probably, quite frankly, don't think we're going to win that many games. But, we're confident that we're going to be better. And Brady was rated high enough on our board that we weren't really concerned about next year. And to be quite honest, for selfish reasons, I feel like that I personally have scouted enough. I can maybe take a year off now.
Fair enough. Hey, listen, why do you think, Phil, Brady Quinn fell from potential number 1 all the way down to 22? What do you think were the big concerns about him?
Well, I think obviously quarterbacks, we saw something happen similarly to Aaron Rodgers a couple years ago. And, Jamarcus Russell, who I know extremely well, I've known him since he was a high school player a number of years ago. Jamarcus, I think, was clearly the franchise quarterback that people were looking at, and Brady was the second quarterback. And there's a lot of teams in this league that have drafted quarterbacks over the last couple years, and everybody's kind of getting their quarterback, and it was our turn, and it worked out that way. So we're very excited. Like I say, I feel like that this will probably be the day that defines the Browns' turnaround if it indeed happens.
Well, if they're as good as the Browns think they are, it certainly could be, Phil. You get your left tackle and your quarterback. Phil, we appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you later on.
Trey, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Phil Savage, big day in Cleveland if both Joe Thomas and Brady Quinn pan out. The Patriots are on the clock, the first of their 2 first-round picks. First round of the draft continues on ESPN.
Coach Ditka, did you really say you'd trade all your draft picks for a case of frost-brewed Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Okay, well then what about the teams that didn't trade for Coors Light?
They're behind everybody else right now, and they have to catch up.
Coach, are you sure you're not confusing the NFL draft with draft beer?
I'm going to keep them loose, my trainer. Who?
Frost-brewed Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL.
Coach, I thought he couldn't see. Is this cool?
He doesn't seem as comfortable there for some reason.
Really like this hot fudge shake.
The Oreo bits are good.
Why aren't you drinking yours?
I'm waiting for it to cool down.
It's a hot fudge shake, but it's not hot. Once the hot fudge hits the shake part, it's all cold. See?
Not as hot as you would think a shake might be.
You never think that a shake is hot.
Unless it's called a hot fudge shake.
Even then, you pretty much figure out that it's not going to be hot.
Well, you have to have somebody explain it to you.
You do.
Hot fudge shake made with Oreo cookies. New at Sonic. A favorite childhood cookie blended with hot fudge into a cool, creamy treat. Pay the Sonic way. Swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car.
Chris Johnson sees things before they happen.
Life is supposed to be a surprise.
That would be nice. Now, his mission
You could prevent a major catastrophe.
is our future.
It happened. It just hasn't happened yet.
Next, rated PG-13.
I used to think it didn't matter what deodorant I chose. Dumb. This test shows that Old Spice is the right choice. Take the Old Spice challenge. I did.
Yeah, this head ball, coach.
Hey, I told you he could really go.
Steelers 1 year removed from being the Super Bowl champs. Now with the 15th pick off an 8-8 season, a team that was 7th in total offense and 9th in total defense. This is no real resurrection project. It's a team a year removed.
It's really about Ben Roethlisberger, right? At some point, the whole preseason is going to be talking about Ben Roethlisberger. Does he return to form? And what are the issues that will get him back to form with the accidents so forth last year? That'll be the question all the way to September.
Here's the new form starting right now.
With the 15th selection in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Lawrence Timmons, linebacker, Florida State.
And this would be a direct replacement, Mel, for Joey Porter, who has stood out for so long with emotion in the locker room and the way he played on the field. Now a member of the Miami Dolphins. So here, you could add this one up pretty easily, right?
No question. This guy has been targeted for the Pittsburgh Steelers for the last couple months. You look at a guy who's ideal for a 3-4 defense. Mike Tomlin's going to commit to that 3-4. It's been the staple of the Pittsburgh Steelers all these years. And you look at Lawrence Timmons, attacks the line of scrimmage. You watch him, number 87, at his best, getting after the quarterback in that box area. We talked about the ability as a form tackler for Patrick Willis. That's the same thing you see there with number 83, Lawrence Timmons, a guy who was all over the field for really an underachieving Florida State football team. This past year, 79 total tackles, 18 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, which led the team. He also broke up 6 passes. Very active, very alert football player who was a disruptive force in that backfield this year for Florida State. When you look at him size-wise, 6'1", 235, plays a little bigger than that, real strong in the upper body, 25 reps at the combine, 35-inch vertical. I think some teams would have liked to see him run a little better, ran like 4.66, 4.68 at the combine. They thought he'd be around 4.58, 4.59, but a guy who was productive on a Florida State team that frankly didn't get it done week to week. Now, he made up for the loss of Ernie Sims, had a heck of a year, and for Pittsburgh, the one thing about Timmons, he can rush the passer, and for a 3-4 team, he should be ideal, Boom.
Well, first-round picks in recent years. Now, of course, this was Bill Cowher drafted with Kevin Colbert. Santonio Holmes were waiting on a little Heath Miller. Turned out to be a big cog. Roethlisberger, 27-4 out of the gates. Troy Polamalu, who we traded up to get in that 2003 draft. Kendall Sim, Casey Hampton. You would say their first-round hit list is pretty darn good. So this young man that played at Florida State, who's from Florence, South Carolina, now goes to the cold of Pittsburgh. We go to, it's springtime in Pittsburgh. It's not so cold. Rachel Nichols. Rachel.
Well, Boomer, there were a lot of people who thought the Steelers were gunning for Darrelle Revis, and I actually asked GM Kevin Colbert yesterday, what happens if the Jets, who have similar needs, trade up in front of you? Are you concerned about that? And he said no, he wasn't concerned at all. He actually felt that there were a group of players right here at this position that they could pick, and if one came off the board before another one, he could substitute pretty easily. Obviously, they felt very comfortable waiting for the linebacker, Lawrence Timmons. You guys mentioned Joey Porter now in Miami, so this linebacking core is thin, and even if Lawrence doesn't start right away, he's definitely going to be able to bolster them. He's also going to fit in well with new head coach Mike Tomlin, who you remember comes from the defensive side of the ball. This is the first time in 15 years that the Steelers draft room has not had Bill Cowher in it. And I actually asked Colbert, I said, what have you noticed about working with Tomlin? He said, well, Tomlin isn't just tempted by talent, that he's really taken time in these interviews with these picks to talk to guys and find out, did the game find them because they were athletic and just happened to be good at football, or do they love the game of football? This new coach of the Steelers, he wants guys who love the game of football, and obviously they feel this kid from Florida State does, Boomer.
All right, Rachel, thank you very much. This is odd. Only the second time since the common draft, which is a long time, but the Steelers have taken a linebacker in the first round. Robin Cole, 1977, is the only other first-round linebacker until today with Timmons. You would think that that team would have had some pretty good linebackers, is my point.
Well, listen, Green Bay's on the clock right now. Okay. I don't want to totally dismiss the Packers as considering Brady Quinn. Think about it. Brett Favre, any year now. We know he's going to be taken off. Aaron Rodgers, yes, they like him, but they talked about Jay Cutler last year when they said they took A.J. Hawk, the linebacker from the Packers. So certainly the Packers to me, we'll probably have a discussion, not anticipating that Quinn was going to be here. And oh, by the way, A.J. Hawk was their first-round pick last year, the linebacker from Ohio State. He's actually here today. He's Brady Quinn's brother-in-law. That would be ironic if Brady Quinn and A.J. Hawk ended up together.
And you're right, they did consider Jay Cutler last year. I think you look at Brady Quinn now, and you go back to 1984, Boomer Esiason. Steve Young had gone to the USFL. There's Boomer Esiason sitting there for the Bengals. They passed on him 3 times in the first round, took him in the early second. It turned out pretty good for the Cincinnati Bengals. I think you look at Brady Quinn, the ability he has in that Charlie Weiss offense to get the ball to start him back from a significant deficit in the second half. He had UCLA, the UCLA Bruins thought they had Notre Dame beat. 3 plays, 80 yards in the final minute. Remember that great USC team from a couple years ago with Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush? It took Reggie Bush to push Matt Leinart in the end zone to beat Notre Dame and Brady Quinn at South Bend.
Well, the Green Bay Packers, they won those last 4 games, and Favre beat the 49ers, and then he beat the 3 teams.
We're going to go all the way.
Wow, they're 8-8. So Brett returning for year number 17, a year in which he'll pass Dan Marino for most touchdown passes thrown in the history of football. Now, they were going to be different in the backfield because the blocking fullback, William Henderson, and their name running back, Amon Green, gone. Green, Houston. Points allowed, too many. 25th in the National Football League in points allowed last year. And so, the Green Bay Packers. All right, now so the Green Bay Packers, though, each year we don't know if we're going to get Brett Favre is back for another season. What would you as a receiver think that, you know what, I'd love a chance to play with a guy like this. What would that have been like?
It's huge. I think if you're a wide receiver, you obviously always want to play with a guy like that. These quarterbacks come around in this league a dime a dozen, but a guy like Brett Favre don't come around a dime a dozen. Obviously, he's a Hall of Famer, and he's going to move into the next level. At this pick, I think it's safe. I think it's a safe bet to say, go get the wide receiver Bo from LSU. Get a guy that can help Brett Favre try to build this team and move it into the next millennium for the next quarterback that they have on their roster.
Well, I think receivers are on their mind, but they can get them in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds. And we do have Randy Moss in play a little bit this weekend, with the Packers certainly paying some attention to Randy Moss. So I think they feel like they can get receivers later and maybe even trade for a Randy Moss.
But don't you think because Brett came back and his relationship with the coach that they've kind of said to Brett, we won't
Forward need and takes Jamal Anderson. Talk about a guy 6'5.5", 285 pounds. You talk about pass rush ability. This past year, he went from 4 sacks as a sophomore to 13.5 this past season. Former basketball player in high school, great on the hardwood, wide receiver at the prep level. What he needs to show is a mean streak. We talked about a guy still the inexperience on the defensive side of the ball, but his recognition, Turner talked about noticing and knowing what is going on the football field in front of you, not being influenced out of plays. He showed that this year. Here we're talking about against Wisconsin, getting after the quarterback, although Joe Thomas did a good job against him the majority of that football game. But I think getting a mean streak, solid against the run, 13.5 sacks, 4 sacks the year prior. Is he a one-year wonder? Is he just a developing guy who's going to keep getting better and better? Ran a 4.83 at his workout, but at 6'5.5", 285, there's nothing wrong with that. So I think what you have to find out now, once he's in the league and he's coached up, can he build on that one great year at Arkansas?
Well, here's the thing about what an athlete he was, Mort. I mean, and you saw him at Arkansas quite a bit. He broke Keith Jackson's high school receiving records at Little Rock. That's right, the tight end of the Green Bay Packers. Let me tell you about Keith Jackson. He was a receiver in high school. So, you know, as an athlete, he's different.
Yeah, it is. You know, his fellow defensive lineman for that Arkansas football team was Keith Jackson Jr., and they're together in Little Rock today. And Jamal Anderson was a guy, he was a receiver coming out of high school who wasn't highly recruited. In fact, I remember seeing him as an incoming freshman and saying, you know what, he might be a Pro Bowl tight end by the time he grows into his body. That's what type of athlete he is. And I know the Falcons and other teams look at him. You say, it's hard to find a base defensive end. And they love his upside. Yes, this guy has his upside. In other words, he's got great character with the talent. Chances are in 2 or 3 or 4 years, you end up with a Pro Bowl defensive end.
And nothing more important in a dome with that noise, as from a quarterback's perspective, playing in Atlanta all those years with the noise, that you get a defensive end that can come upfield and threaten the quarterback and put offensive tackles. They do not sleep the night before they play in Atlanta or New Orleans or any other dome. And that's why I think this is a great pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
Real quick. Michael Vick now was with his 3rd head coach. All right, began Dan Reeves and had Jim Moore, and now is Bobby Petrino. good thing? Will it cause them to go half a step back?
It's a horrible thing to be changing coaches all the time. That's not going to work. This needs to get stability at this point. Michael needs stability for a long term. He's got an offense now. If he learns it and studies, for him it's aptitude. Will I spend the time to go to the extra level, the extra time in the meeting rooms? Then I think it's really important that he gets that job done soon, or else they might start fading on him.
The Miami Dolphins are on the clock. Is this the time for the mighty Quinn?
Hello. Yeah, this head ball coach.
He ran a what? Hey, I told you he could really go. Yeah, click-clack.
Two smacks and a lift off.
Click, clack.
Hey, Rooks. I didn't get picked first in the draft. Didn't start my first 3 games. Didn't sit still. Didn't want to play another position. And definitely didn't want to lose my first NFL game back home in Houston. But I did do one thing no one expected. I did get Rookie of the Year. Welcome to Madden NFL 08. Product not yet rated. EA Sports is in the game.